We have started a brand new day together, and we thank you so much for being with us. We have got, look at that, right there. Blazing Silverman, he's here. He's fired up. He's your intern today. So they won't be on-screen phone calls. You can actually call, participate this hour, and he'll screen you up. He's fired up, ready to go. And we are starting another day together. Don't forget, Bible Study Live today, noon Central. Wheel of Meat could spin, and a very special day for a couple of parents here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll bring it all together here in just a second.
Well,
but over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys?
What's up? Well, thank you, Speedy. Thank you, Speedy.
It is my parents' 59th anniversary, and it's Greg, Rick's, Angie's parents' 59th anniversary. How about
Same day.
Same day, everything. I was talking to my dad yesterday.
Same year.
And not only was it the same day, it was the same year. It was within 2 hours apart. The weddings were.
Yeah.
And you know, we break this down every year that this anniversary day hits because it's really bizarre how much our parents have in common, and we never even knew it.
The odds of that. Yeah.
You know, growing up in Pascagoula, Mississippi, and then y'all here in Calhoun County, Alabama, you know, so far apart, but so many things were just alike when it came to their lives. So, and I had, you know, my dad didn't coach and everything, but you know what I mean.
No,
I mean, as far as just like markers, dates, birthday, you know, things like that, they're just so close together.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Well, not funny, but you go, well, I have a birthday or anniversary on the same day, but it's the same year.
It's the same year.
So,
and
on that day, 59 years ago, they were all
right. And so my parents got married at like 2:30 in the afternoon, and I want to say the last time we discussed this, your parents were either married at like noon or like 5 or 5. It was with I want to say it was with just a couple of hours apart.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I'm talking to my dad last night, and do you want to know why he got married at 2:30 in the afternoon? Because my Uncle Larry, my mom's brother, got married at 5:30.
Guys,
all right, now picture what you
so
picture.
You got siblings, and they got married on the same day.
The same day. Now know what you know now as a parent and organizing weddings and all this kind of stuff.
I know it's probably less then than now.
And picture 2 weddings on one day. Now,
a brother and sister.
I don't know why this happened this way. I have no idea, but I know that that Larry and them got married at 5:30. And so my mom and dad got married at 2:30.
The guest just left one and drove to the next.
My dad said we wrapped up ours, and then my grandparents flew over to Larry's. I just can't imagine the logistics behind that.
Your mom and dad didn't go to Larry's, or they went ahead on the honeymoon?
You know, I don't know. I didn't ask them that.
Good question.
Yeah.
But you know, now, I mean, weddings were big. Don't get me wrong, but you know, we'll overdo things now. So it could be that it just wasn't that.
That's true. It probably wasn't a big deal. Like,
I mean,
hey, y'all get married. Well, I'm getting married too.
Yeah.
I probably won't make it to yours because I just got married.
Right.
But congratulations.
But I was just laughing with my dad last night about that.
How about a relief the next day if you've been as part of the coordinator and being really involved in both of them?
Oh yeah.
That next day gets here, you're like,
well, they're parents.
Done.
Yeah.
Weight's gone.
Goodness.
Yeah. But
well, I mean, that's getting it all done in one day and be done with it.
Yeah.
I appreciate that actually.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more
and every year they
coordination
could
like
celebrate anniversary. They can all go to dinner.
Yeah, let's do
There
that.
you go.
And it's funny because
Straight up, Greg, do you remember
What?
today?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
And it's helped a little bit
Thank
too.
you for
We've
your
talked about it all week.
Thank you for your honesty.
If we hadn't talked about it all week.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all week, so I think that helps a little bit.
All fair.
Y'all have forgot before. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Absolutely.
Uncle Larry has a lot in common with your parents.
You know about Larry?
Helmsy, because he will travel the country in an RV in a second. Okay. And that's what they do. I mean, he's retired, and buddy, let me tell you something.
They just get on the road and go.
Oh, every now and then you might get a call or something. Hey, coming through Birmingham.
Well, you need to congratulate Uncle Larry on his anniversary.
That's right.
59 years ago.
So anyway, we got that, and we have a no pressure poem. There's always no pressure there, but we have a 59th anniversary poem called "You and Me."
You and me.
You talking about an NPP, no pressure poll?
No pressure poem. That's always there. He writes some on certain dates, and we don't get to them because there's no pressure. But if you're feeling it, we'll do that today as both sets of parents celebrate their 59th wedding anniversary. So
59.
congratulations to them.
Next year will be a big milestone.
Yeah. Talked to my dad yesterday about, when your parents get a little bit older, Greg, I know you and Rick have talked about this, transitioning in life to different things and the handles behind it. Helmsy, you talk about your parents a lot and what they do and how they got stuff going on. Well, my parents wanted to change cell phone providers.
Okay.
As when you get to 82 and 80, I mean, you're trying to, you're looking at trying to be more frugal and wasting money on certain things. And
this is a high bill too.
And and my dad said, son, we don't really go anywhere. We go to the grocery store for grocery pickup. We go to doctor's appointments. We stop by the grocery store. a gas station from time to time. But we're not like y'all. We ain't hopping around town. We're at home and just kind of hanging out. And so most of the time, if I'm
more like your dad than I am anybody. I go about 4 places every day.
And Terry and I talked about that too. It's funny you said that, honey. We don't really go a lot of places unless it's like an event, like an event that we're speaking at, or something that we have to go to, like a remote or whatever. But if it's just, hey, let's just go do something, we don't really do a whole lot. But anyway, he said, so really when we're surfing like Instagram or something like that, we're really on Wi-Fi. We're not using data. In other words, we're not hopping around town pulling from all that. He said, so I'm thinking about something. And when my dad says I'm thinking about something, that means that he's pretty much ready to do it.
He's already thought about it.
And he's done tons of research sitting there on his recliner.
He's done with the thinking part.
Right. And basically this means I might need your help in the transaction. And I said, yes, sir. And this was a couple of weeks ago. And he said, I just do me a favor, do some research on this and help me make sure I'm making the right move or whatever. So I started looking into it, and I'm like, well, yeah, it's a no-brainer, Dad. You're going to save about $80 to $90 a month if you do this. So yesterday, Friday, he calls me and he says, made the switch. And I said, oh, wow, so you did it. He goes, yep, easy phone call. And I said, okay.
Over the phone.
Mail-in SIM cards to us. The problem is we got to put them in. And I was like, oh, no. He goes, all they say you need is a paper clip. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I've seen that done before. And I said, so Mom's going to do that, Dad? Yep, Mom's going to do that. They come in Tuesday. Well, if you're listening live, yesterday was Tuesday, and they came in.
You had to go to Huntsville?
Hey, got a call yesterday on that bizarre moment that they came in and she started trying, and I'll tell you how it ends up next.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. As you gear up for the fall, you need the right people on your team to help your small business fire on all cylinders. LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier and to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Did you know that every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere!
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So first segment, Greg and I wished our parents a happy 59th wedding anniversary. We'll have more about that when the main show starts, as my dad's written a poem called You and Me. And so Greg's the poem reader. That could happen today. Wheel of Meat, we know we'll spin at some point this week, could be today. And Bible study is live today, noon Central. So when we went to break, I was telling you about my parents were realizing that their cell phone bill is way out of hand, and the company that they use just sent them a notification that for some reason the bill's going up $20. And some fee, they add fees, and a lot of times they'll send you an email that says, hey, this is happening, and we're all too lazy to really care about it, but that's how the bill keeps inching up a little bit. Oh, it's going up here. Oh, it's going up there. And you said something in the break, and I know we have big families. and we're paying for teenagers to have cell phones, and mine are a little older but still under the house. I've got Tyler out from under me, but hey, you add all that up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a car payment almost.
My mortgage, my cell phone bill, our family cell phone bill, when you get all the bills going, mortgages first, 2 car payments second, third, and cell phone is fourth. The cell phone is more expensive than the third car payment.
Mm-hmm. It's something else.
And the power bill.
Yeah.
It's more than the power bill.
So my dad
more than the power bill during the summer.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
He's not lying.
It's crazy.
Not exaggerating at all. And we don't have anything special. We just have.
I just got family with phones.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it was actually more, and this is how they get you. It was actually more when we had 4 devices, and then we had to upgrade a device. Somebody, I don't know, cracked a screen or something, and they told us, hey, by the way, if you'll add a 5th line, it'll actually be cheaper than the 4. So we just went ahead and got Maddie a phone. I don't know where it's at, and she hardly uses it, but it was cheaper, so we did it.
There you go. So my parents on Friday decided we're changing cell phone companies because this other one over here is really more what we need because we're always at home. We don't need these data packages and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, do you know that what they're charging us for? And I'm like, yes, sir. So go for it. So he said, well, they're sending us SIM cards in the mail. And I was like, oh, boy. This means that you've got to pop out the SIM card on – and they have iPhones. You got to pop that out and then put the other ones in and all this kind of stuff. And, to a lot of folks, you're going, well, that's no big deal.
Yeah.
But for some of you, you might look at your phone right now and go, now, where is that SIM card? I don't even know where that pocket is. It kind of hides from you. They say all you need is a paper clip. That's all you need.
Paper clip, and you're good to go.
So here we go. Now, understand, if you're joining us for the first time, my dad is legally blind, can't see. And when I say legally blind, I mean he really, has to have something right up at him there, so if he can see anything. So he's no help, even though he kind of can coach my mom with this. And so she comes down and she's doing the best she can, but she just can't get it open. She just can't.
Yeah.
And so they said, all right, I'm calling the cell phone company that we're switching to. And the lady was real sweet and said, let me send you a video. And then maybe Becky, my mom, can see that and might help her a little bit. So we're doing that, and all of a sudden my mom screams, I got it, So he's like, okay, I think we got it. And so they go, all right, let's go to the next step. And the lady says, well, have you called your company and unlocked your phones and gotten some type of code, portal code or something like that, I don't know, to where we need that for each phone. Have you done that? And he's like, well, I've unlocked the phones, yes, because y'all told me to. Well, call that company back, and you need this. And this is the information you need. So my dad called the company back. First time he got them, they were in Egypt. Second time they got them, they were in the Philippines. And he's trying to get through all that and the accent barriers and stuff, and nothing against those fine folks. It's just it's tough to hear and understand. And they're coaching him along. Hey, hit *6973 and in this that and you're going to get a text and all this. So he does that. He calls back, and then he realizes that they're one number off. So he goes back and forth about 3 different times, and finally he goes, "That's it. Get in the car, honey. We're going to the store."
All
right?
No.
And he said, we can't get this done. As he's talking to the operator, all of a sudden, boom, both their phones go dead. And so he's like, well, now I have no way to communicate with anybody.
No.
So I bust up in the store.
Gracious.
Picture it.
Yeah.
And here they come. So he talks to the person in the store, sweet, nice person, and I just want to thank that person if I could personally.
For their patience.
And my dad tells him what's going on. He goes, well, Mr. Wilburn, I can do anything, but you're in the middle of a transaction. You need to finish what you're doing. And Dad said, well, I have no phones. They're dead. And he said, well, use our landline. The guy was nice enough to do that.
God.
Use our landline and call and get back on. He goes, now picture this. I'm at a store, and there's people all around us, and I'm trying to understand what the person is saying, relay that to my mom, and then the person that's at the store go, now what are they saying?
Yeah.
And all that's going on at the same time.
Good.
And finally, he got a guy, and he said, Mr. Wilburn, this is going to be resolved, and it's going to be resolved right now. And he goes, we're getting this done. And so after a long period of time, he said, okay, I need you to reset both phones, make sure they're off, wait. Okay, now turn them on. And he turned them on. All of a sudden, he heard bleep, bleep, bloop. He started making noises and started getting text messages. He got one text message from the company they left saying, you have officially left. You're good.
Yeah.
And then he got one from the new company that said says welcome. And so he was all excited. Now they started that at 9 a.m. and I think at 1:45 they walked out.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
That's not. I was like, "Was that Dad? That's quite the day."
Wow.
So
they had
were
to
so
pack
exhausted.
up and go.
Yeah, and he said we weren't expecting to go run to the store, so we hadn't eaten. So we ate early this morning. So he said we're about to pass out because we're so hungry in there. And it just turned out to be one thing after another. But how about when he just declared, "That's it, we're going,
Well,
we're leaving"?
Right call.
Yeah,
or they'd still be in the
I
dark.
think he really did say that, and I'm like, "Well, Dad, I could have come." Classic Dad response. Dad, I could have driven up there. Do you not coming up here for this? And I'm like, well, I guess I should have shown up.
Well, they got it handled.
I got a question about, and this may be, maybe I just text your dad and ask him this.
Go to town.
Yeah.
So I know he's on record for being a poet and a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I know he sticks to the anniversaries and those special historical moments that have happened throughout our history, our country's history.
Oh yeah.
Birthdays and things like that. But does he ever write poetry about things like this that happen in his life?
No, I don't think he
does. Because
does.
that would be some really good stuff.
It really would be.
I mean, he is so creative.
Yeah.
That if I had
about the phone experience.
I mean, I can just picture a title right now of him, and him just jotting these down in a poem.
Yeah, no, you're right. That would be really good. My sister runs his Facebook page for him, and so he'll put out a lot of poems on the page. But to your point, Helmsy, it's normally a holiday or something within the family, or very patriotic as well. So you'll have that.
If I could get a poem later today called "The SIM Card,"
see,
I mean, you got you something.
That Helmsy,
trouble with the SIM card.
I think you're onto something. I think you got something there.
Rick and Bubba.
Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A to B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A to B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation related costs to help quickly prep your taxes, and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A to B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at a2b.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap, or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As always, we thank you for making the decision to go, yeah, I'll tune on over. Both audio, video, whatever, YouTube, streaming, apps, terrestrial radio. Thank you for making the choice of Rick and Bubba today. Wheel of Meat could spin. We know the Bible study will be today, noon Central Time. Helmsy, you were saying in the break, and we've all been there when it comes to family pressure on, hey, Dad, let's get this. Hey, Dad, let's get that. And a lot of times it has to do with animals, right?
Yeah.
Or pets.
Yep.
And I understand you're getting some pressure
Well,
at the house to add one.
I have kicked that can down the road
Yes,
for
you
about
have.
6 months now.
You
And
really put up a stop sign last time.
I did. And I said,
we
hey,
had a
listen,
good one picked out for you, by the way.
I know. See, you were originally part of the problem in us getting to.
Well, Amanda would text me and go, hey, I need some help here.
And I don't know what is. I made the comment, hey, we're having a bunch of stuff done at the house, a lot of construction people around. We don't have a whole lot of time.
Okay.
Busy summer.
Right.
We don't have a whole lot of time for a new pet. Hey, let's get through the summer and let's revisit this. That's what I said. And I was really, really being stern about it.
Ooh, a rump.
And it was. At times, I felt like I was having to be a rump, okay, because nobody would listen. Nobody understood. And, guys, I'm not there all day. Okay, I come home for maybe an hour or two, and then I'm gone again, and I don't get home till dark. And y'all are gone. And so just a new puppy, like, I don't know that we can do that right now. So I've pushed it down the road. Well, about 2 weeks ago, as construction at the house starts wrapping up, I start hearing rumbles.
Here it comes.
And I didn't say anything. Matter of fact, Amanda even texted me a couple pictures, and I just ignored them. No thumbs up, no thumbs down, just ignored them. Just acted like I didn't see them, acted like they weren't there. Well, I made the mistake yesterday. So Tuesdays, if you're listening now to a podcast, today is Wednesday. Tuesdays are my long day of teaching tennis. I leave like at 1 o'clock, and I don't get home till 8:30. I am on the court for 6-7 hours.
Right.
Well, because of that, Amanda handles carpool on Tuesday because I usually get Maddie and take her to the tennis courts with me. And Braden and Caroline join. They have their own tennis group at a different place, but sometimes they'll come with me. Sometimes they'll help with clinics. But on Tuesdays, that just can't happen because of my schedule.
Okay.
So Amanda's like, what are the kids doing today? And I said, well, Maddie has a clinic at 5:30. So if you can just get her to me around 5-ish, then she can just stay with me the rest of the night. And we'll come home around 8. Caroline wants to help with this clinic. She can. You bring her. And Braden does whatever he wants to do, he can do it.
Right.
And I said, or what you could do, and this is where I messed up, okay?
No.
I said, or you could just stick around. Come out there and stick around for an hour or so. Allison's out there. Cheney's out there.
Come on.
Your buddies, you just go hang out with them while we're all doing our thing. Thought that was a good idea. Thought I'd get her involved.
Yeah.
Hey, you can always help me pick up balls while I'm doing the clinics and lessons. I'm good with that, you know. No obligation, but, you know, this will keep you from having to think you're driving out here, dropping off a kid,
nothing,
and going back
Yeah.
home.
Hang out with me.
Well,
Watch me coach.
I'm not. I know who it was. I know the culprit here. So last night I get home. Like last night I'm walking off the court and I look at my phone and there's a couple text messages from Team Rick and Bubba.
Sure.
There's a couple from a couple buddies. There's a couple from a couple parents. Like kid left his glasses at clinic. Mm-hmm. Somebody left a water bottle. You know, I've got those kind of texts. I look down. I've got 12 to 14 messages from Amanda.
Uh-oh.
And I'm thinking, what's wrong? Goodness gracious. It's like 8 pictures of new dogs.
Oh, no. The pressure is on.
Then the text messages that go with the pictures are, and I won't call you out by name. Hey, got to talking to so-and-so last night. I think we're doing Coco, our current dog. I think we're doing her wrong by not having her buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm falling in that trap.
So this is the route we're taking.
Leo.
This is the route we're taking. Hey, I mean, are we being bad dog parents by not having her a friend every day? She's here all day by herself. These are the messages I'm now going through as I'm making my way home. Then I come in. Hey, did you get those pictures?
Oh, no.
Hey, you know what? One of these will be ready on Maddie's birthday.
Now we're getting kids involved.
So now you're going to bring that into it?
Well, look, we assume, and again, I don't know what breeds, if it's different, but a lot of times once the dog is older, they don't want another dog there. All of a sudden now that dog's getting some of their attention. All of a sudden they're very, again, maybe not.
With this breed, I think
mine,
it is better to have twos.
Mine,
I'm not sure.
So if you bring them, we got 2 Dachshunds one time. We brought them home as puppies together.
Yeah.
So they fought like crazy with each other. But But a lot of times with an older dog, they're like, "Who's this in my area, in my space?"
Is that what you think that's what they say?
Kind of what they say.
Hey, Coco, she's here all day by herself. She needs a friend.
Yeah,
she doesn't have anybody to lean on. Like I got this. Hey, when it's storming. Yesterday it stormed for about an hour at our house.
It did.
And this was before I left. And I was like, yeah, I got it. She was all next to me. She was nervous and worried. She didn't like the thunder. Get all that. Well, I mean, if there's another dog here, you wouldn't have even had to worry about that. Really?
Of course, typical me. You're saying, well, these dogs, they say better. That was started by the people who sell them.
Yeah, sure.
You need 2 of them.
I will tell you this.
3's even better.
Everybody that has, I think everybody that has 2 dogs always tell me, and I don't know situation better, but hey, you only got 1? Right. Like, that's so much better with 2. Hey, I'm going to tell you something. I heard that with kids. It's really not.
Okay. More responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you,
Little
for
more
somebody
pressure,
that's been in your situation, that's how I got.
Let's just call it.
I mean, goodness gracious.
That's how I got another dog. And
Hey,
then,
if you got 3, you might as well have 4.
and having more than
Where's
one
it
does
in?
not help the one that has thunder or storm issues. It does not help that one. Yesterday, the storm that came through, I went and turned on a movie that had like a lot of action into it and turned it up real loud to hopefully drown out all the thunder, and it actually helped with Jack. He kind of was chilled out. I think he couldn't tell what the action was from the movie versus the thunderstorm outside. So
he was just
want-
scared half to death.
I'm just going to scroll here. Now,
Look at those
no,
dogs.
No, I want you to understand something.
What color you
This
going?
happened, what I'm showing you, and I'll stop scrolling when it gets back to last night. What I'm showing you now has been going on since I left the house this morning, okay? I want you to look at this. Look at these messages.
Oh, a red
Look at these
merle.
messages.
Look at that.
Look at these messages.
Okay.
All right, right there is when it stops from, then goes to last night. Everything you just saw is from this morning.
Wow.
I almost want to send a text to the person that was with just a bird emoji, okay, and not even explain myself.
Yeah, that floated this little
That floated
idea.
this. I mean, it was like the icing on the cake last night for this. I mean, it was just, and the pressure was so much at the house last night, and I hadn't seen everybody in hours. Like it felt like it'd been 24 hours since I'd seen anybody. You know, everybody at home at once, and so I was wanting to have a good night, kind night, nice night. Hey, miss y'all. Daddy misses y'all. Like glad to see everybody, but the pressure was just went and locked myself in the room, turned the U.S. Open on. Tried to forget about it.
You're just going to show
and I thought
up
it would go away, and then this morning it's
Full
on.
court press.
Hey,
So
wouldn't this be great?
So you're getting beat down.
Hey, this one is ready, Maddie. The day of Maddie's birthday.
Mm-hmm. So do you think this push is going to get you?
I think
mean,
it is.
Is there any way to fend this one off?
I think it's going to get me, but I'm going to try to get something out of it myself.
Oh,
So here's why I say that. There's going to be
you're
some,
wanting something?
Well, there is another request in regards to the house right now, and I think I'm going to force a choice on that. In other words, we're not going to be able to do that. But
If we get a dog?
We can't do that.
Oh, I got you.
Now-
One or
now-
the other.
We are going to have some stuff done. I don't want people thinking, well, Helms gave in. There are some things being done with the bathrooms in the next couple months. That's settled. We're going to get that done. But there's an outside yard project that is being floated, like really a lot of pressure there too. And so I'm going to basically, I think, got to think about this, Helms. I think I'm going to go, hey, no yard project if we do this.
Yeah.
Just can't do it.
Yeah.
One or the other. Honey, what you want?
Now, that being said, I think she's probably going to choose this option.
You're going to get a dog.
A lot of pressure.
Good luck with that.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, this one, you know, I know what you're saying. I mean,
Really
you
hard
can,
to
you
turn
can
that down, by the way.
I know. You can fend a lot of things off, but at some point it just beats you down so much, you're like, whatever. You know? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait. They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dak Prescott here. Why do I choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because better sleep elevates my game. Only my Sleep Number 360 smart bed helps me fall asleep faster, keeps me cool, and effortlessly adjusts for my best sleep. The result? 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. That's more focus, more edge, and more highlights. And that means more wins for all of us.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off all orders with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
We've learned that our busy schedule does not mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh takes care of the shopping and prepping, which saves time and stress on those hectic weeknights. Plus, they save you money. HelloFresh is not only cheaper than the grocery store, it's also 25% cheaper than getting takeout. HelloFresh lets you choose from over 30 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items every week, including quick and easy meals to delicious snacks and sides. And just because summer's coming to an end, that doesn't mean the fun has to. HelloFresh now has family-friendly baking kits featuring do-it-yourself sweets the whole family can get on, like peanut butter cup brownies with chocolate coconut ganache frosting. Get 16 free meals across 7 boxes with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
We are rolling back now, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we roll on back, this portion of the show is brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. You know, we've been talking about Field of Greens. Absolutely love this product. Rick has talked about how it's really helping him. This is an all-natural product that's powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-packed herbs and prebiotics. That's right. We all know about probiotics, but there's also a thing called prebiotics.
Yeah.
It's proudly 100% made in America with all American ingredients. They have organic, gluten-free, vegan, and free. It works fast and is something that you need to try. Field of Greens is the product. It is far superior and costs less than a lot of other things out there that claim they're doing good for you. The facts are most of us don't make the best food choices, so we're not getting those ingredients that we need to have a healthier life, and that's where Field of Greens comes in to make sure that happens. It's all we need. The simple nutrition is there, and it's packed full of it with Field of Greens at fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba. You're going to save 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. The website, again, is fieldofgreens.com, and use code Bubba to save 15%, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, let me bring our buddy Blazing Silverman over to the mic. Come on over here, kid. This your mic debut. Look at him. Here he comes, fired up, ready to go.
One right here.
Yeah, we keep throwing different things at him. He goes to UAB right now, and he is fired up, ready for the Blazers. They open their season Thursday night against Alabama A&M at Protective Stadium. And I asked him if he was going to the game the other day, and he looked at me and went, yes, of course I'm going to the game. You still planning to go, buddy?
I don't know.
Oh, now it's I don't know?
What do you mean you don't know?
What's up with that?
It's at 8 o'clock. I got to be up early.
Seven. And I got to be up early too, Mr. Buddy.
So there, y'all can ride together.
Yeah. And guess what? Guess what? I don't get to vapor because normally my last hit is in the third quarter, but they want me to stay and intro the big fireworks
All right,
show.
do you even know what vapor means?
Vapor.
Okay, so a couple things.
Thank you.
We
We
need to
assume he
explain.
knows.
We assume he knows what vapor means,
Right.
And also, do you know what a hit means?
No.
Okay. So
Wow,
given
okay.
that, I knew
He's
I
going to
figured
actually
that.
be fighting people.
As I'm around a lot more younger people with this tennis thing, I'm finding out they have no idea what we're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, you had to explain Doghouse to them.
I did. Serious business.
So my last promo on the Jumbotron that I have to do on the mic, my last responsibility is normally midway through the third quarter. So a lot of times I will stay later, because normally they're pretty good games.
Unless it's
but then we all love to beat traffic, right?
Yeah, who don't?
Who don't love that?
Especially when you got to be at work real
Right.
early the next day.
Right. So so sometimes I will leave a little early and then throw it over to the radio broadcast and let them take me home
Sure.
and listen to how it finishes. They do a great job, the Blazer play-by-play guys. But they just sent me the script, and they want me to stay and intro and MC the fireworks show
Well, heck yeah.
at the end.
Oh wow,
So,
that hurt.
Where do you go? Ready for fireworks.
So I guess I'll be seeing Sticks is what I'll be seeing. Wow. That's 11 o'clock.
That's 11 if you want to know what sticks is.
Yeah. I just wanted to know how you're transitioning to everything. We're throwing a lot at you today. You good?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, that's good. So I think that you're going to need to go at least to halftime.
You go at least be there.
I'll do it.
So what's the response
So
been
you
with
can
all?
see Speedy on the big Jumbotron.
What's the response been with all your buddies now that you're on and Blazing Silverman? Is that going over well? How's everybody liking the nickname?
They're enjoying it.
No, are they? Do they like it?
They do.
I think you kind of got off pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean,
they've been
being
a lot worse.
going to UAB and having that Blaze in there,
Yeah.
Blazing Silverman. I think there's some that probably don't ever want anybody to know their name.
Yeah, we normally warn the interns if you act like you don't like a certain name, when the audience will vote for it just because of that.
Yeah.
So if it's one you don't like, act like you love it.
Be thankful you weren't here during the summer of the Beaver.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
weird.
no, he's right.
I'm not making that up.
Yeah, every name had a beaver tied to it.
It did. It probably shouldn't have, but it did.
Yeah, you could have been Blazing
Wow.
Beaver
There you go.
during that run.
In fact, I like that better.
All right, well, that's it. I just want to call you over. I see you're multitasking with TV. We got you in there recording. You're getting show prep ready. And so is it working out for you? You
Working
good?
out well.
Now, are you an early riser? So is this easy for you or is this really hard?
I'm a late riser.
Oh, so this is this hurting?
Not really. I've just been adjusting to it.
Okay. What kind of commute do you have coming in?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. Do you get sleepy again?
Not really.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's
It'll hit
good.
you about 2 o'clock today.
You know what, though? This is a good young man because no matter how he feels, he's going to say it's okay.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
smile.
that's true. He clearly lying about half of it.
Yeah.
But I get it.
right. But
especially that part about getting up and doesn't
right.
matter. Oh, it's great.
He's like, no, it's just doing fine. Inside, he's going. Yeah.
He's like, I hate Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Right.
But besides that, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, no. And look, it's fine. I'm loving getting up early, but inside he's going.
Speedy's playing.
I'm sorry. All right, buddy.
I am concerned how quick you gave in to him pressuring you to be at the game till halftime.
Not that bad.
I mean, you gave in real quick.
He's not going.
Only halftime.
Yeah. Look,
he's
hey,
not
look,
going.
I'll never know if you go or not.
I'll take a picture. I'll take a picture.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah.
Or
Little proof.
Yeah, or just scream at me.
Stay in it.
Throw
and I
stuff
just
at
look
him.
up.
Speedy, it's blazing.
All right.
And
So
when you
buddy,
meet him, you may need a minute.
So you went there.
all right, buddy, that was it.
All right, good job.
Good
There
job.
he goes.
All right, there he goes. Right, look at him. There he goes. Go, run back to Adler because you need to learn.
There
some
he
stuff in
goes,
there.
blazing
There you
beaver. Well, I wouldn't say how it would sound if we actually did.
But how did we get to that?
Well, we
were talking about
intern.
intern
But
day.
every
it's
name
not
had to have
now.
something
But
beaver
it's
on
not
it.
now.
Of course, the audience didn't act right about it.
They didn't, and that's why we had to shut
Well,
it
they
down.
try-
That's why there was no fall of
But
beaver.
a lot of
That's exactly why. Or that'd been a great way to bring the interns back.
I know.
I think a lot of times they're just trying to make you proud. Is when they call. When they call, and they're like,
Well, let's be honest, guys.
I wanna make
Somebody
Greg
just
laugh.
calling and straight up voting is kind of boring. You got to have somebody zing one in there.
I'm gonna be honest, and I know it frustrates Rick to no end. Get that, but my favorite thing is when somebody calls to vote and they use something that's not on the list.
Oh, I know.
My favorite thing.
Drives him nuts.
And I hear you out there. I know you're listening. Keep doing it.
Oh, I think it's.
But
I think
part
it's
of why
gold.
it's
I
so
think it's
good
gold.
is A, it's funny, but B, just see his reaction.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, he really hates this. This is good.
It's funny.
All right, so that'll wrap it up, and the main show will start here in a second. We got a number of stories, a lot of U.S. Open stories here, Helmsy, that I thought about.
Yeah.
How's Tiger doing?
That'd be different sport.
Yeah,
buddy.
this is
Like
for
to see them
tennis.
change the name. They can't both have the same.
I
name.
don't know that I've ever seen
It's confusing.
a.
It'd be like calling the World Series both the Super Bowl.
Right.
They're both the Super Bowl. No.
I've
One's
never
World Series,
never
one's
seen a
Super Bowl.
player stop the match and request to can I go change because what I'm wearing is getting in the way.
All
I
right.
don't know that I've seen that.
That
I've
excuse
never
probably
seen
never
a
been
player go so negative on a sponsor
I know.
who puts the
publicly.
clothes on your back during the matches. Yes, that was interesting.
Yeah.
used. Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. Main show starts
Rick
next.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's it. They're trying to keep the money coming in from the dealer mills that are still out there.
Look, y'all, you can see his little hand.
Yeah, but that may not be him, y'all.
What's he doing with his hand?
Y'all,
Is that a signal?
Do we have a Richard pretend he's really dead as well?
Well, I made it very
scratching
clear
like it's a claw?
in the kickoff hour. I want him to either do one of two things:
All right.
get out and live, or die. One of the two.
Helms.
You have got to. I'm tired of these updates.
You want some closure?
I do. Either get out there and live the final years of your life the best of your ability that you can, Richard, or just go on in. One of the two. I'm tired of having us cover up blankets and get out of cars.
You know what this is, Helms? You know what you're saying? This is James Brown without the official death notice.
Yes.
Remember we would never bury James Brown?
Yeah.
And finally we just started screaming, I don't care where we bury him, just bury him somewhere.
Couldn't he-
You know what I mean? How we got to that point?
Yep.
Couldn't Richard just give us a thumbs up or something? We could.
I'm more disturbed that
tried.
he doesn't have access to his house through his garage. He's having to walk outside and go back into the house.
It is California.
That is a bad
It's
setup.
California.
Just
The
think
old
that,
detached.
that face behind that blanket licked your eye. I had to bring it up every time.
Oh, that's a good one.
I got to work it in, but he
I
was
was
right
wondering
there,
if
that
you were
same
gonna-
face.
if I was going to get through this without
That hand that was out from there grabbed Speedy's head.
Sure did.
See, now
And
there's
his
somebody
butt.
listening for the first time, and they don't know what he's talking about. They think he's
That's what makes it better. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now Steve Harvey. They were trying to get Steve Harvey on camera. I guess they assumed he would say something negative about Trump. And so when asking him to grade President Trump on how he was doing, he says, well, as far as what he promised me, he's doing it. He said that Donald Trump appears to be a man of his word, at least as far as where he's concerned. He says, I've been doing a lot of work with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Ben Carson and I are going out there working on housing for underprivileged people, setting up some centers around the country. He said, I've been working with Ben Carson. I met with HUD. It's actually going really well. God willing, we're going to work it out. Everything that Trump told me would happen if Ben Carson could be placed in control of HUD seems to be happening. He summarized. He's keeping his word, and he said he's doing what he did. He's doing what he said he would do.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't erase that tape.
So now you got a real problem now because you've got
how'd that ever get out?
You got Steve Harvey, who they've yet declared not to be black. Yeah. Because he hasn't been so conservative that they take away his blackness.
But they did criticize Trump for
there's
picking
the video.
Harvey.
There's the video. Can we hear it? Let's hear him say it.
Yeah, and they criticized him for what?
Some of them were saying when he picked Steve Harvey, they were like there were other people that were more qualified to handle this situation than a celebrity. They accused him of just wanting to have a celebrity name tied to Trump.
So you really, I mean, I hate
but
to,
maybe for the job they were doing, it needed some celebrity.
Steve Harvey's defended himself. He's like, I grew up that way. I know probably as much as anybody.
And so did Ben Carson. So taking two successful men that actually had lived in this type of housing and came out of this type of setting,
I think that makes them qualified.
that both now have influence and the money to help and the influence to help. You don't want them working on it?
Rick.
Yeah, okay.
Again.
So here's Harvey.
He's walking the streets of. You were like the first African American to come out and meet with Donald Trump. How do you think he has done so far? Has he lived up to anything that you guys talked about?
Well, I mean, as far as doing what he promised me he'd do, he's doing it.
What was that?
You know, I'm working with HUD.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some housing for underprivileged people. We're gonna set up some centers around the country. I've met with HUD. It's going really well. God willing, it'll work out.
So you're happy about what Trump's been doing in terms
I didn't
of what you
say
said?
that.
Oh, you're not happy?
I mean, look.
How do you feel about it then?
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
All I said was
that you're working with HUD.
He's keeping his word to what he said he would do.
So there's been follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you been working with Ben Carson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you think he keeps getting caught in elevators and like goofy things keep happening to that guy?
Stuff happens.
Come
man.
on, you got to joke with him about that.
No. I don't mess with him about that. Can I take a picture with you? Thank you, folks.
Nice.
So there you
and
are.
Ben Carson, he's making fun of.
Right, because he got stuck. Yeah, but at the end of the day, this may be one of the worst losses for the far left until they declare that Steve Harvey's not one of them anymore and he's no longer black.
Well,
but because what you have here is an African American celebrity who definitely does not lean to the right. And
he knows they're out to get him.
Right,
You
you
know,
see
he
him
was very
laughing about it. You see him laughing about it.
Yeah, oh yeah, here I am.
Yeah, and did not even vote for Donald Trump, but now is saying that Donald Trump, as far as the little area of the world that I feel called to, Ben's in charge. Ben's doing a good job. We're making a difference, and everything he told me he would do, he's doing. And this is another strike against the left in this one. He's doing something they claim to care about, and that is taking care of those underprivileged who struggle to find housing. So this is a huge loss for them. I mean, they can't find anything in this that they should be mad about. Now, they will be.
Yeah,
they'll
absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know how Steve finds time to do anything with all his shows.
Well,
I mean, he's busier than Jeff Brooks. You know what I mean? Really.
When he told us on the air that he basically has so many kids, he has one show per kid.
Right.
And that way, that show funds that particular kid.
Right. That's
funny.
funny.
But I saw the previews of this. He's doing this thing with these little
big shots.
The little kids, yeah.
Well, just like how Greg can't watch. I mean, Speedy can't watch award shows.
No.
Right.
Greg can't watch overly talented young kids.
Yeah.
It drives him crazy. There's nothing.
Mostly just in sing and dance.
Can I ask you, since you
That's a good
mentioned
question.
that?
I'd like to know that. Sing and dance
is what gets me more. Now, if they're like juggling or something, I can live with that.
Really?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we start this hour, it has been this way since the attack on America way back on 9/11. We start with our national anthem. 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hey, man. Thanks for being with us. We'll unpack another one today. Kickoff hour is behind us. Now the Rick and Bubba Show rolls forward, available on all sorts of platforms, including America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Also on our 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel on the TuneIn app. iHeartRadio has many of our affiliates there if streaming is preferred. Also, we've got our YouTube channel where you can watch us live and archived. Eddie Van Adler in charge of all that. That's an option for you. And when the show is over every day, your audio archives are available via podcast. You can go pick those up on your own time if that is what you prefer. And then most every week, we do a unique podcast called Rick and Bubba University, and that's Bubba and I doing a whole separate interview or discussion for 45 minutes once a week that comes out every weekend. Rick, that's a lot, buddy. How do I find all that out? Simple. Just go to rickandbubba.com. All those options and all that information should be found there. There he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, will you put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey? Bubba, how are you today, buddy?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome in to the little party that we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Let's go. Where did you come from, baby? Come on. Where did you know I needed you? Go, come on, let's go. I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, sexy thing. I started thinking to myself as I was kidding around with the violins right then, can you imagine sitting down and being given that piece to do as a violinist?
A little different than their normal gig.
Because that was before the synthesizer, so we're hearing real violinists on this one. This is not being produced electronically. So you sit down. Look, picture they put their little music stand up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've been hired for this gig today.
You know I love those.
Hot chocolate. Looks like today, men, we're playing You Sexy Thing.
Yeah. You know, I love those videos where especially I think it's even better with the rock bands, the big rock bands, where they bring in the full orchestra to perform, and do the videos of it. I mean, it is just rocking. Which one was that one that we saw first? We always
Metallica.
Metallica. Yeah.
Metallica was one of the first.
What were they doing? Enter the Sandman? What was the song they did? Do you remember?
Was it Enter Sandman? I don't remember.
They did a bunch of songs.
Was it?
They got a whole album, I think.
Yeah, they do have a whole album. We don't have to say the name of it, but they do have a whole album.
Oh, is it a bad album?
It was just weird.
It wasn't the Master Puppet thing?
It wasn't that album.
Well, I'll just say.
Did they have a puppet one?
The video that I saw, them performing was kind of awesome. You know?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
And I don't know that much about them.
You're all about them. You're all about Metallica.
Yeah. Can I tell you what? Can I tell you what's bad? And Greg, you remember the guy.
Not on my playlist.
You remember the guy. But honestly, and boy, you talk about setting myself up from bad email from rockers out there right now that are wearing.
Don't do it, rockers. Don't do it.
Right now, they're wearing a vintage Metallica shirt. They got it on right now, and they hate what I'm about to say. I had zero interest, like Greg. See, it's upset him.
He's all choked up about it.
Wrong pipe.
I had zero interest in Metallica. Still have zero interest in Metallica, And the only thing that brought me to Metallica was this project. I thought, well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I had there's not one Metallica song I care about. I had zero desire for Metallica.
Yeah.
I never was the speed metal guy.
I've been to, of course, that album. They, all the diehards said they sold out when they did Enter Sandman.
Well, of course.
And all that.
Yeah.
Even though it was the most successful album they've ever had, and it sold like millions. But I actually saw them in a concert at a stadium.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's awesome, Greg.
I'm sure we discussed it. I don't recall that.
Where the Atlanta Braves play.
Did you go with that guy that worked with our band some that loved Metallica?
No, it's me and Taylor. Taylor loves
you
Metallica.
and Taylor went to see Metallica?
Listen, what's funny, Metallica came out when I was in high school, right out of high school, and they're still around, and they still sell stadiums out, and Taylor liked them coming up.
I saw him at the sold-out BJCC last year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or a couple years ago, whenever it was.
It's just a taste thing. I know they're talented.
I can name all their band members.
Can you?
You remember when I got busted for forgetting Alex Van Halen?
yeah.
Yes,
which was awful.
That hurt. I can name former and present.
Yeah.
Dead ones and alive ones. So
well, see that, but that's
going too, and I'm embarrassed, but I actually can.
But that's going to make the Alex Van Halen fumble even more heinous.
Is it more egregious?
More outstanding.
Right.
I'm ashamed.
They're like, well, you name Metallica, can't do Van Halen.
I'm sorry. I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah. But I remember we had this guy. Greg, was he a roadie, and he'd move around to the different bands, and he worked with us some.
He loved Metallica.
Wasn't he like a nephew or a cousin or somebody that was in our band for a while?
I see him in my mind.
I don't recall ever.
Name.
You know the guy. I mean, he basically never was seen without a Metallica shirt on.
Oh yeah,
never.
Their fans will buy some merch.
Oh yeah, no one could document him on the day with no Metallica shirt on, and he just lament over the fact that I didn't like Metallica, and I was just like, I don't know, man, it just doesn't. It's not my thing.
Yeah, and that was back in the wheelhouse. That was back in the Master of Puppets days. That was before they sold out and did the Black Album.
Right. I didn't know that was a sellout.
Oh, from the diehards, ain't that right, Adler? A lot of the diehards.
It's a great album.
I think it's a great album.
Well, yeah, all your fans always hate when other fans like you.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Oh, it's not even hip anymore. Everybody likes them. God forbid that happen.
Yeah.
They might actually keep doing what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, they did a couple kind of acoustic kind of sounding songs, and so dudes would start bringing their girlfriends to the show, and that made everybody mad.
Yeah.
Get your girlfriends out of here.
There's chicks here. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Juggling.
Have you seen the TV show, and I can't even think the name of it, where the little kids are judging toys?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one that wins
pretty
gets a
good.
Mattel deal?
Yep.
I like that.
It's kind of strange, but I kind of
Never
got
seen
hooked
it,
on it the
but
other
I saw
day.
the preview of it.
Yeah, I watched an episode. It was pretty good.
I glanced by the other night. They had a kid throwing knives. But
you talking about Little Big Shots again?
Yeah,
well,
back to
my
Little Big-
kids are all into it, and they binge watch it. They were watching it last night, and it was on demand. And you brought up there was an Indian brother combo. One of them was probably 12 or 13. The other was 8. One of them was a pianist, and one of them was a drummer, and they were phenomenal.
I don't mind them playing.
We're talking about
the Little Big Shots. He's talking about the Little Big Shots.
What I'm talking about.
What
no,
about
wait a minute.
singing show
When you
tunes?
said Indian, we talking about running hotels, or we talking about like I was in a tribe?
casino.
No,
Native American.
running hotels.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Because when you throw Indian out now, you got to clarify.
I know.
Because of Christopher
From
Columbus.
the country of
Well, Rick,
India.
you got the casino group and the hotel group.
I know.
It's two
Yeah, let's
different
just break it
groups.
down.
But I do get uncomfortable watching it because of things like I just said, phenomenal. But then they'll bring a little 3 or 4 year old girl on the couch and she sings, and it's like, really? The only reason she was kind of there because she was 3 or 4.
Yeah, so we had a kid
the
throwing
filler.
knives the other night. Now, he could throw the knives pretty good.
Yeah.
But you stand up on the board, but he wasn't getting, you know how the person, of course, they were trying to get Steve to get up there, and he brought a dummy out of himself. And the kid would throw, but he wouldn't hit the dummy, but he wasn't that close to it. I mean, it wasn't that impressive.
All right, let's go back.
I mean, the
this
fact
again.
kid throwing knives pretty good, I guess.
So
I want it to be like, right by
What
your
I'm
ear
saying
and-
is,
What about the wheelchair rapping kid? Did you see
Didn't
that one?
see that one. I missed that one.
Wow.
is Little Big People?
He's
What's it
good.
called? What's it called? Little Big what?
Shots.
Little Big Shots.
Is Little Big Shots really just America's Got Talent with tiny people?
Yeah.
Kinda.
To a degree, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just kid version.
Yeah.
So do we give the kids a pass for not being as good as the adults because they're kids?
In some cases, yes.
So
Yeah.
really, it's
I
just
don't,
amazing
but
that a kid
I
is
think
doing
America
this,
does.
or is it amazing on its own?
I think
That's important.
there's a mixture, Rick.
It
There's
depends
a lot
on
of that,
what's
though,
going
Rick.
on.
There's a lot of that. What makes it kind of amazing because it's a kid doing it. If anybody else is doing it, it's not that big a thing.
Well,
Yeah.
but
Got a
I'll
little
say
of that.
this: the pianist and the drummer brother
that's
combo. Now, if it would have been 2 adults, it'd been impressive. What
So
they were
they're that
pulling
good.
off. So
Well,
they were
yeah,
that
I don't
good.
have a problem with that.
But some of this stuff is like, it's just kids. That's the
Wait a
only
minute,
reason.
Greg, that was musicians. Can you
Yeah,
live
that,
with-
Rick, it's not. I don't have a problem with you playing an instrument. It's just
Singing.
it's that kid.
That's why I
with
asked
the
this
top
question,
hat and the
Rick. I want to see
cane
where he stood on it.
Singing show tunes. That's the one.
That's the kid you can't watch.
I'm not anti-kids doing stuff.
Yeah, just
But
that show tune.
I don't like.
I know. Hello, my name.
Yeah. So you don't like kids singing show tunes?
I'm overly exuberant.
Yeah,
you know.
I know exactly what you're
Like,
saying.
if I sit down and play piano, that's fine. But I'm just full of life, and I'm so exuberant, and I'm dancing,
But-
and other kids are making fun of me.
I'm gonna tell you something. He makes that show, not the kids.
Oh, most
Steve
definitely.
Harvey.
It's unreal. I mean, I watch it for him.
I'll watch Steve Harvey really on any show. Just
Still, Family Feud's the best.
Yeah.
I said it's making me crazy.
Boy, this is right out of Jessica White right here. I mean, it really is. Morgan County Grand Jury, Hartselle, Alabama, indicted a Hartselle man accused of domestic violence, sadly. The Morgan Sheriff's Office has investigated this. Billy George Phillips II.
Billy George.
Billy George Phillips II, 33, has been charged with domestic violence, strangulation, or suffocation, a Class B felony. Did not know that. Here's what happened. It appears the conflict between Phillips and the victim that led to violence allegedly started over biscuits.
Well, Rick, let's not be quick to judge on this.
Right. Says that the argument.
Same thing happened to me one time.
Yeah. Well, sadly, with a different ending.
Yes.
Sadly, this guy did not go the same road you went. It seems like it really got to him. They said he couldn't let it go. Said the argument escalated throughout the day, meaning it started at breakfast
and just kept on going.
And we couldn't stop talking about these biscuits. It does not tell us what was wrong with the biscuits, or
was it a fight over whose biscuit it was?
Who
Was
ate
it
the last biscuit?
Yeah, who
Did you
paid
eat my
for
biscuit?
it?
Yeah.
Where was the problem here?
Yeah. It said that it's actually happened back in September of 2016, and I guess now the indictment is here. He's having his day in court to justify strangling someone over biscuits. I don't know. Now, I love biscuits.
I do too, Rick. Had a couple today.
And I would prefer the biscuit be the way I would like it. Yes, it is a show that is about anything, and it's been around for 28 plus years. The Rick and Bubba Show, established in 1994. Thank you for being with us as we go forward. We got the team all here today. I do have, and apparently Speedy has already been maybe the kickoff hour. Y'all went and you saw this, but didn't tell me. In a rarity, I didn't plan out. My morning routine is being thrown a little bit right now about getting to work, and because my beautiful wife that I love so dearly is usually sound asleep when I'm getting ready to go to work, so I have a routine I work through. In the last 2 days, she's made the mistake, and I told her this was a mistake. She got up yesterday during my time, and I said, "You're going to regret this. You better go back to bed." "I don't know. I'm just awake." I said, "I'm telling you, you're going to regret this." And then yesterday, she said at 2 p.m., like a sledgehammer, hit her in the back of the head, and she took a nap. And I said, "Now you've taken the nap." And I said, "Now you've messed up now. Now you've put yourself on this routine." So I'm sitting in there this morning, and I'm sitting there going through, and I'm going through my Oswald Chambers and going through my prayer time, and I hear the noise, and here she comes. Also, I hear the washer and dryer click on. And I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Is this your new thing?" Washer and dryer. And she's like, "I don't know. I'm just up." And I said, "Well, you're on my schedule now." So that kind of throws off what I normally do, because we've said it 1,000 times. We've said it 1,000 times. They have no regard for what we do for a living and the schedule. And we try to leave and be quiet anytime they're asleep or whatever, or maybe they're having some time. That they're doing something quiet, tiptoe around, trying to make a lot of noise. There is no, when they're up, It is door slamming, drawers slamming, washer, dryer, the blender's going. I mean, it's like, I mean, yeah. So when you see me over here, like with my eyes closed, in the chair praying, it's all right just to be quiet, and so.
What do you think? Because that's universal.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, by golly, the day started. And so anyway, I ended up going to the restroom here at a time I normally don't go.
Okay.
And that's not good because that means now I've gone early. Okay. And so this routine is starting now.
Yeah.
Because once you tell the body this, okay, we'll rotate this throughout the show. And so anyway,
I'm going to keep drinking, huh?
I've noticed that paper towel guy, I think, has cost us 2 urinals.
Yeah.
I made my way to the shared restroom that we have here, and there's 2 urinals that they've shut down today, leaving us only 2. And I'm almost certain those were the 2 urinals that paper towel guy put paper towels in. I think we got to stop paper towel guy. I don't know how to stop him. I don't know how to catch him. We've tried shaming him on the air. That doesn't work. He must not listen to the show. But paper towel guy has got to stop throwing paper towels in the urinal. Yeah. And again, I can't figure out why he's doing it.
I thought you were going to make a sign.
Greg and I did something yesterday, and we, you don't know who it is. And so when we went in to use the restroom yesterday, we happened to be together, and all 4 of the doors were closed. People in there doing their business, and Greg and I took that opportunity so that everyone in there could hear us.
You talked out loud about the paper towels?
We talked out loud about the paper towels, probably said some things that we shouldn't have. Matter of fact, I know we did.
Right.
Well, we were hoping he was in the stall.
But we were hoping he was in one of the stalls, or they may know who is doing it and could pass on that we're very upset about it.
Yeah.
Well, paper towel guys cost us urinals now.
I know.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed that
and I will put up a sign. I didn't want to do that if y'all didn't want me to. Like, I didn't want to, you know what I mean?
It's not the former Red Shoes who is now Gray Shoes. It's not him. I've really kept an eye on.
We may have to just take turns being bathroom attendants.
I know.
Yeah,
we got to stop paper towel guy. He's messing up all the plumbing.
Yeah.
And why
seem to care.
Why you would throw paper towels in a urinal? I just don't get it.
No, I don't need it. It's already got the urinal cookie in there.
Yeah, right. Like I said,
strange name for that device.
Yeah, the way the paper towels are set up, I can only come to one conclusion, that he's grabbing a paper towel as he comes in. He goes over, and I don't know what he's doing with it at the urinal. I don't know that I want to know. And then he's dropping it in the urinal and then urinating.
Or
I can't.
Or that is the most sensible
because he's got to go
answer.
past it.
Or he hates us, he hates life, and now he's doing it on purpose.
Oh, you're talking about a sabotager.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, it's got to be in. If we're laying it out, it has to
We've
be on
got
the
a
list.
sabotager. Who
Well, I'm
would
just
sabotage
saying,
urinals?
I'm just saying that's a possibility.
And how's that against us?
Well,
we've
been outspoken about how grown-ups don't do that.
I do have one person that I think I'm on to.
Oh, really?
Well, I saw something in the bathroom yesterday, and I thought, okay, so you're a paper towel guy. And he went and used the bathroom, then went over there and grabbed a sheet of
before
the
he washed
towel,
his hands,
and then went over to the sink and touched the knob with that he had pulled out.
Remember, I said that was a possibility. He's using it to touch stuff.
Washed his hands, and then took that back, threw that away, got more to dry his hands off.
Could you identify him?
Oh, yeah.
But he didn't put it in the urinal. He just you saw some tendencies there that made you
I'm
believe
like, okay,
he's
so
a possibility.
if you're doing that there, what are you doing over here?
Okay.
Well, I think you're right. I think what we do now, I can't believe he was so emboldened in front of you. That's a good sign. We make him catch him.
Yeah.
Because my plan was that we would go undercover. We'd get a dually or somebody that we know that's in the building here that they wouldn't think was one of us.
Right.
And we have them watching.
Oh, an infiltrator.
Yeah.
Adler had told me he would go in there and just like stand in there for an hour.
But he's gonna see Adler.
Oh, I do that anyway.
Yeah,
I just do that sometimes.
Right.
I think it is a saboteur. I think it's a person because some people just want to see the world burn. They're just evil.
You're right, buddy.
So that's what
and
I
stand back and watch.
That's right. I think that's what it is.
They're like, take that, world.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Take that.
And frankly, I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just I don't like when things are so illogical and not necessary. That drives me insane.
I don't know if the bathroom attendant speaks English or not. And Helmsy, I really wish you knew Spanish.
She does. I talk to her every day. She says, I say good morning to her every day. She speaks English, Speedy.
Well, but I say good morning to her too. And she goes,
I think
she doesn't like
I think
you.
it's very
She doesn't like
limited.
you.
I think her English is very limited. I've tried to have
Sweet
longer
lady,
conversations with her. For instance, when she's standing by the door and she's waiting on somebody, I will sometimes go, "Hey, can I go in there real quick? I'll be in there for like 10 seconds."
Yeah, but
and
it's
little
longer than 10 seconds.
Little
but yeah.
things like that.
Yeah,
I always
it's longer than
beat the guy that's
That's
in
why
the,
she doesn't
in the
like y'all.
bathroom.
She tells me about it all the time. We talk
So-
at length about how she doesn't like y'all.
All right, so she's
I got to
standing
tell you
there.
something. I talk to her in Spanish only.
Yeah. So she's standing at the door waiting, and she's waiting very patiently, and I walk in, and it's pretty active in there, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be a minute.
Yeah.
And
Shadow
so
was waiting on her.
So I saw Rick the 2 urinals with the paper towels in there, and so
Unbelievable.
I'm coming out, and she's still
Grown.
standing there, and I thought, well, I'm gonna talk. Let's see if she knows what's going
What'd you
on.
say?
He tries.
And I said, hey, paper towels, and she went. And so I was like, well, she doesn't
guess
know what
that
I'm
does.
saying.
Well, paper towels is a
That
tough
could have
word.
meant.
That could have been anything.
Yeah, you
Fill
should have
up
been a
the
little
paper
more.
towels, lady. It's probably what she thought you said.
No, I just thought, and I
You're
was
laying
like,
down your job.
You're right, Adler. She probably thought you were
well, I was
going,
like,
hey.
how about the paper towels? And I was just going to see if she could understand what I was saying.
You should have added urinal.
Well, and she went,
Buddy,
So
that
I'm
was
like,
very
I don't know.
confusing. So
on
you're
both
saying,
of them.
Adler, he's loving the plastic over 2 urinals a day and us not being able to use them.
Yes.
He loves it.
Some people just like
At
seeing
least
the
he got
world
that
burn.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I don't think that I could ever get into a biscuit rage. I don't think. Now, it's according to how hungry I am. I mean, but
Have you ever gotten in a fight over food?
Yes, you have.
me and Rick have.
I know you have.
Cornbread. Yeah, that's right. That was the cornbread
He
incident.
pointed, and I looked away, and he snatched my cornbread. And we were real small. We were young.
What'd you do about it?
I popped him upside that knot, and it was on.
It was that was the
Right in
one
the middle of supper.
That's the
Mom
one.
wouldn't have it. Then we both got whippings.
I remember asking Mom if she knew anyone that could control this dog that had attacked me. Because as he was punching
I remember
me,
that.
because it would just be a flurry of tiny little punches, and you'd just be taking the various parts of the body, trying to push him away, like like putting a fire out. So, but
While chewing cornbread.
right, the only thing that I could imagine is something like that, like eating food, taking someone's food. I've never gotten into an argument over how food was prepared. And so I don't know whether that would be it or not. Now we know that Jesco has.
Rick,
yeah.
I mean, this is
Oh.
very much like eggs being too runny.
Oh yeah. You got to have that right. But I've been trying to think, and I don't think I've ever just gotten in a fight over food. I wonder. It had to be you ate my biscuit, and I'm mad.
That would be the fight.
Yeah, had to
took
be. It would
the
have-
butcher knife and put it up to her neck.
Here it
I
is.
said, if you want to live to see tomorrow, you better start frying them eggs a little bit better than what you're frying. And I'm tired of eating sloppy, slimy eggs.
So that
Rick, as I look back at this story,
That's another example.
yeah, words just jump off the page at me: strangulation, suffocation, Class B felony, biscuits, $10,000 bail set over biscuits.
Yeah.
But do you see what he faces in prison?
Oh yeah,
Over a biscuit.
20 years.
20 years and $30,000 in fines over biscuits.
Do you realize that list you just read is over biscuits?
Biscuits.
Do you realize how much this biscuit argument has to escalate for you to be facing 20 years in prison, $10,000 bail, and $30,000 in fines?
You know, there's a little more detail that I wish we had about this story, but that's
Yeah, including what liquor was he drinking with the biscuit?
yeah. Right.
See that
Well,
seems
look,
to be-
y'all have been and y'all have judged biscuits. We all have in various cook-offs. I mean, this group loves biscuits as much as anybody.
Everybody had one this morning.
Yeah.
I'll put a biscuit on in my top 3.
Yeah.
If there's biscuits to be had, I am in.
Well, you can just do so much with it.
I just love them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Make
if
a
they're done right.
sandwich. You can eat it on its own.
There's no negative.
syrup
I'll tell you.
on it. and
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Jelly.
A little Dreamland barbecue sauce on a biscuit. That's good.
Can I tell you?
Dip
one-
it right in it.
Can I
Hair
tell
on
you?
a biscuit.
I'll tell you this. I don't mind a canned biscuit.
Oh, I like a good
Oh,
canned biscuit.
yeah. I
Yeah,
know.
I go can.
Hey, I found these at,
not my
at
preference,
Walmart.
but I'll
They're
take
real
it.
thin. I forget it. Aunt somebody. And I like my biscuits thin.
ants.
Man, you put them in the oven, they taste good.
I'll tell you this.
Overcook them a little bit, ham.
Some of my favorite moments during hunting season is coming in from the morning hunt to camp house, trying to get some sausage going so I won't be able to smell the musty smell in there. and I'm cooking some sausage, a little bit of bacon, and then I've put in the oven just old canned biscuits.
Old green can, traditional.
And those babies come out of there and just be crispy
Hungry,
and warm.
happy,
and just flaky, and open that up and put that brand new sausage I just got out of there in there.
You talking about Hungry Jack? They still got those?
Leaving the sausage and bacon grease in the pan and then put my eggs in there.
Absolutely.
And cooking scrambled eggs in that grease.
Oh, yeah.
And then throw that out.
I'm just getting excited.
Let me tell you something. I sit at that table, and Big Papa is happy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about I'm so thrilled. Now, I will say, now that I've thought about it, if somebody messed with those biscuits, it could be trouble.
Yeah, you might whoop somebody over a biscuit.
I mean, you just kind of get in a zone. Before you know it, you're strangling somebody.
Right.
Well, we really don't know who he was strangling over.
Yes.
No, it just no,
what the
you're
dispute
right. I'll
was
give you
about,
that.
right?
Yeah.
I nearly went to blows once over a burrito.
Yeah,
really?
You were wrong in that one.
I was.
That was on you.
Looking back, that was on me.
That was on you.
You just were hungry and kept taking.
Yeah, I took somebody's.
Yeah, while we were
And
waiting
you
in line
should-
to order, they had theirs, and he didn't know them.
You shouldn't do that. That's
Wait a minute, you took somebody's food you didn't know?
Real hungry. Yeah, that was a mistake. And I shouldn't have done it. It was the wrong thing to do. It was very rude behavior.
I had to buy the man another burrito.
Right.
Really?
That's bad when I'm the one that's settling it and making the piece.
Yeah.
At one time, and of course, we were toe-to-toe, and, of course, I had some burrito on my face. We were ready to go.
Sure. And then there's that time that
you're hungry,
that Greg paid $50 for a hot dog. But we won't get into
Don't
that.
bring that up. Don't bring
Look, I get that when you're hungry. So I don't know what this was. I wish they'd tell us what was wrong with it.
dog.
Yeah.
I wish. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Walking through the book of Genesis today, chapter 33. And we'll walk through that at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel from this very studio. Then it'll be archived soon after for your consumption on your own time, either on our YouTube channel or the audio-only archive on our podcast channel, whichever you prefer. All right, so mypillow.com/Bubba, loving it back to comfort. It is the biggest bed sheet sale ever, and it is going on right now. And, man, we've got a variety of colors. We've got all sizes during this super sale. Let me give you an example of the kind of savings that we are talking about. The queen size that normally would be priced at $89.98 is now only $39.98, and that is a $50 savings. That's easy to do the math on that one. And you can find that at mypillow.com/Bubba. Substantial savings. Now, if you want to look at kings or any type, they're $49.98. The twins are just $29.98. Prices like this, you can go ahead and order now, and you can stockpile. You can, it's always good to have two sets of sheets, when you're washing them and changing them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then, of course, gifts coming up. Christmas is here. If once you get a little older, young people, Christmas is here and all. It's already here. September's tomorrow. It's here. So anyway, go to mypillow.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you'll see there's all sorts of savings going on. But the sheet sale, the bed sheet sale is really, really a big deal. And get that done, all with a 60-day money-back guarantee, as you get with any MyPillow product. All right, so Bubba, a couple things we talked about yesterday. Looking ahead on the show, Dr. Lou will be on the program Friday. Kicking off college football season. We don't do a big kickoff of week 0. We don't even know what that means. But week 1, and are there any good matchups on week 1?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Nobody get mad at me. I don't know.
Come on, Rick.
Come on, Rick, get with it.
Top 5.
Come on now.
matchup.
What's that?
Notre Dame and Ohio State play.
Okay, so we'll watch Notre Dame.
And
Disappoint everybody again.
and Oregon.
Georgia and Oregon play.
That's a good
It's a
one.
good one. Get to see Bo Nix.
There's
gotta
two
be-
games right there settled in for your Saturday.
So
Okay.
Bo Nix's first game as a starter at Auburn on the kickoff was against Oregon, And now he's playing. And he will be. Is he the starter? I assume he is.
Well, I
have
don't
no
know.
idea.
I
Good
haven't
question.
Yeah, I don't keep up with duck football that
You
much.
don't? You ain't on top of the
ducks? Hey, man, look at our 1,000 uniforms.
That guy's
But
And
anyway,
the team that everybody's hot for is Utah. They're like, oh man, they're going to be great or whatever. They open up against Florida,
Yeah.
so we'll see how they look.
they've had some good teams. There's no doubt about that. I can never take them serious.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, and
I'll
I know,
give you that.
and I know they're good, and I know they have a good team. I've seen them have. I remember when what's his name was there, and they were good, and they beat Alabama in that Sugar Bowl that time, and so they'll rise up, and they'll. But I just don't ever. I can't. When somebody says you think Utah's going to win the national championship, my answer without even looking, I always go, nah, no way. Yeah. So I mean, but you think they'll be pretty good? Yeah, they'll be pretty good. Are they a good ball club? Yeah. Championship? Nah. But they could surprise me and finally do it. I don't know, before we get to this piece of video here about football, sort of, what are we going to do after what y'all have shown me and the listeners of this program and the viewers of this program, the commentary I'm hearing on Lee Corso. Now, I thought Lee Corso retired.
I did too. I was shocked he's still on the broadcast. I'm glad he is. Don't get me wrong.
Well, you won't. I'm not sure you will be this year because I think this year.
Well, even badly, he's good.
What bothers me, I feel bad, like we said yesterday, for Kirk Herbstreit, because it's almost like have you ever done a job that was grueling and you thought it was over, you thought you had accomplished it, and you did what you felt called to do, and you tried to do the right thing, and then somebody says, "We want you to do it again," and you're like, "I thought that was it." And so I can't imagine how this is ruining Kirk Herbstreit's. It's ruining it so much that Kirk Herbstreit looks different now.
What happened there? What was that about?
But what y'all played for me yesterday, it's like I don't know that I can take a college football season that features 2 Joe Bidens. Okay, I mean, I'm already uncomfortable watching the president try to speak. We got some of that again today. Now I've got to watch the same thing in sports with Corso. I've got to live through Lee Corso and Joe Biden all in one season.
Comparable.
Yeah, and so I don't know what ESPN is doing. I don't know if they're being cruel to the elderly while claiming they're being nice. This window has closed for Lee Corso. He can't put together a coherent sentence.
All right, so go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I saw some of that live, and you know how I am with secondhand.
Yeah.
It was already tough because they were all like zooming in from different locations, and there was some uncomfortable pauses, but we were trying not to step on top of each other. And then they would send it to him, and he had like a tailgate party going on in his backyard, and he was set up with his little anchor desk in his backyard. And it was just really hard to watch.
Now, why was this? Is this COVID? Why were they doing this?
I don't know if it was because it was week 0, and so they just didn't want to put the effort in of getting there, or if it had something to do with that, Rick. I don't think it did.
I'll tell you what it is. And Bubba, you've talked about it. This is that thing because in a tight situation, Zoom can be a good thing.
Yeah, really can.
But we have made a mistake of thinking now it can be the thing. No, this is not the thing. Zoom is never as good at this point than doing it, the way that we have done it for years.
It's a backup quarterback.
It's a backup quarterback. It is not a starter, and we're trying to make Zoom technology a starter.
Yeah,
especially on long form stuff.
But didn't Reese Davis talk about Lee Corso?
So that's what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, you need to see
it
this
was
headline.
so bad Saturday
really?
that Reese Davis felt like he needed to say something and make a statement about it.
Really? I didn't
and
know
this was what he said. Okay, he said, "I would encourage the people who were perhaps, to use your word, this was in this interview, unkind or cruel, to reserve a little judgment." He went on to say he's doing great, speaking of Corso. I speak to him regularly, and this weekend in Columbus, I think you'll see a much more comfortable environment, and you'll see him be able to deliver as he still does, which is remarkable. His mind is still razor sharp at the age of 87. He said, "I should be so fortunate if I'm blessed to make it far in my life."
Totally agree with that last statement. Everything else before that's delusional. It's a nice thing to say. It just isn't correct.
Yeah.
And so then that kind of gets us to this. We saw highlights, and people keep sending me more and more videos of this mascot football league. Is this just a pregame promotion we do? And where the mascots go out, we saw the Braves mascot running over stiff-arming kids. But is this something they're doing on a regular basis because I'm getting more videos. I saw one where the kids actually hurt the Baltimore Ravens. I don't know how recent that was or if that's an old video.
How about I love these videos?
Yeah, but mascots playing Little League teams, youth football teams, and these people in the mascot costumes, and which is the reason why I didn't take T-Rack lightly, they're running over people. I mean, they're not playing any. Yeah.
That is good.
Yeah, look, they're trash talking the kids.
Let's toughen them up a little bit.
Yeah,
they need it.
Look at the play from the Colts
that's
mascot.
hilarious.
Yeah, and they trash talk and Bubba, look at the chipmunk go. Good night.
It's a gopher.
That's the
It's
gopher.
the Minnesota gopher.
Gosh, he's fast.
He trucked the kid.
Yeah.
And
These
kids
mascots.
and they're a little older. They're teenagers.
Yeah,
They're
look,
like middle school kids.
Please
almost.
look at the golden gopher is a handful. Look, here's the Broncos. He's in. That kid
he
didn't
jumped over a kid.
Yeah, that kid didn't give much of an effort there. So I don't know what that is. It's a pig of some kind.
You see him push
That
him
looks
up.
like a hockey mascot.
It's a pig of some type. Yeah, it is hot. Uh-oh. I don't know what this thing is. That's a Jaguar from Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Look, he's showing the kid the ball, and he's in. They got good speed.
Watch this Tony.
Oh,
right here.
my goodness.
That's the basketball mascot. Remember when he did that before?
yeah.
That's his thing.
Yeah,
to
that's-
do
Oh
this-
my goodness!
Look
at that
this
one.
right here. Look at the Viking.
That'll
Bubba.
get you 15
Yeah,
yards.
he's better than the actual team.
I know it.
What
What is that, McGruff? Who is that?
McGruff, what a good one.
Please look
Get
at
out of the way,
Did you see
official.
Santa
Oh,
running
look
up
at
there?
the speed of the Colt.
Oh, the coat's impressive.
How
Yeah.
do their heads staying on? That's amazing.
Boy, look at
Did
them
you
guys.
see
giant cowboy hat.
Rick, did you see the play they just ran?
Yeah, they run misdirection. The mascot has a lot. They have a lot of misdirection. That is hilarious.
That is fantastic.
So
They did the old who's got it where they get
yeah.
in a huddle and they all break off and nobody knows who's got the ball.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
funny.
I don't know if you have it or not, Adler. You can look for it. I know we're out of time. It might have been an old video, but it's Harbaugh with the Ravens, and they show the Raven get hurt in one of these games, and he gets asked about it at the press conference, and he gets tickled because they're asking, and he's like, "Well, we got to get an MRI," and he realizes he's talking about the mascot, and they show the Raven full costume being put on that cart and stabilizing his leg. And when Harbaugh is asked about him like he is the rest of the Ravens on how he's doing, he gets tickled. So I think that every now and then the mascots get hurt. But I tell you one thing, right now it looks like they dominate.
The visual,
Look,
of that.
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, they got him on the cart.
He's smiling.
That is hilarious.
How do you know he's smiling?
Well,
So that little deal, apparently this has been going on since 2019.
That's
the best
funny.
of Pee Wee football kids versus mascots.
okay, and they
And
do like
some variety.
and they do pregame promotions with it. I guess.
So.
That
I
is
don't
hilarious.
Man, that's funny. Man, it's funny.
Just grown
It
men
really
just
is.
trucking kids.
Hey, how about this? I think I picked the Golden Gopher immediately. Him
Oh,
and the
he's
Broncos.
fast. He's
Him and
really
the Colt.
fast.
He's a handful.
I'll take him and the Colt.
Yeah, the Colt goes.
Those are like the two most athletic. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell us what was wrong with the biscuits. Is he mad how they were prepared? Did she take the last
We
one?
need a little more information on this.
Right.
Boom.
So that we're missing very valuable details there.
Yeah.
We're bringing in some students that have showed up outside with signs, and I do want to say this for those of you that will take the time to do it, what apparently they've done. You know, the golden ticket seat thing is always kind of if you haven't reserved your seats, you never know whether everybody's going to show up and there'll be no seats, or some won't show up and there'll be a few. And if you decide to show up outside the window, it really is a gamble. Because there may be something available, there may not.
May not. You never know.
Now, in this particular case, about half of the audience did not show today, and half did. So there's a few seats available. So now there's been a very exuberant bunch outside the window, and I think they've been here before. This is
Scholars Bowl.
Yeah, I think
this is that Scholars Bowl thing, and
that we all know nothing about.
well, that's the thing. Even though they seem like nice people, they've made some cool signs, and their enthusiasm for the show, I really appreciate.
Yeah.
But then on the other end of the spectrum, one thing I don't enjoy is being around people that make me feel stupid. To me, that's not enjoyable. You know what I mean? And which is why I handpicked this staff so that I never feel that way.
That's a great point.
But what I'm saying is these people are Scholar Bowl champions.
Yeah.
And I think that I think we have some wisdom because of our age.
Well, there's
and what we-
areas that we're better than other things.
Right, right.
You know,
But-
it's,
but
a lot of it is learned history because we've lived it.
Right.
And the beauty of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, we have a giant window for those of you who have not been here, probably, 40, 60 foot long or so.
It's a big one.
And
Big old
you can
window.
just show up outside the studio here and look in, kind of like at the zoo.
Right.
Check it out. It looks
Yeah.
like, Bubba, they're toting some type of cake or something.
Well, that's what helped them too. Bubba
Yeah.
just said in today's daily.
No, you said it was a cookie.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
Cookie
talking about.
cake.
But here's what I was going to say. You just said a minute ago to the camera when Adler
CJB.
doing his daily documentary, which Extreme Club members have every day there, along with their archives and other fun stuff. Adler's been doing a daily documentary that people are loving, and then it's eventually going into the programming.
Is anybody clearing that before it airs?
Yeah. Well, he's having fun with it. I'll tell you that. Also, it provides us more content on RBTV for the.
Look, there's
24
somebody
hour.
else outside the window.
Yeah, and so Bubba just mentioned that he considers cookies to be one of his favorite foods, and so when the Scholar team showed up at the window, at first he looked up and said, "Look, they got some sort of cake." I said, "Oh no, that's one of those big cookies."
Oh, well, that moved you right at the front. See, and I didn't want to say a type of cookie because I didn't want to narrow the list.
Oh no, well then you have.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
might have-
I didn't want to use up all three, just with Girl Scouts.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm talking about is, what if somebody was going to make you a cookie and you didn't mention theirs and they think you don't like it?
Right. So I don't want that to happen.
Right. So
Gosh knows.
So there's a big old giant cookie. There's two really large pictures of our heads on sticks there.
That's funny, by the way.
There that is. I'm not sure what era that came from, but
That's fairly recent.
So we have that going on, and so they're headed to the Scholar Bowl, and they've brought. So we're letting them come in and watch the show. We have room, and we appreciate their enthusiasm.
Where y'all going? Come here and tell us where you're going.
Yeah. Tell us the
Come
whole
here, Cookie Man.
The guy with the cookie gets to be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Is your name Spencer?
It is.
You look like a Spencer.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Are you amazed?
Where y'all headed? Where are you headed to?
We're
today?
just going to Breakout Birmingham. This is our field trip. We had a tournament
okay.
yesterday.
So this is a fun trip. Y'all are
This
not
is.
going to compete today.
No, sir.
Did that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Did you own it?
We came in second. We were close.
That's
We were so close.
More than we could ever do.
Yeah.
They'll dominate
couldn't make
breakout.
the team.
Yeah,
Smart
sure,
people.
sure.
They'll get out of that room in 10 minutes.
I have a feeling I'd be sitting the bench for this team.
Oh,
We
well,
also want to challenge y'all
I
to
would-
a match.
No, thank you.
Come on. We brought some questions.
Well, you already know the answers.
Yeah, but you know the answers to
No,
them.
we don't. We sealed them.
You
We don't
didn't
have no
seal
idea.
You didn't seal
We
them.
had another person make them.
Well, let's have a look at them.
Okay.
Let's have a look at these. We won't do a full blown game, but let's just look at the.
Well,
at the
if you
question.
look at them,
We
everybody's
also
gonna know
brought
what they
y'all
are.
some candied apples.
Well, let's just see if we know the answers.
Candied
to them.
apple.
Yeah.
Feel like I'm at the carnival.
Yeah. So
Rick, candied apple.
It really is
Goodness
a sealed
gracious.
envelope.
Oh, it really is sealed.
Look right here.
So how
That's
would
some caramel.
That's how they get you, Rick. They
Hey, let
seal
me
it
see
up.
'em.
They
Y'all
make
are
it look
too nice.
official.
Y'all shouldn't have done all this. Thank you.
So what happens? You throw it up there. Do we have to buzz in, or we just we try? Huh?
How would
Do
this
we
go?
work as a team or do we do it individually?
We're a team. Y'all are teams. Is that how it works?
Who's going to administer it? Do you know how to do this?
Yeah, give it
right?
to somebody and actually read.
Yeah, Speedy, pass that on.
I was trying to get the answer. So pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. So I know that we talked about this a little bit off the air today, but not on the air. Bubba, I know that you've been working with NASA and giving them some suggestions. And so is Artemis, are we trying to relaunch again Saturday now?
We're supposed to try again Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
And the engineers there at the Kennedy Space Center feel like they have worked around the problems. They had two problems. They had an engine that was not bleeding off. They think that was a sensor problem.
Is that the thing you fixed?
No, I didn't fix it. I was asking a lot of questions about it.
Right,
though. And boy, you know, I'd love to be down there in that white suit with my wrenches in there working on that stuff.
It's this weekend. How come you just didn't pick Space Bros back up?
Oh, Space Bros are grounded till further notice.
Oh, really?
No Space Bros.
And then they had a leak. I think they've got that taken care of. So maybe they'll get it up. Look, there may be 4 or 5 scrubs before they get it going. But once it's flying and they get it dialed in, it's going to be a sweet deal.
Well, Bubba, speaking of that, guess what? Our vice president may have an issue here.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard her statement involving the NASA space program?
No, I have not.
Well, she may be in trouble. She has mentioned that there's two genders apparently. And let me tell you, the non-binaries are not going to like this comment at all.
Well, again, she's misusing the term. I hate to bring this up.
I know she doesn't understand.
Mankind is everybody.
Yes,
mankind
that's what it
is
means.
everybody.
It's that easy.
But everybody. Mankind is everybody.
It's not referring to a gender.
That's it.
When scripture,
mankind is everybody.
But here's the thing.
That's it. You don't need to talk anymore. That's it.
No big deal.
Look, shut the book.
That's
it. Done. Over.
Which makes this comment even more
there is
problematic.
No womankind.
Right.
There is no term womankind.
Well, see, the fact that she could have said mankind and got it correctly, and that includes every human. But she doubles down and throws in womankind, drawing attention to an attempt to include 2 genders.
Even in her...
I'm so proud of what is happening in terms of our space program and the leadership that the United States is providing to the world. The Artemis program is the beginning of the next era of what we have a history and a tradition of doing, of providing vision and inspiring innovation in a way that is going to benefit all mankind and womankind.
Oh my God, that hurts.
By trying to be woke, trying to be inclusive, she has actually opened up a divide that doesn't exist. Thinking she's showing everybody, the women are in on this too.
But then now
they were already. But now you've upset your LGBTQ plus group because now you've said there's 2 genders, which they don't want a gender. Which is what you should have stayed with, which would have been correct. Mankind covers everything.
But she had to throw it in.
Everything.
Here's your definition of mankind: human beings considered collectively the human race.
But
that's your definition of that word.
But she wanted to do, like Bubba said, everything she could to include women, which is fine. But of course, they're included under mankind, as we've already said. But she wanted to say something unique about female to play to the females, but
she's
then
in
now
trouble for that.
In the woke world they've created, and it's now backfiring on themselves. To acknowledge women is to upset another voter base.
Yeah,
and let me tell you something.
Because you didn't acknowledge all the other little weird titles we got.
Let me tell you this book.
We got them.
This book that I've been reading, I'm almost finished with it now because I did that classic thing where I started it, then got on another book, finished it. Now I'm coming back to the book that I started but never finished. And that is The Strange New World, and that I talked about on the air. And the part I'm in right now is he's unpacking the problem of all this, and he's doing the history of the gay and lesbian movement, and how really, if you look at it, and is it Carl Truman? Isn't that his name? The guy who wrote the book, I think. Can't think of his name, but anyway, he's saying what happened here. He said, and how about this? Modern Family, of all people, were the first people I ever saw to address this. He said, if you go back to the gay and lesbian creation of a movement in our country, in the beginning, gay men and gay women were not united. Matter of fact, they didn't like each other. And he said because gay women were bothered by the fact that gay men in the workplace were able to live as just men like everybody else, while still being gay. Well, women who being same-sex attracted, they felt like they had to dress up like straight women to order to be accepted at the workplace and still move forward. So they were always bothered by the inequality, even in the gay community, of the genders. Well, they came together as a movement during the AIDS epidemic because now gay men became victims of people saying, well, it really just affects gay men. And so the victimhood of that error, they started saying we probably could work together. Now we're victims as women, but now y'all are finally victims as men. So now our joint victimhood, we now can come together and be more powerful as one group. But then that's still based off gender. We are attracted to our same gender, which then makes us gay. Well, when they started reaching out and the trans started showing up and the non-binary and started taking gender away, now the gay men and the gay women are losing their identity because now gender is supposed to not be mentioned. So really, if there is no gender, are any of us really gay? And so now are we becoming straight? Because and they said because, and it says it's really causing so much confusion.
You talking about chaos?
Yeah, in chaos, because now what looks organized is quite unorganized.
Yeah.
Because when you remove gender, you even affect being gay.
Well, think about Rick. Like say the sign, and I know we jokingly say stuff, but I'm serious. That shows this confusion. They keep adding these letters.
Right.
It's a nonstop.
And he
it's
said
evolving. They keep have to adding letters to cover everybody, and then here comes a new one. We got to put one in for them.
He said he said it's one of those things. It's the classic thing that human beings always do, which has led to what he says the strange new world. We always overplay our hand.
Yep.
And he said and now the word inclusive is so misunderstood and not even defined correctly that it's led to a society. And this is the quote that he used: "We have no idea who we are."
So
confusion. And
all
chaos.
of this great enlightenment has come back to equal great confusion.
Correct.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. So
the more enlightened you get, the more confusing it gets.
Yeah. And he was talking about, think about how confusing it is if, let's say that you're a gay woman, and the woman in your relationship decides that they're really a man.
Yeah, what you got now?
And then they start transitioning and living as a man. Are you still a lesbian?
Oh,
the great. Because if you say, no, she's just a man, this person's just a man as any man, well, now you're in a relationship with a man.
And they also can't agree on born this way or evolved.
Right.
They can't agree on that either.
No, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look
I guess I'm out, huh?
Can I
I've seen
Google?
'em.
Can I use Google?
I don't know.
So how do these competitions?
Oh
work?
wow, I didn't know that.
Tell us how all this works.
Oh, cool. All right, ma'am. What's your name?
Cassandra Edwards.
Hey,
Cassandra, how you doing?
Doing
Good to see
good.
you today.
Yeah.
We just
So
Cassandra.
how do these Scholar Bowl competitions work?
Well, they have 10 questions, and there's 4 types of questions in one game.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 10 are just a toss-up, just general knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Second round, general knowledge,
trouble.
but if they answer it correctly, then they get a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always yay. And then the third is speed round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
And you have 75 to 95 seconds. It just depends on how long the question is.
I don't know about
Forget
speed.
that.
That's a tough one.
Well,
How about just getting one answer?
This kind of seems like doing math on a piece of paper. Once the calculator came, I mean,
Yeah, why?
I mean,
Why?
can't we just Google the answers?
And sadly, whenever we have a math question, my kids usually just throw the pencils down and just say, oh, math. So
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
they give up real easy.
So
Well, you got to pick your battles.
you don't have any questions about like 70s rock bands, do you?
You would be surprised.
Oh, okay, we'll dominate that.
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna beat us in that.
So how many questions are we going to have to go up and compete in?
Well, how many you want?
Well, I don't
We
know.
could bring a full match because it's like 70 questions.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we wouldn't have time for that today.
How about 5?
All right.
Five's a good
Yeah,
number.
we'll go 5. We'll do 5.
But how does it work? Do we have to buzz in?
Well, they buzz in, but we could just, someone can say, that
Yeah.
person raised their hand
You
first.
just
if
raise
they
your
know
hand
the
or
answer.
something.
Okay. All right.
I think they're looking at
You
the
have a
questions.
buzzer
by
sound,
the
so
way.
you could
I
do
do.
that.
I do have a buzzer sound. We can buzz in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could just say buzz.
Right.
Or ring the bell there.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't think we're ever going to hear this sound effect on our side, and that is when I do the right answer.
Yeah, right.
That one where the little bell goes off that
Yeah.
you got it right.
Yeah.
Well,
ding, 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 ding,
Yeah,
ding.
I don't think that's going to work.
I will say these are probably the person that put our questions together, so these are the hardest ones. So
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
we
I mean,
might
do
be
we
lucky
need to
if we
start with
answer
that?
any. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, pick your dumbest students.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
And they're looking
Well,
at the
hey.
questions, by the way.
don't give us anybody. I want
Step
people,
back,
I
gentlemen.
want the people to sit the bench.
Well,
Yeah.
2 of our main people that are here, they're in a different car and they're not here yet. So
Oh, good.
you're good.
So you think this is the ones we have the best chance to beat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your honesty. I'm not sure they do, but I do. We'll be back. We'll play right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scholar team will battle the champion level scholar team from Hayden High School, dropping by on their way back from a Scholars Bowl where they finished second. And they've wanted to challenge our scholar team to a 5-question playoff. And
Friday's not a good day for the scholar team here at Rick and Bubba.
Well, there's all sorts of distractions, meaning people brought food. And so we so our team is you, me, and this bunch here. Speedy,
I think we can only have
Helms.
4.
Yeah, how many?
Us having 5. It's not going to be an advantage.
Is that equal?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you, we're not going to have to deal with is so many people screaming out the answer.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So that's if one of us can get the answer, and
I feel like we'd be better at Family Feud.
Right. And so all right, and then we'll be battling. Who will we be battling?
We have Weldon Stancil, Katie Voss, Avery Bradford, and Caleb Barnett.
Wearing shirts that say "May the knowledge be with you."
I like it.
The other, I went to Hayden High School and I got this strange T-shirt, and then I do not know what she has on hers there. It's some sort of Miami 2017
Billy Joel tour.
The Billy Joel tour. I'm not sure how that fits in, but maybe Billy Joel was a Scholar Bowl champion. We didn't know it. But all right. So when the question is read, they shout, just shout Hayden, or one of us will shout Rick and Bubba?
Yeah, sure.
If anybody knows it.
Right.
Okay.
In the unlikely scenario that we actually know
in the
it.
unlikely scenario that one of us knows the answer, just scream Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Okay?
All
right. Here we go.
All right, question.
And who are you?
Cassandra Edwards.
Hey,
Cassandra.
All right, here we go. All right.
All right, number 1. The Red Sea is in the Near East. Where is the Sea of Tranquility?
Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, go.
It's on the moon.
That is correct.
Well, we knew that one. That's right. The moon rover in the sea. I, too, was concerned about my scream. All right, very good.
Hey,
1-0.
make sure you speak up now.
1-0, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red, made a voyage to North America 500 years before Columbus. What name did he give the land? Maybe we should have the Jeopardy.
Do we get minus points if we wrong guess?
Some tournaments, but we're not going to do that.
Rick, this is
I
where
know
you
what
need
he was.
cricket
I just know
sound
what he
effects.
named it.
Well, look, the Scholar Bowls aren't cranking it up either.
It's crickets, yeah.
Is there any negative thing
Yeah,
that
do we
happens
get
if you
counted
get one
off?
wrong?
Iceland.
You just don't get points.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you the answer.
Okay.
Can I guess?
Yes, Katie, you can always guess.
Get that mic.
They didn't name it at all, did they?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. No, hey, good idea.
Vinland.
What's that?
Vinland.
No.
Finland?
V-I-N-L-A-N-D.
I didn't know that. I feel good that I didn't know it. I was afraid she was going to say something. I went, man, I could have got that.
Yeah.
All right.
Like Minneapolis.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah, like America. All right, here we go.
If I mention square, sheet bend, 2 half hitches, bow line, timber hitch, and Gordian, what would
Rick
I be
and
talking
Bubba.
about?
Got it.
Bubba.
Got it.
Greg knows.
Knots. Tying knots.
Knots is correct.
Oh, look at us go.
And I can tie most of them.
Hey, 2-0, Rick and Bubba.
When I heard half
In your
hitch, I
face.
knew we had it.
Yeah, you and Greg both knew that one. Greg was even waving his hand. I've never seen that in class before.
I heard bow line. I'm in.
Hey, Hayden, sorry, in your faces. All right.
I think they're a little bit tired.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio down here on the bleeding edge of technology. How are you doing? Glad you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and from Rick and Bubba University, our college program has started back. Intern Blazing Silverman.
There he is.
He'll take your phone calls, cranking out a degree in common sense.
He's a hoss over there.
We're in desperate need of these students, as common sense has now been deemed a superpower. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, I know, okay, we've already talked about that. As we come back, we do want to take time today. This is a weird Rick and Bubba phenomenon, and that is that Speedy's parents and Greg and I have parents that were married on the exact same day in the exact same year within hours Probably. I'm not sure the time of day our parents were married, but we know it was the same day and the same year. And both the Wilburns and the Burgesses, our mom and dad, Speedy's mom and dad, are celebrating 59 years of being married today.
Wow,
59 years. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. And but what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
What are the odds of that?
That's
very
insane.
high. That we would be doing this show together, and our parents were married on the same day in the same year.
Yeah. I know mine were married at 2:30 p.m. because I asked my dad about that last night because just to kind of get that dialed in. We brought this up in the kickoff hour. They were married at 2:30 because my Uncle Larry, my mom's brother, was married at 5:30 on the same day.
How about that? Siblings on one.
Here's what I want to know: did your mom and dad go to his brother's, her brother's wedding?
I didn't ask that one.
At least they just bought one set of clothes. They didn't have,
That's right. Yeah.
So it is a great example that they have both set the way marriage was designed. The good, the bad, the ugly. And the difficulty in the aging process and how they are there for each other and for better, for worse, for all of it. And it has been great to watch these two examples. But, when you think, you always hear those stories like you're hearing that one.
Yeah.
Greg, ours is always, your daddy he started coaching football immediately after he graduated college and was done playing football. We got married on Saturday, and we went to Montgomery, and he was coaching on Monday.
That was done a lot. That was done a lot. No, my parents got married over was it Labor Day weekend? So that was done a lot.
There was none of this go off on this long honeymoon thing. That was kind of
not a good move for Dad to have his anniversary right at the beginning of football season.
Oh, I know.
Because he only forgot it one time.
And
Mother told us not to tell him.
Foul.
And we listened to her, and then when he found out, I remember him getting us together. He goes, "Hey, don't y'all ever let me forget this again and not tell me."
Can I ask y'all just can we do this just as a group? Because how you're supposed to honor your mother and father, and so at this time we're out of the house. Then, right? Are we in college? Or are you working and I'm still in college? What's going on?
I'm not sure.
We were adults, right? Young adults, not really full blown, but when he forgot. So, what do you do in a situation when one parent says, "Do not tell the other parent that they've forgotten our anniversary"? What do you do there? Who do you obey? And then the other parent says, "Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
You should have disregarded that and told me for the good of
Looking back now as a husband, we should have.
We should have told.
Sure.
Yeah, I would think you err to the side of letting them know. Maybe you don't tell them, but you leave them a hint, like a giant piece of paper laying on their desk, says it's your anniversary.
Is this the
and then you run?
Yeah. Is this the perfect? I
didn't tell.
Of course, we didn't have phones then, cell phones. I don't think. But so would it have been the perfect thing to simply that way? If Mom says, "Did you tell your dad?" If you just said, "Well, look, I've already wished him a happy anniversary, Mom. I wish you a happy anniversary. Worst him one."
Right.
So he may know that. And is that a way to kind of land? All I did was tell Dad happy anniversary, just like I told you. I'm sorry if you didn't want me to say that.
It's not fair for kids to be in the middle.
We shouldn't be in that.
That's right. And when you put me in the middle, I'm gonna bust out.
Oh yeah, but can you imagine? Like we try to warn young men all the time. If you decided to get married in football season, it's always going to be football season, hunting season. Every time your anniversary comes around, you got to
people forget that.
You got to stay away from those kind of things.
You got to look long term. How about being married 59 years? That's incredible.
Really
I actually have a poem about it.
Oh boy! How about this too? Let me say this: and when you went on honeymoons back then, it might just be, "Hey, we're going to run down to the beach."
Oh yeah.
It wasn't, we're going off for a week somewhere.
Yeah. According to my mother, it was let's go to Montgomery.
Yeah, let's go to Montgomery and watch some football.
You know how romantic Montgomery could be.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I believe this
this
is one of the pictures from their honeymoon.
Wow,
that's funny.
Yeah,
my goodness gracious, look at there.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, isn't it?
They got married. That afternoon. Went and watched their brother's wedding that evening.
It's incredible in that picture how much your middle son looks like your dad. By the way,
we've talked about that. Matter of fact,
but don't you know they were fired up boy in that picture?
What are you doing?
Rick, there you go.
What are you doing?
Your mom is grinning, isn't she?
Hey, even God's okay with it now.
Y'all
right.
need to hush.
Look at Speedy's being so uncomfortable.
Rick Burgess. Rick Burgess. You know what?
I've been doing
You're
that
gonna
for
be
years.
punished for that.
Yeah.
If you want a good interview, you ought to talk to Speedy's mom about it today.
That's another podcast. There's two. We've got two done today.
Yeah, but Bubba, you mentioned JC looking a lot like Granddaddy. There's a picture of my dad, and I'm about to shoot this to Adler real quick. And it's amazing. It's him, I guess, probably around the same age. Maybe he's around 20. And it's like, oh my gosh, that looks just like JC. It's crazy how much they look alike. It really is.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of.
Seeing
when y'all
some
just
really
showed-
old pictures of
y'all
my
just showed-
dad.
yeah.
It's like, wow, you see that. And you see that in a lot of grandparents.
Yeah.
But it is kind of weird because my dad's birthday was earlier this month. And so I was looking through some old pictures and sharing them with the family. And that came up. I was like, oh my goodness, look at that.
Well,
look at that right there. Does that not look just like him?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It really does.
Speedy, I just got an email
really
from
does.
Dr. Ruth just telling them congrats.
She's been hanging out with him. Well,
I just wanted to pass that on.
the thing that
Told Bill Clinton that yesterday.
But we've said this on the show before, and you just did it, and it's true. We always make this mistake when we're talking about who people look like.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that you don't take what's JC 20?
Yeah.
You don't take a 20-year-old and compare him to an 81-year-old,
Right.
and say, well, I don't know if they look a lot like. Well, let's see the 81-year-old when he was 20.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's when you can decide if they look like
That's
him or
right.
not. Because none of us are going to look like people who are 60 years older than us.
Right.
But what do we look like each other around the same age?
Yeah.
And that's always the key. But you do have a poem. Do you have underground music for Greg? Greg's
sure.
He's holding up the poem. Your dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You
And
read
this is for both parents.
Well,
it should be under Speedy Channel.
Some of the details in here, don't apply to our parents. But I mean, you're
we
right.
need sons instead of daughter and son. But that's about the only thing.
Oh, there it is, Greg.
Rick, it's entitled "You and Me."
Oh, that's a Rick James song. No, it's you and I. You and I.
It's
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, that's right.
My life is a testimony, an open book with you. My love on every page for all to see. When God created you, He was really thinking about me. Our union is a miracle arranged by God's creative hand. It's a demonstration of what love should truly be between a woman and a man. 59 years ago, I held you in my arms and we became one. Down life's road, we began to march, and along the way, God blessed us with a daughter and a son. That'd be Speedy. I added that. Challenges and obstacles have come our way. In fact, we've seen more than a few. Yet with God's grace, we overcame, victorious as an army of two. So onward we go as a covenant of love led by God defined. The future awaits our entry, for I am yours and you are mine. Happy anniversary, my Becky mine. I love you. I love how he signs it. Yo man. Yo man.
Yo man.
Well, Greg, this really does work because Mom and Dad probably try to forget they had you. Yeah. So you
told that one line.
Yeah, you could still say daughter and son.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think about that.
Yeah,
Get
and
the old
even
middle
though-
guy out.
Even though one and
Or
son
just say
go,
sons.
you could say throw sons in there.
Yeah,
Put a-
that'll work.
Wow, I wish we had time for Gary. Poor thing.
Well, I mean, should Gary get in this?
Well, it just always brings it out.
Yeah. Me and Gwen, we've been married almost as much.
Yo man. Yo man.
I'm gonna take care of this weekend celebration down to Lake Mitchell.
Get a salad.
Steak and a little bit of salad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yesterday,
That's what it
hitting
is.
so hard. Yeah.
Or you're just giving questions that people our age are more likely to know.
That has nothing to do with it.
No,
Rick.
no, okay, all right, here we go.
All right, it was in Egypt in 542, in Italy in 1348, in London in 1666, and in Hong Kong in 1894. What am I talking about?
Speedy?
Black Death?
That is correct.
Oh, my God. My answer was going to be pizza.
I thought domesticated cats.
Listen, I know you guys are very smart, so you know mathematically you've lost the game. Do you want to do the other one just for fun?
Yeah, sure we do.
Okay.
Rick.
all right, okay.
Okay. The name of what reference source comes from the Greek meaning a circle of knowledge?
Speedy.
Speedy, you're supposed to say Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Speedy.
Is it the encyclopedia?
That is correct. And y'all thought he wasn't going to be any help.
That's right. So we won every one of them.
Yes, you did.
All right, Hayden. How's that feel? Put that in your biscuit and take a bite.
Do you trash talk in Scholar Bowl?
The Scholar Bowls, y'all trash talk?
Not really.
That's
No,
really,
I'm sorry.
does that look down upon a little
Sorry,
bit?
being a
maybe?
bad example. I'm so sorry. Y'all are tired, man.
Yeah.
And she gave us questions that for our age probably we had a better shot at. It's fine. There's nothing in there about pop culture.
Well, we've been taking on caffeine for a while this morning.
We've
a lot
been
of
up
sugar.
longer. We're
I just
focused.
I had a bite of that big cookie in there. I was ready to go.
Right. And plus, you know, let me tell you what you were facing right here. Something you probably didn't think about. 3 of us went to school in Calhoun County, 1 Etowah County, and 1 somewhere in Mississippi. So you were really the things were stacked against you here.
I think they're just tired.
They are tired. They're tired. I mean, did y'all decide? Was there pressure? Did y'all just freeze up? Did y'all just not know them?
I just didn't know.
Y'all just didn't know.
I knew him. I'm too tired to move.
Too tired to move. Okay. Y'all keep saying I'm the bust. You know what I mean? Because at least it won't feel so bad. Because I don't know if you've ever heard this show before. You know how you have a really good team and you like have a homecoming game coming up and you kind of got distracted during the week making the float and doing all that stuff and you don't play well. That's what just happened. I mean,
nothing to be embarrassed about.
Right.
At all.
You'll have to live with for the rest of the day that Speedy got 2 questions right,
And we're not sure how that happened.
right. Greg knew 1 and Bubba knew a few. So yeah, that's a tough one right there.
But that was fun.
Right. Yeah. Helmsy and I both lived up to our low expectation. Yeah, it's like that's funny. All right. Well, so what's up next? Y'all got more season left, or was this the big Super Bowl?
No, that was it.
So when does the season start? How do y'all do a season?
Our county has a radio match, and we go.
A what?
Radio matches. We're on
So
the
you
radio
do it on
in
the
Wayne County.
air.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all are used to this.
Recorded. It's not live. It's recorded.
Right. Okay.
And we did pretty well this year. We came in second at the county tournament on the radio and at the school. So.
Yeah. So how did y'all make these signs you brought today? The big. Where'd y'all get these big heads at? Did y'all print those out off the website?
Yeah.
Yeah, and put them on sticks.
Yeah.
Where'd y'all get the cookie?
Actually, one of our mothers at the school, she's does baking things now, and people are starting to order them. So James
really?
Spann came a couple of weeks ago.
It always goes back to that. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Anytime somebody tries to get a cake or a cookie, everybody says, "Well, we already gave James Spann."
Sure.
I mean,
He's been everywhere to collect one.
We live in that Spann shadow.
Yeah, we do.
Everywhere we go. And so you guys are in what grade? How old are you?
16, junior.
Junior.
I'm 17. I'm a junior.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 16. I'm a sophomore.
Okay.
And I'm 16. I'm a sophomore.
Okay. All right. So no seniors on the team this year? You got a good team returning?
We have some seniors.
Where are the seniors? Raise your hand if you're seniors out there. Okay. All right. All right. But, I mean, right here, you got a pretty good team coming back next year, it looks like.
Yes.
You think ahead.
So we're not playing up?
How do you prepare for one of these things? I mean, how do you even know there's so much to cover?
Yeah, how do you train?
Well, this year we actually made a book of knowledge.
Did you really?
Yes.
The giant.
Is it
a giant book of
Yes,
knowledge?
It is very large.
And everybody goes through it, or do you
We
do
make
practice?
copies yeah.
You do practice competition?
Yes. We have buzzers, and we practice on the buzzers.
Cool. Yeah, there it is.
That's what we do when we call for the giant.
We haven't played it in a while.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like somebody.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. And he didn't really like when I said to him, based on the options, this one really isn't that bad because it's going to be over quick. And he said, let's not discuss that right now. All right, so as we come back, finishing a conversation with Bubba from the break. All right, let's talk about some other issues that are out there today. Jackson State's Deion Sanders says that Jackson State, by the way, sports people everywhere, which is different than Jacksonville State, which is different than the other Jacksonville State. But
Which is
anyway,
different than Jack State.
Yeah. So should we say that Jackson State, they get Jackson? Should Jacksonville, Florida get Jacksonville State, and then Jacksonville, Alabama get Jack State? And let's
But
divide
I
it.
don't think Florida is state. I think it's just Jacksonville.
It's just Jacksonville University?
Correct.
Okay.
Because
JU
Dolphins.
Because the town they're in is called Jacksonville.
Correct.
Much
Correct.
like the town that Jacksonville State is in, known as Jack State, is in Jacksonville.
Right.
But if we took
formerly known as Drayton.
Yeah. And a lot of people refer to Jackson State as JSU, and a lot of people refer to Jacksonville State as JSU.
Yeah.
So
But
it's
what
really
about
confusing.
what about the Jacksonville University?
JU.
JU.
They actually
Just made that up.
Coach Clark's first year, well, the only year at Jacksonville, they played Jacksonville. It was Jacksonville against Jacksonville.
Weird.
It's funny.
We played them all the time when I was there.
Yeah.
They
We
were in
played
our
them in
conference,
baseball.
actually. They were in our conference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so-
the coach
wow.
And they're back
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
So back to the original thought here, Jackson State, Deion Sanders.
Coach Prime's team.
Jackson, Mississippi is in a full emergency right now due to flooding. Their water system has been overrun and is out of service. So you have, I've seen different numbers, anywhere from 50 to 100,000 people without fresh water right now. And that's a problem.
That's a big problem.
Yeah. Residents are saying their faucet water is like discolored.
Yeah. You don't want to be drinking that.
No.
No, it's a problem. But, we have more bottled water now. We have, if you're going to be without water, this is the best time you've ever had in history to be without it, because we do have ways of getting you bottled water, and there's a lot of tanker trucks that can supply that too. So I know a lot of that's going on right now.
So here's what Coach Prime says. He said, we don't have any water. Water means we don't have air conditioning. Didn't think about that. We can't use toilets. We don't have water. Therefore, we don't have ice. That pretty much places a burden on the program. Right now, we're operating in crisis mode.
And they open this Saturday against Florida A&M.
Are they home? Or
I
what?
don't know.
Maybe they can just relocate for a week or two, and maybe things will get back closer to normal. I know it'll take a while, but
Does this mainly just affect Jackson, Mississippi? Could they simply go to another part of Mississippi and be fine?
yeah, I think the other parts are fine. I think it's just the flooding right now. I
Yeah.
mean, there's been a lot of flooding, but I think this is the only water system that's been overrun at the moment that I'm aware of.
Did I tell you I'm getting to know a person whose whole livelihood revolves around
Yeah,
water?
we were talking about that in the
That's
break.
cool.
That's good.
Who is he, Bobby Boucher?
Well,
He's all about water.
I've noticed though.
What if we can start
quality
calling
H2O?
this guy
Yeah.
the water boy?
There you go.
And I've noticed, and there. I don't think we're at that
Mr.
mode.
Coach Klein.
We're in the mode now of the relationship where I don't think he's ready for that. The Rick and Bubba show starts talking about me on the air and using my name,
right.
But I'm going to ease my way into that. But I'm even thinking about maybe a podcast now. But
Can we call him the water boy?
Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what a great nickname.
But I've noticed, because his whole day, every day, is making sure that drinking water is healthy.
Well, he's the water boy.
And I've noticed every time you're around him, like they'll come over and say, we had lunch with him and his family, and they came over and said, they bring you water.
Does he order water to drink?
He'll look at it.
Will he really?
Yeah, I've seen him looking at it.
Well, he knows what he
Yeah,
knows the numbers on the local cities,
And he picks it up, and I'm watching him, and he's watching me, I'm watching him.
Yeah.
And then he'll look at me and go, that looks pretty good water. And I said, are we good to move forward? He said, yeah, we're good.
Has he ever said anything about bottled water, how you don't really know where it came from, and your city tap you do know?
Don't
and
get
you-
him started
you know?
on that. He's got a lot to say.
I bet.
But then
People just assume bottled water is somehow better.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily.
And he was brought here because of a water system here that's had issues. They
Really?
kind of brought him in to help us to have better
So
water.
he's that guy.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
we got to fix that.
Well, and he asked me, I said,
He is the water.
I asked
He
him,
is
I
the
said,
water boy.
can you tell me
He's
about
the water guy.
Can you tell me about my water? And he goes, where do you live? And when I told him, he goes, oh, you're good. That's good water.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then I said, what if I lived in, I won't say it. And,
Right.
he did this. Mm.
Mm.
Oh.
Right.
So does he like to talk about
He loves to talk about
springs versus deep wells versus shallow wells?
Okay, here. Let me just say this, and nobody in this room is going to be surprised, because y'all feel bad for him, which is right. He really needs to be friends with Bubba, because honestly, as you know, I'm really not willing to talk about water probably as much as he's willing to.
Okay.
Which
means you stop listening.
Yeah, well, he is this. I mean, he is an absolute. I hate to use this, a spring of information about water, and of course, and it frustrates Bubba that I'll end up in these friendships that he could benefit from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yet I won't go get the information that he needs. So I'm gonna do better, Bubba. I'm gonna ask him a lot more questions.
Yeah.
What if we did a
Rick's
podcast with him about water?
Sign him up.
What do you think?
45 minutes of water talk?
We call it
That's a lot of
That'd
time.
be good.
That's a long time, isn't it?
We call it H2O, what you need to know.
Right, but you're right, Greg. 45 minutes of water talk—that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you
but
only
there's
cover so much.
but there's a lot to discuss about water.
Right.
Do you not care about
Well,
the water you're drinking?
that's what
Greg?
the podcast is. It's supposed to be a deep dive
Greg,
where we're not in a
thank
rush.
you, Greg. We could do 10 minutes on fluoride alone.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you're right.
Or as I like to call it, Flow Rider.
Right, Greg. Then picture this, Greg. You know what? You're not thinking this through the way that Forrest Gump had to be told by Bubba. You hadn't really thought about shrimp. There's a lot you can do with shrimp.
Yeah, there is.
Remember, he gave that whole list of
Oh,
shrimp.
hey, what a list it was.
Yeah, if you think about water, so we talk about fluoride, we talk about bottled water, we talk about.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, there's a lot to discuss.
water.
What makes good water?
Still, but you're still talking about water.
Yeah, well, water's a big deal. You know,
But
it's
then
the
you
number
gotta-
one most consumed product in the world,
Hey,
Greg.
hey, Greg, 3/4 of the planet is made of it.
Yeah, you're made of
Thank you,
water,
Bubba.
Greg. Why don't you care more about water?
And then a week after that, you can have somebody come and talk about coffee.
Yeah, well, that's pretty
That's
interesting.
the number
too.
two.
You
So,
know
right?
what? That's pretty interesting too.
I kind of would like to hear that, Rick.
Yeah.
High eyebrows on that one.
There you go. Yeah.
Mr. Negative over here.
Yeah.
You know, but hey, back
We're
to
clearly running out of
The
stuff
only
to
one
talk
that can condemn
Greg,
water.
they asked for 40 a year.
I get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
try Boogie
Y'all ain't
Mac.
speedy.
but
White guy.
Greg, in the next Greg, in the next negotiation with Blaze, I'm going to say 40 is a big number.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Yeah, let's see if we
It
can cut
is.
that in half. What if we had 20 a year?
26.
You're right. You know what black cloud hangs over our head? Who we're doing the podcast with?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Well, quick, call the water boy.
Right, but
no, it would be. I've actually, all kidding aside, and I know we compare
But
it.
no, Greg,
For some reason, Coast to Coast got hung up on this the fluoride thing.
Yeah,
They talked like 3 or 4 hours about it.
So it's okay
See,
for them
Greg,
to talk about it.
It's all the source.
I turned it though. I will say that.
It's all the source with him. Greg, I'm gonna say, you know what? We don't do Rick and Bubba University for you. You ain't
That's
never listened to
true.
one anyway.
I've
He
listed
has it,
two.
by the way.
I've listed two.
When Lisa was on.
Greg, you just
What was the
grabbed
second?
two out of the air. You were forced to listen to one because that's when your wife was on.
Yeah, well, I've listened to three.
What was the second one?
3.
What have you listened to?
I had to think.
Skinwalker. Did you listen to Skinwalker?
Kevin Derryberry.
Okay, we'll
That
grab
was
one.
one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Studying a little
Well, I
bit.
didn't want to get into that. I mean, one of the biggest mistakes so many people make about us is they underestimate us.
We rely on that. Trust me.
we go into every single situation
Underestimated.
underestimated. Yeah,
By
very,
design.
very low expectations. Really, how the show has been popular, we've said this, is that people come to the conclusion it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be.
Right.
All right, now what is this? What is he saying?
Getting a bulletin here.
Oh, we got a bulletin in from
I have
Spencer.
no idea what that means.
Something.
Spencer, what does it mean?
Do you know Robert Bradford? He said tell you Devon AG4ZV says 73.
Oh, that's a ham guy.
Oh, that's over. That's in
Yeah.
Bubba's camp.
Yeah.
That's a
You
ham.
put a 4 in there.
Oh,
That's why
he's your mailman. What's his name? Robert?
Robert Bradford.
Yeah, he's your mailman, or used to be
Oh,
up in that area. He's a
How do
mailman.
you know that?
that's his daughter. I don't
him.
know.
Because y'all are
I
hams.
know him.
Y'all are hams.
Yeah, he's one of my ham buddies.
73s, man.
That's right.
Is that what y'all say?
Well, not like that.
Well, how do y'all say it?
Well, it's not really important now. That's
Well,
not part of the Scholars Bowl championship.
Well, I mean, we just got a text from a ham. I want us to be
Well,
in the culture.
look, I appreciate him listening.
73.
He's probably in there between mailboxes somewhere.
Do I say it like that? 73, man.
Huh? Is he a mailman?
I just asked him.
You
No,
sure?
He works with Birmingham schools, I think.
Okay, it's a different one. My bad. I didn't get that call. I'm sorry.
You didn't know he changed jobs.
That's right. That's right.
Well, let me change
He
it.
moved right on up.
Then 37 too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every time I look around,
That wacky.
I feel good.
Well, Rick, I've heard of a misspeak, but this is a little ridiculous.
Oh, boy.
We have a gentleman. His name is James Wang. He is a engineer who worked for IBM. Rick, he happens to be deaf, and he was fired from his job. He felt like inappropriately because of his deafness, so he sued IBM.
Okay.
In the negotiations for a settlement, he hired an attorney who said that he was fluent in sign language.
Uh-oh.
And
here we go again.
He was shocked to find out that he had settled his case for $200,000 when he was asking for $200 million.
What?
Somebody
Big difference.
Somebody
All
not
right.
as good at sign language as first.
Now-
first,
Is he first signed in?
Yeah, is he first
James Wang, 49, says his lawyer exaggerated his understanding of sign language and confused his sign for $1 million with thousands.
Oh, this
That's
is bad.
funny.
The New York-based software engineer who lost his hearing at age 2 had hoped to get $200 million from Big Blue in 2013 after accusing the firm of firing him for being deaf. You can imagine he was shocked when he saw the payment of just $207,500 in the settlement papers he was ready to sign when he was expecting $200 million.
Do you think the people that were being sued was the first sign that maybe something's wrong? How quickly they agreed to it? Done.
Huh.
Yeah, got it. We're demanding 200. I tell you what, we'll go 207. We'll pay the lawyer bill.
Here is the difference.
Done.
According to this story, this is the difference in 1,000 and $1 million. Are you ready?
All right, show me.
There's 1,000. There's $1 million. Open palm, tap once for 1,000, two for $1 million.
Really?
That's a big tap missing right there.
Yeah.
Can Wang not read either?
Yeah, surely.
I mean, it's got to be on some paper somewhere. He didn't just go off.
You
of
know,
the
I
tap,
was thinking
tap.
that too.
Could he just write it down?
Yeah,
I would.
you
I would
got to
have been
review this stuff.
I would have
Fake
been
story.
writing a lot of it down.
Fake story.
Yeah. Are you going with fake story
Yeah,
again?
that's fake story.
Greg, he didn't marry his biological
There's
twin.
no way that there's no.
Well, this is from the Daily Mail. They
story.
usually don't have as many fake.
You talking about the one they just settled with Melania Trump for making Melania Trump? Didn't they make up a story about her?
Well, they said that they had misstated the facts in one of the cases.
And they were wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, it does seem like he would just simply write it down on a piece of paper.
You would think.
Or actually review before he says, "Okay, that's good."
And could he blame it on the tapper? Whoever's tapping.
That's the lawyer. That's who he's suing.
That is who he's
I mean, but okay, then.
Somebody said he tapped it like.
Hey, you only tapped me once.
Great.
I'm just. That's a story.
It is. But I guess it could be like we talked about that he said, draw it up. You know what I mean? And then he didn't see the number.
Well,
you just sign it.
The lawyer.
I'm talking about on a piece of paper. You know, what I'm talking about is he's communicating.
Right.
And he says, you know.
That's my point, yeah.
You know, 200 million is what the guy thinks. Well, the phone troll music is playing, and Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern, is ready to take your phone calls. Let's get everybody. Here we go. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. 10 lines makes it easier to get in. And then the old troll and its buzzer makes the line move quicker. Comments, questions. We're not going to do shameless plugs. We're not going to do meaningless shout-outs. And we're not going to do baby predictions. None of those should even be entered into if we're phone trolling. What this is designed is questions, comments, lots of folks coming in here, and you're programming this segment. So you have to ask yourself a tough question. All right, if I was listening to this segment, would I be informed, meaning I brought something interesting? Would I be entertained? Meaning I brought something that kind of caused there to be kind of a nice discussion, or my phone call itself was entertaining? Or would you have to be honest and say, based on what I'm about to do right now, if someone else did it, I find myself annoyed. So we don't want that. So it's awesome for you to get the opportunity, and we do trust you to program the show. Please don't make us regret it. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I know a lot of you are asking what happened to yesterday's YouTube archive.
Yep, where'd she go?
Where'd she go? And what happened was we showed a clip of Bill Clinton with Dr. Ruth, which was at the U.S. Open, and us showing some U.S. Open for the amount of time we did caused us to get flagged.
Can you believe that?
The U.S. Open flagged us. Is that correct? Is that accurate, Adler?
Yes, but I think it has to do with the Clintons coming after us.
No, sure it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
That's what I think.
They shut us down, didn't they?
Yep.
So will it ever be up?
It should be available this afternoon. It looks like it's still processing out.
Dang tennis people.
I'll go on tennis people.
No.
Anyone for tennis. Dusty and Talladega gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Dusty, 30 seconds, you're on.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I had one of your moments last night. There is a skit, and I believe it's on Radio Gold, called Big Love Stops Rick in His Tracks.
Yes.
So my daughter and my daughter's 5, working hard on 6. We're working on hand-eye coordination, so we're kind of bouncing the ball back to each other in a small hallway last night. So she's doing good, and I'm proud of her, praising her. So I thought, and to use Greg's term, I think I'm going to be sharp. So I say, I'm going to talk to you.
I'm sorry, buddy. I looked to the men. Neither one of them offered a timeout. Bubba wasn't even paying attention. JR, apparently he was emailing NASA. JR and Foley, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, guys. I need to make an apology, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
It's been heavy on my heart. I've been referring to our president as a buffoon, and I want to apologize to buffoons all across this country for elevating him to buffoonery status, because he is much worse than a buffoon.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Got that in 28 seconds.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Heartfelt. Appreciate that.
Yeah, those of you that wondered where the guy's story was going, what happened there is I was wrestling with my son with gym shorts on and got kicked in the groin.
That's right.
So what was about to happen in that guy's story that he couldn't get in 30 seconds was apparently she was about to do a bounce pass he was never going to forget.
Yeah.
Tom in Alabama. Tom, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, y'all were talking the other day about kids work.
Oh, man.
Man, there we go.
Try it again.
Sometimes the buzzer doesn't get you, just self-service. Brian in Meridian, listening to the buzz. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So it's going to take a little bit on y'all's part, but with your paper towel situation, you go to one of your box stores and get you one of those grippers, kind of extended grippers. You're going to have to go in there and you can get those paper towels out and save them. When you find out who it is, dump them on his head.
Now, what is the tool that retrieves them?
It's like a little gripper thing. You see a lot of people that cut their ass.
Are you saying gripper or clipper?
Gripper.
Like a little grabber tool? Or
Yeah, some sort of grabber, yeah. Let's go to Charlie in Georgia. Charlie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, just a couple of quick questions. On the in the intro, what is Kane's English, the master of the Kane's English?
Yes.
And then second is, do y'all have a favorite national anthem that you play?
First of all, Kang.
Yeah, you know what the King's English is?
The King's English? Yeah.
No.
You don't know what the King's
You've never
English?
heard the term of the King's English?
Never?
No.
That is perfect English if you speak the King's English.
Right, yeah.
But in our case, it's the Kang's English.
Kang, because
Okay.
we're a little southern and country.
Yeah.
Kang's English.
So we're having a little fun with that.
It's a play on King's
and Kang
English. Favorite national anthem that we play? Probably, and I like, honestly, to just hear a band play it. More than I want to hear people sing.
Yeah, the traditional military version that we play is my favorite.
I disagree. Carl Lewis.
Right. I was going to play it now forever and not do any others because of the way people act about national anthems. But then Adler told me it was too short for what he's having to do on YouTube, so I had to can it. But if I could find one the right link, I would just play a band playing it, and we'd be done with all the singers. But
no, and I think the other ones are good for a change up every now and then,
Right,
like
yeah.
Whitney Houston's, and some of those are outstanding. But just the military band playing it is my favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I need to just send that to you then, Rick. I didn't know that's what you wanted. That's great. I've got the U.S. Army band. That's the one I play on YouTube.
And it works, and we could be all together.
That's the one I play on YouTube every day.
Yeah, have Speedy put it in the instant replay. That'd be awesome. But of the singing, and it's funny, Bubba, I think you and I are tracking almost exactly the same. Of the singing ones, probably Whitney Houston is my favorite.
Yeah, I think so too.
Let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Come on, Jordan.
And Tallapoosa. Jordan, go right ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, real quick, I've got a different kind of comment about Bubba's gallbladder attack and all that, and the coincidence with Skinwalker Ranch and all the gallbladder attacks in that area. You know, I heard yesterday, I think it might have kind of an inverse effect because, you know, Travis came here to visit y'all, and now in the area around Skinwalker Ranch, plantar fasciitis and topaz is through the roof.
Yeah, I bet.
That's good.
wow.
By the way, I got an emailer last night that must not have heard a conversation that just watched or listened to the Rick and Bubba University with Skinwalker Travis. And he said, hey, man, did you hear what Travis said about the gallbladders? I said, yeah, we did. We actually played it back twice. So, yeah, we did a whole discussion about that. But that's good on topaz, by the way. Let's go to Zach in Fayetteville. Hey, Zach, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, boys. Monkey
Hey.
grass and green acres.
Thank you, Zach. Go ahead.
I've missed a couple of the hours of the show this week. Have y'all talked about Bill Clinton being on the James Corden show?
No.
Don't think we have.
No, we have not.
Well, y'all might want to take a look at that because, Bill Clinton's lost it.
Is this recent? Like he was on there recently?
I watched it Friday night. As far as I know, it.
Yeah, so I have not seen that.
Looks like it happened in June of this year.
Oh, okay. All right, so June.
Replay.
Let's go to Tommy.
Hey, Johnny on the spot in there.
Tommy in Mississippi. Tommy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Watching you from Mississippi, I heard your comments about Jackson State University and the water crisis. The capital city of Mississippi has got a extreme crisis going on. An aging water plant has basically failed. It wasn't related to the flooding, and now you've had to put not only the university but all your schools back into virtual learning situations. The governor stepped in earlier this week and has declared an emergency.
Wow. Wow. So I mean, it's a bad situation going on there. We continue.
Dirty water.
Dirty water. Gary in Mississippi. Gary, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know everybody loves Sam Elliott, and I just wanted to let y'all know about his newest movie. I found it in a 50-cent bin at the pawn shop, and y'all got to watch it. It's called The Man That Killed Bigfoot. I'm sorry, The Man That Killed Hitler and Then Bigfoot.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, we did a whole bit about that on the air.
Still can't believe he did that.
Yeah, we talked about that movie really for several days when it first came out, or the trailer was on that we saw.
Kind of a bizarre concept, isn't it?
I forgot it was on because it's on every weekend. Roadhouse was back on the other day, and he may be at his coolest at that point of his life.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah.
I mean, that was a good one. His character in that.
Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I called earlier, and my girlfriend doesn't know how to work the truck, so she hung up on y'all. I apologize. Okay, real quickly, y'all talked the other day about kids wearing hoodies like all year round.
Yeah,
my 14-year-old son, he likes to wear a hoodie and sweatpants all year round. Can you tell him it's crazy?
Wow.
And I'll hang up and I'll listen.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's miserable.
Come on, son. I mean, what are you doing? I mean,
I get it. Rich Wingo does it when he works out year round, but that's different.
Well, yeah, if you're putting it on to work up a sweat in a workout, now I don't do that. But
he just wears them year round. Now think about the heat we've had.
I want you to think about the heat we've been in. You got sweatpants and a
got
hoodie.
a little swamp,
Yeah.
But why do you want that?
I don't know. I did ask my kids because last year Reese was wearing a sweatshirt or hoodie to school, and it concerned me. And he said the class is freezing in there.
Oh, it's kind of like
so
Helms in here.
I'm like, just take it with you and put it on. Why are you wearing it
Don't
now?
walk around in that summer heat with it. I mean, is it mod to stink now? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The guy's giving him $200 million when it's really $200,000. And, then they come back, which is when he called it. Now review this and be sure you're good with it before you sign it. And he did
Which
say
is standard.
Yeah, and then he looked and said, "What did $200,000?"
But it may have been at a different time.
Right.
I mean, they may have been at the table.
It would be a different time.
And then they went back and
here's
wrote it
the
up.
finished paperwork. Here, take a look-see.
Now,
I wonder what kind of sign he gave him when he figured that out. Here's one I believe you know.
Yeah, I think I know that one too.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing: the attorney's saying, "Look, we got him a good deal. This was a fair deal for his complaint. He made $65,000 a year. We got him $200,000 for being dismissed what we felt like inappropriately. $200 million would be 3,000 times greater than his salary. That's unrealistic.
Well, what he should have said is, look, I may not have hit you with the right sign language and misunderstood the number, but the number I got you is the only number you were going to get.
Yeah.
You weren't going to get $200 million.
He gave
another one after that.
Yeah, right.
Because if he would have thought $200 million, the lawyer would have said no.
Yeah. Well, now tap out again.
What?
You know what I mean?
Rick, what?
Well, hey.
Do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the
So,
hell?
yeah. They
Bump
did,
it lightly.
They did say his lawyer is best known for when he was there interpreting for, of course, when they were laying to rest in South Africa.
Yeah.
Mandela.
One of the greatest stories
guys,
ever.
we had a guy get up there and fake sign at Mandela's funeral with
Next
all
to
the world's leaders.
And this goes back to what the guy called the other day. Said we didn't care about Obama. We absolutely said, how can that guy? Well, he was standing next to our president on the podium, and he was absolutely a fake. How did he get that far? I mean, he could have been a nut. You know, we went into the whole thing. He could have been a nut job.
I understand that a fake sign guy stood up in front of a few people at the local theater and acted like he knew sign for the community play.
Maybe even church.
Okay.
Maybe even pull it off in
Maybe
church.
even, my goodness, is anybody going to sit over here and do this at church? I'll do it.
Right.
You know, maybe. But Mandela's funeral,
I will say
we
this.
don't call the sign guy?
Yeah. Rick, he was on every news feed in the entire world. Don't
You knew
agree?
it was going to be broadcast worldwide.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
And he's up there just to sign.
Thanks for the kickoff hour. Good to be with you guys. Starting a couple of things I will say right out of the gate. Greg, I don't know what this is, but you know we've talked a lot on the program. It's a lot of fun having two brothers on the program because I'm actually in my coaching. I coach a team that we were out playing this weekend, and there's three brothers on that team, and so every time I'm having to talk to them, I say, look, before I go any further, I get the brother dynamic.
Yeah.
Okay, and I talk about how they fight each other and dog each other.
Right,
and,
sure.
And, they get off on what I call their own island, you know what I mean, where there's no one else around. And I know you guys have experienced that here. But so yesterday, and look, and we always talk about this, we're raised in the South, which is a different culture. I love the Southern culture. Most people do. And so part of the Southern culture is your mother, if you had a good relationship with your mother never, ever moves you out of kid mode your whole life. It doesn't matter how old you are.
Sure.
You know what I mean? She'll still call something, not like something. Well, now look, I just want to tell you right now, you need to do something about that. So you remember last week, Greg just casually said, because he lives in the same county and near our parents, so he sees them more than I do. Hey, Mom thinks you need to trim your beard.
Yeah.
Not
She says get a lot of hand.
Not Mom didn't contact me directly. Okay. Hey, Mom's saying she's
getting
seeing us on RBTV or something. So they get it. They get one of the hours there in their town on Channel 24.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Because I kept wondering, how's Mom see my beard? Because
she's not happy
because
about
we didn't even see each other at Easter. You know what I mean? and so anyway, so I come home Friday. Excuse me. I come home Friday and I kept calling my mom. First of all, I started out calling our dad.
Yeah, good luck.
And really, I don't know how many of you have dads. If you're fortunate, your dad's still with you in his 70s, and from the era of our dad, who's 75. Really, it's a different relationship, with your dad and your mom anyway, and it should be. But, your dad doesn't really do the touchy-feely like Mom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The minute you start talking with your dad, I've noticed, Dad, he starts trying to hand you off to your mom. Yeah. Okay, man. Well, I tell you what, your mama probably wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
Well, Dad, no, I called just to talk to you to see how you're doing. Yeah. I'm sweeping the sidewalk. Hey, your mama's... Hey, let me hand this to your mama.
Yeah.
Your dad, you're handing me off really fast. I mean, we didn't talk very long.
He makes sure everybody's good.
Yeah. Is everybody good? Anything going on? No, sir. Okay. All right. Well, here's your mom. So anyway, but he kept doing that, and I said, well, Dad, where is Mom? Well, she's inside. Won't you call her? No, Dad, I'm not going to hang up and then call a different number. Mm-hmm. Call you Mom. She. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Relief Factor, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. I've already had the first pack today. Loving it. 4 botanicals. It really, I know scientists worked on this, but if you're really wondering, just simply go and research the 4 botanicals. The research has been done for years. Resveratrol, curcumin, icarin, omega-3, all these things are in Relief Factor, and they all naturally work with the body and its inflammatory response. And we knew that. Scientists knew that, and then they were trying to develop maybe how this could help with the aging process and start putting these botanicals and see how they work together. And voila, Relief Factor was born. And you can get a 3-week quick start supply right now. Almost everyone over 40 or 50 has occasional aches and pains because of that aging process, maybe exercise or other everyday activities. Relief Factor can help in your body's response, no matter your age. So if you'd like to find out more and you've got some pain that you're dealing with and the over-the-counter stuff, you know how that can be. Here's Christopher, who is a fan of the show in Texas. He says, I'm only 40, but after a car accident in high school football, I could no longer walk down the stairs in the morning without going one step at a time and holding onto the railing. About 10 days after starting a Relief Factor, I'm walking down the stairs like I've been awake and walking all day long. And my neck stiffness from the accident that I've been living with since I was 19 is gone. Drop the drugs and pick up Relief Factor. It's a godsend, and I'm glad you guys turned me on to it. Majority of the people who ordered the 3-week quick start pack, they order more because they're seeing results. And hopefully you will too, naturally. Go to relieffactor.com or just go to rickandbubba.com. You can find it there under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, I don't want you to panic. I've heard you mention this in passing. Farmers are warning ketchup, salsa, pasta sauce, any other tomato products could soon be in short supply.
Oh, what's wrong with the tomatoes?
We're talking about ketchup, nectar of the gods, little g. How in the world could we let it get to this point, Rick? They say that California farmers grow nearly all of America's processing tomatoes, but this year's shaping up to be another poor harvest season. This means products like ketchup, as you said, salsa paste, pasta sauce, all of that could be in short supply. Drought, inflation, supply chain issues are to blame for this possible shortage, according to the California Tomato Growers Association.
This is where we should not put all our tomatoes in one basket. I mean, we can grow tomatoes all over the place.
Yeah, I know, and we grow a lot here in our state too. I wonder why they're the only ones we use for these.
I know.
For these specialty items. I mean,
the term
we
is
got to have ketchup
processing tomatoes.
Right.
Bubba, I don't know how to tell you this. I don't even know how to say it because I think you've been through a lot the last couple of weeks. But
Rick, don't push me through more.
You could sit there, my friend, and have a shortage on ketchup and pizza because the pizza sauce that's on pizza, unless you just want to have one of those pizzas that doesn't have any sauce.
And then
what'll make one of those?
Yeah, what'll make it worse is after this story, people will go and they will hoard the ketchup. And it disgusts me when people do that before I can get there.
I know. Don't you hate to hoard it yourself?
Right.
Bubba, can I ask you this? You could be living in a world, I want you to listen to what I'm about to say, where there is no ketchup available. Your chips will have no salsa, your pizza will have no sauce, and your spaghetti will just be pasta.
Wow. Well, America, you get what you vote for. Congratulations.
Yeah. Can you imagine that world?
Not happy about it.
Right, without processing tomatoes, whatever those are.
We've talked about this. Barbecue sauce, I know that would be the alternative here. What would you do, Bubba, if...
Well, barbecue sauce, it's not on the list, though, I guess.
It'd have to be somewhat on the list.
It'd have to be.
You know, there's other condiments that I enjoy, but nothing to the level of ketchup.
What's your second?
Depends on what it is.
Yep.
You know, mustard. I like mustard on something.
Yeah, you know, when you try to do just a little bit better and you ask the question about condiments, they'll let you have mustard. They will not let you have ketchup.
Yeah.
You know, there's something about...
They will let you have salsa, though.
I always think about the biblical overtones of the mustard seed when I'm eating mustard, you know.
Oh, yeah. The little tiny
faith,
mustard seed.
little faith of a mustard seed.
That
How
little
about
tiny
that?
mustard seed.
But there's a lot of other things. There's all these sauces you get for dipping chicken in now is good. My favorite salad dressing, poppy seed. If you have to.
Yeah. So, but can you,
Greg? You remember Greg was terrified of poppy seed
absolutely.
dressing? We'd go somewhere to
Was
get a
it poppy
salad,
seed? Yeah.
and Greg would he would act like you had COVID in his salad.
Well, he was afraid he was going to take a drug test.
I know. That's what was so funny
Poppy
about
seed.
it.
Was it poppy seed?
Yeah,
Yep.
poppy seed will come up, Ron, won't it? I mean, and show a little something.
It'll mess up a drug test.
I know that's what potheads say.
What they call it.
Also, Bubba, today, did you know the Mikhail? Is it Mikhail Gorbachev? I say his
Yeah.
name. Mikhail.
It's actually Mikhail.
Is this their way of saying Michael?
I guess
the Russian way.
It's Mikhail Gorbachev.
Mikhail.
That's how they said it, right?
Yeah, Mikhail
Dead-
Gorbachev.
Gorby,
Dead
better
at-
known as.
Dead at 91.
Gorbachev, he was an agent of change and saw the end of the Soviet Union as we knew it.
There,
he
figure
was
out what that
there.
stain was on his head.
No, he had a birthmark
Man's
going, but
dead.
I think
South
he was
America.
I think he was the sixth and final
Yes.
leader of the Soviet Union.
Yes, he was.
I told you about some stories I had been reading about him. It was pretty interesting about his time in office. He had granddads that were like drug off to the gulag and all that, and he came up through the Communist Party. And the awakening he had as he became and got more and more in charge of everything, that the communist system was not going to work, and that they were being dusted by the free market in the West, and that this thing was going to collapse on itself, and how can we ever save face in this? So he was trying to reform the communist system with capitalistic overtones without everybody knowing what he was doing.
Yeah.
But he knew they were dead on the vine, knew it. And the final blow to that was President Reagan proposing SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, commonly called Star Wars. And Gorby did everything he could to try to get out of that. He even offered up doing away with all nuclear weapons if the U.S. would. Of course, they wouldn't have done it because they lie.
No.
And Reagan wisely knew that too, so he didn't agree to it. But the bluff on that absolutely bankrupted the Soviet Union. They could not even make bread to feed their people.
Yeah,
And that was the end of that. But now they're just back in another version.
Yeah. And the Russian nationalists, they hate him. They always hate him. They said they have it the opposite. They say he's the one that caused the problem, but it was the system that was causing the problem.
The system was dead. He knew it. He was trying to fix it, but it was too late.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She'd love to hear from you. I said, Dad, I just talked to Mom.
Mad about your beard.
I just talked to Mom we're getting to, he didn't say that, so because, he couldn't care less. But anyway, so I called Mom, no answer. Text her, nothing back. So I walk into the house, and I know why my mom's not answering, because she's talking to my wife. You ever notice that? They'd much rather talk to our wives than talk to us. Our mom would. You know what I mean? And I saw that with my dad. My grandmother always communicated through my mother and not through her own son. Yeah. Okay?
Right.
So I walk in, and I realize, and I hear all of a sudden I hear the following. I know I'm going to have to say something to him about it. I know that's me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Please let that be one of the kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the boys done? Look, nothing. Yeah. Well, when we hang up, I'm going to say something. Oh, gosh, that sounds like me. I think that's me.
Yeah.
That's all me.
Oh, my gosh, that's me. You know what I mean? So anyway, now I don't want the conversation to be over.
Yeah.
You know what I
Y'all
mean?
just keep talking.
Hey,
They'll forget.
Hey, talk about the beach trip this summer.
And then they'll forget.
So anyway, so she hangs up, and I said, "Well, how's everything?" Well, your mom, she's still not feeling great, and we're trying to work on this thing with Mom, and she said all this. It's too much to go into. But anyway, so we're gonna do this and that and whatever. And when's the game? And we're playing Huntsville. Okay. So anyway, so she goes, "Hey, I've talked to your mom." And then I agree with her. You had to do something about this beard. and I'm like, all right. So my mom's on a tour, a tour of people connected to me to tell me that I need to trim my beard. You know what I mean? I mean, she said, and I'm in agreement with her. Now the problem is that we were going somewhere, and I thought I wasn't going. Trimming the beard and getting it neat, it requires a little bit, and it's a mess.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
when you let it get out of hand. Yeah.
So I was like, well, I didn't have this worked in. So, and by the way, you need to trim it. I'm talking about right now. I mean,
it's getting a little long.
When you whatever you're about to do, shower wise and all that, it includes the beard getting neater. And then she would walk in and go, no, more.
Oh, really?
No, I need to take more off. And she goes, look, I'm not one of the wives on Duck Dynasty. And I was like, Sherry, it's nowhere near Duck Dynasty. And she goes, it's getting there.
It was heading
She
that
goes,
way.
she goes, look, it just looks. I said, what are you saying? What do you mean? It just. I mean, you don't live off the land. You know what I mean? You got to have some kind
trim
of.
that baby
She
up.
goes, that might be acceptable if we were in a cabin, out there.
Yeah,
you know,
you had a flannel shirt on chopping wood.
You can't look like that and be walking around
with work boots on.
Yeah, no, that you're becoming the guy in our neighborhood that people are like concerned. They think we're preppers. And I was like, we're not. What are you talking about? It's too much. You got to take some of that off. So I said, well, all right, I guess so.
You got a little.
What method did you use?
I think you need a little more off.
No, I thought I trimmed it really good. Huh?
What method did you use?
I have. Well, you start out.
You set it to
the same thing that Helmsy cuts his hair with, one of those guards, and then you guard to make it even. Then you take the guard off to get places you can't get, and then you get the razor out and shave down here and shave up over here on your
make
neck,
it neat. Yeah,
and try to make it neat. I did the best I could.
It's better.
Is
Mom
that?
be good with that.
It was funny though.
But you're going to have to trim it again in about a week or two because it's going to be back.
What was funny is
you didn't go that far.
Well, what was funny is I claimed that it was going to take my strength, and she started going, "Yeah, what?" I said, "No, I can feel my strength going away."
There it goes. It's in the sink.
Hey, a lot of mess, too.
A lot of mess.
I'm glad you handled that.
You ever been told? Yeah, but my mom undoubtedly. I don't know who was going to be told next. One of y'all, Helmsy, Speedy.
She tried me. She tried Cherry.
Yeah, no, I agree with it. He's here. I'm going to say something about it. What?
He's right here.
I said, my gosh, I've heard this twice today. All right, we'll be back. I do want to say, because someone did call, we do see the Hannity allegations today as they're all, I guess. Look, somebody even sent me a text. Is Tucker Carlson causing this? I mean, is it Tucker that's doing this so he can keep moving up the ladder? But anyway,
that's not a bad idea.
We know Sean better than we do. I mean, by far better than we do anyone else there at Fox. Even beyond the casual friendship we have with the Fox and Friends gang with Ducey and Kilmeade. I mean, we actually have Bubba and his wife actually have been to the Hannity's home, and I was not able to go there. But we talk, a good bit and know each other much better. And this would be completely shocking to me if there's anything to this allegation. I think what we see here, we now have some women out there that see the payoffs that are being handed out by Fox and things like that. This just looks like a bit of a reach. And I don't mean this in there's sometimes when you see someone making an allegation, either way, male or female, you may see a situation where you go, well, you know what? I don't know what happened there, but you get in a bad situation, that might be difficult if there was something going on. This woman, and I don't mean this mean, but I mean if she's lied about somebody, then she is a bad person. But if you saw her, when you see her, you would think Sean throwing away his career and his marriage, that was something that tempted him.
She's not a stumbling block for us men, I'll tell you that.
I don't see her as a stumbling block for too many people. Now, I mean, look, people have their own situations. What I'm saying is that I can't really speak personally to Bill O'Reilly. I can speak personally to Sean Hannity. I don't think this is in his character. And in a very Sean Hannity way, he is defending himself with everything he's got, and even talking about legal action for false accusation. So we'll see where it goes. But you can see right now, if you work for Fox News, and let me be fair though, Fox News brought a lot of this on their own, because it does sound like they allow things to go on in their company. Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. The golden ticket seats have returned. We'll try those beginning a week from this Friday. And we'll go through September on Friday, see how it operates. We've been kind of thinking about how to make it all work, and we'll try our first run on September the 9th. Those tickets are all sold out. As you can imagine, when I say sell out, I mean reserved. They don't cost anything. So we'll try again in October if everything goes smoothly here. We want to kind of do a soft opening, ease into it. So we look forward to seeing our first group coming back here, or the first time ever here, in these golden ticket seats in the new setup in the No Name studio. So look for that coming up on the 9th. And, for those of you that want to come in the future, just be hopeful that it'll all work smoothly and we can make it happen. Bubba, we will start this hour. I know it's almost painful. Like I said, I may not be able to watch College Game Day this year, even if I upset Reese Davis, but because it's hard to watch sometimes, the struggle. It's just like there's no way Speedy can, and it's not that I have secondhand embarrassment. I just struggle with them. Mm-hmm. Anytime I think somebody, like even if I hear someone sing and they can sing good, but I don't think they are confident that they can hit all the notes, so they're not hitting the notes effortlessly. That's a hard run for me. Not because I'm embarrassed for them. I'm in the struggle with them. It's like I become the singer.
Yeah.
And
that's part of my second hand.
Is that what it is? Is that some of it? Maybe I don't know how to define it.
Yeah.
And then Lee Corso, when I see him now, I become Lee Corso.
Yes.
And I'm struggling to do my predictions on the games.
Okay.
And I don't know where the mascot head is anymore, and I don't think I can physically put it on. Those kind of things bother me, and because it's not an enjoyable thing to watch. Well, Biden updates are that way for me. They're very difficult to watch, and because when I think that this is the leader of the free world, it's so obvious this is a person that should be retired from politics.
Right.
But not only is still in it, but is the president. So this is his deal in Pennsylvania. He's trying to help, but he's not going to help. The first one here, Josh Shapiro, he's running for governor, and he's going to tell us he's running for senator. And then John Fetterman is actually running for Senate, and he's going to tell us he's running for governor.
Oh, no.
So he doesn't get the officers right that these two people – he's there to trump for somebody, and he's got what they're running for wrong.
Say he's trumping?
Yeah, well, you can't even say that anymore without it being a pun. So here is here's Biden.
Where'd it go?
Where did he go? Somebody say.
Basement Joe.
All right, so here he is trying to help these two, but he can't get it right what they're running for. Here we go.
Yeah, and John Fetterman is a very big guy, and that's how he's going to refer to him. He's running for Senate. Want to really, really stress that Fetterman is running for Senate.
Oh, that's
not
great.
governor.
Okay.
Please elect the Attorney General of the Senate.
Governor.
Of course, he's running for governor.
Of course, they're clapping.
Elect that big old boy to be governor.
Of course, he's running for
He's
Senate.
Senate.
Y'all.
He doubled down.
By the way, he couldn't remember that guy's name at all, so he just went with big old boy.
See, I can't stand stuff like this.
I want that big old boy being Senate.
Give me that big old boy.
And look, and backstage, I always think about backstage, but Speedy, I think about the U's.
Oh,
yes.
They're back there going, what did he just say?
Yeah.
Governor?
The handler just hit their head on an I-beam somewhere.
And you know what somebody
clap
said?
it.
Didn't y'all tell him what they're running for? We did. We told him over and over again. We even had him repeat it back to us. Let's do it again. I got to hear big old boy again.
on now.
Which, by the way, he forgets that guy's name. Yeah, he forgets it completely.
Please
Thinking.
elect the Attorney General of the Senate.
Yeah, running for governor. But everybody's going to clap anyway.
Elect that big old boy to be governor.
He's just staring at him. And the problem is,
What an endorsement from the president.
And if you notice,
You can't even use that in your commercial.
No, you can't use that. You can't even put it in your commercial.
You know they'd want to do it.
I'm sure.
Endorsed by Joe Biden.
Vote
for big old boy.
They've already got the video edited, and they got a slot for that they cannot use.
We need Fetterman to go to the Senate for the people of Pennsylvania. Look at that big old boy governor. Want that big old boy governor. Oh, gosh, we can't even use that.
Don't you know what a nightmare it is to be on the team trying to do all that?
Oh, my goodness. And what bothered, like right then, if you notice, he starts out whispering, which is his new thing, and then he gets loud.
Uh-huh.
Have you noticed that? Did you
That's kind of his way of doubling down.
Please, it's just, please, the Attorney General, I can't think of his name. Please, Attorney General, vote him for governor.
There's a lot weird going on.
That big old boy, son of a gun.
There's a lot weird with that big old boy, by the way. Have y'all seen this Fetterman guy?
He is weird.
He's kind of a lurch-looking guy.
Isn't he the one running against Dr. Oz?
He is. And he had a stroke.
He looks like a
an
wrestler.
aneurysm or something, and he's been out on the trail, and he's not doing great.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's been a little weird.
Number 2, Biden, and Greg, this is your favorite. He's going to reference him as a lifeguard again. Here he goes back to being a lifeguard, and what he says...
Corn Pop ain't back, is it?
It's in that same world.
Got hairy legs.
Now keep in mind, this is the classic case. This is a classic case of a man, remember, who's been in the Democratic Party so long.
Oh, boy.
He even harkens back to the days when the way they saw race was much different than they claim to see it now.
Yeah.
But it's little moments like this where you go, oh, that's awkward. All right, so here we go.
If I can just interject for a moment, my deceased son, Bo, he was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. And what he used to do is go down on the east side, what's called the Bucket, highest crime rate in the country. There's a place where I was the only white guy that worked as a lifeguard down in that area, on the east side. Okay. And you know where you can always tell where the best basketball in the state is, and the best basketball in the city is. It's where everybody shows up.
What is he talking
about? Somebody stop him.
Oh, so awkward.
Turn him off.
Corn Pop.
What is he talking about?
Good night.
You know how you can turn a toy off? Like, I wonder if in the back, does he have like a little switch where somebody could walk by and turn him off?
You know how in the old sci-fi things, the robots had the power pack?
Yeah.
You pull them out.
All of a sudden he gets, and then
Hairy legs. I had hairy legs. Don't learn to call him.
Give me the running out of energy again.
yeah, I mean, he's talking, right?
Yeah.
And I was only white guy.
Pull that. You know how the robot would just go
right.
dead?
Stop it. Right, just stop it. and then somebody pick him up and they're like,
all right, now he's going to tell all of you that are worried about the Second Amendment. If you think you're going to stop the government, you're going to need more. If you want to fight against, you need more than an F-15. Now, I think he means AR-15, but he's going to drop F-15. All right, so here we go.
And for those brave right-wing Americans who say it's all about keeping America's independent and safe, if you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15. You need something a little more than a gun.
You guys.
You talking about a fighter aircraft?
Yeah.
Is that what he's talking about?
I guess.
Yeah,
I guess,
Greg.
yeah.
You
Well,
think?
he's saying you need an F-15.
Yeah. And it's
And he can't even get the speed of the bullet.
We need more than
Yeah, I
a
heard
gun.
about that,
Yeah.
yeah.
So now the next one is he says something completely not true about AR-15s. He's gonna claim that a bullet from an AR-15 travels 5 times as a bullet shot of any other gun.
Well, I mean,
Look at Bubba's face.
Look at that
All right,
face.
so just listen to this piece of gun trivia. Here we go.
Do you realize the bullet out of an AR-15 travels 5 times as rapidly as a bullet shot out of any other gun?
Guys,
Just not true.
no, it's not
It's
true.
not that- that's-
I thought surely we're saying it wrong.
no.
All right, guys.
The number of people that were just saying that's what are you talking about? Here it is. We've got the list for you to see for yourself.
Here's a dozen guns that are faster than the AR-15.
Right. Yeah. So the AR-15, it's not even in the. I mean,
look at that list.
There's so many guns.
The 243 is more powerful.
Yeah, that it travels faster.
Faster.
Yeah, the 22 250s are pretty fast.
Do you think is this another one of those?
Weatherby 300 mags faster too, I think.
Do you think?
Where does he get that?
Do you think this
somebody fed it to him?
Somebody told him.
Somebody told him.
Honestly,
one of us told him.
Or he's compared them to shotguns or something else.
They'll say anything. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Now, if I was there, would I tell him to go say something like that? I would. So it travels 5 times faster than a gun. All right, thank you. I'm gonna use that. Go
Just
right
for
ahead.
effect, it'll help.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Walk out there with it after you're done with talking about how black people are good at basketball.
See, what is wrong with him?
You were the only whitey at lifeguard.
You're right.
That's why I'd shut him back off. You know what they say about AR-50?
There's Speedy shutting him off again.
Just shut him off. Shut him off.
Pull the plug.
Just turn him off.
Leader of the free world, President Joe Biden. We'll be back.
The switch on his shoulder right there.
So turn it off.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The top of the company with some of the hosts that should have been culled and should have been dealt with. And so now that there's been proof that some of this has legs, then everybody is going to be pointed at and saying, well, I mean, look what else was going on here.
Yeah.
Why is this so hard to believe?
Yeah.
And I understand that. I'm just telling you that Hannity does not seem to be a man that would be drawn into this kind of stuff or create this stuff himself. Now, again, we may turn out to find out that I misread Sean, and that can certainly happen. I don't know that we really truly know anyone. There's only so much you can know anyone, even people you think you're really close to. I'm not sure they ever let you know everything about them. But at the end of the day, I think when I look at the conversations that I've been able to have and even some of the discipleship that's been going on in Sean's life, he had me on talking about the devotional and literally was saying on the air, man, this is great. Every man should read this. My son and I are going to go through this together and da-da-da-da. So I know he's serious about his faith and serious about growing his faith. I know when we first met, he wasn't overly evangelical, but married a woman from our state, that comes from a background that I think has been very helpful to Sean, just as my wife's been helpful to me spiritually. And but again, none of us are above reproof, and Sean certainly isn't either. I'm just saying I would be very surprised if this really happened. And even reading the accuser's commentary, she doesn't seem very credible.
No, she doesn't. I mean, she even tried to go a lot further than that and accuse Hannity of taking all the money on some of these big concerts and charity events.
This is important.
He has contributed about $100,000 to the Wounded Warriors Foundation, over $200,000 to the Freedom Alliance, and over tens of thousands of dollars to other military charities and individuals, said the charity in a statement, because she accused Sean of his demands and the concerts and stuff. He would be taking all the money and stuff, and those charities have come back and gone, that's not the case. We've been given a lot of money from Sean at these events. And he also went on to say, and to back up what you said about the legal action, he said he will not allow anybody to lie about him. And he has got a team of lawyers that are going after this individual because he's not going to sit here and stand by and let these accusations go unchallenged. So he's going to go after her legally.
Yeah, and unlike Sean, you were able to look at O'Reilly and you saw 5 payoffs. There's nothing like that in Sean's life.
No.
And frankly, I just don't think I personally was not around Bill O'Reilly enough to make this call, but I'm yet to talk to anyone who was around him a lot that's surprised.
Yeah.
People that are around Hannity would be surprised.
Yeah.
And are surprised about an allegation like this. And I think it's important, all the lawyers listening to our show and whatever, you know the deal. If you can ever point that somebody's lying about something, then lawyers do a very good job of saying, well, if she lied about this, we know that wasn't true. Well, then why is she credible on this other stuff? So we do know that she tried to make an accusation that Sean was not giving to the Wounded Warriors like he said he did, and the Wounded Warriors have come out and said, oh, yes, he did. So we know she lied about that.
Right. So we just got to be careful because, like as Greg said earlier, when something like this is accused, it's a headline, it's on front page, it's on, and then once you find out the truth, if what Sean's saying is accurate, which we believe it is, just by what you've said, then a lot of times that's not covered in the same way. So we just have to be careful and just.
Well, it's like we talk about again, and I'm not, and I don't know Sean to this level, so don't misunderstand me. But anytime that when it comes to politics, and obviously there's a lot of people that would like access to the show and endorsement here and there and things like this, and those have been few and far between. Now I may say, hey, that candidate politically might be pretty good, but as far as me attaching name and endorsement, that's only happened. a handful of times, with the Congressman Gary Palmer and then some other races at a state level that were people that I knew I could vouch for, your Rich Wingos and people like that. But the reason why I would do that is I don't really care if somebody makes a mistake, politically, or they didn't get that done, whatever. I can live with that. It's like I don't want anybody that's going to burn the reputation and the ministry of what we do morally. So I just don't vouch for people that I don't 100% know, and anybody can stray. Don't misunderstand me, but if I can vet out that I don't think they're going to do anything that is a character, integrity, or moral issue, then I can stand with you. But it is 22 minutes past the hour. Yeah. Oh, misunderstood. Yeah. Come on. Everybody. What are we waiting on, boys? So we gonna keep waiting. Waiting on Bubba to return. We're waiting. Baby on Bubba to return. Hey, we just keep on waiting.
Gonna walk right inside.
Bubba had his first bathroom call post no gallbladder. It's a learning experience. It's hit or miss.
Hip.
Hey, things you need to know involving Rick and Bubba members. How about this? Tomorrow night, Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be the in-stadium guy as UAB football kicks off. So if you're a UAB football fan, they'll be there for the season opener against Alabama A&M, or you're an Alabama A&M fan, and you're coming to Protective Life tomorrow night. You'll get to see Calvin Speedy Wilburn. So
doing his thing.
Next week, Thursday night, I'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. That will be happening at First Baptist Church. Ridgecrest Baptist Church, in Dothan, Alabama. I'll be at Ridgecrest, home of News Talk 103.9. So men, make plans to join us there next Thursday night. So it's not normal for me to choose to go to a tennis story. I'm usually just part of a tennis story and participate in it after someone else has said, what do you think about this tennis story? But there is a side of me that when you start looking at things like, endorsement deals with sports products, and now you've got a U.S. Open champion who says, I don't want to wear the Nike stuff. And when I hear it's one of the reasons because it's too hot to wear and it holds the heat, or there's a complaint against. We have a quote right here in the video. So this one is, I can't say this person's name, Bianca something.
Andreescu.
Okay.
Bianca Andreescu, Canadian, I believe.
Yeah. So complaining about the Nike stuff, I guess they're wearing because Nike's
the wind was blowing her skirt all over the place, and it was affecting her play.
Yeah, it was her swing.
Yeah, and so she went to the chair umpire. This was all caught on camera, explaining to the umpire, you're not supposed to be able to go change your clothes at this particular point in time.
Right, yeah.
And so she's saying, hey, I got to change. Like, it's not my fault. It's Nike's fault. She's saying that out loud.
Oh, no.
Hey, thanks.
Probably not good for your endorsement.
No. And by the way, this is the second time I've heard this. Serena Williams the other night made the statement that she had on like 7 layers of her skirt for 7 U.S. Open titles, and she only had 2 when she was playing because the other 5 was weighing her down so much. So not a good week for Nike and their wardrobe.
Well, who wears 7?
Well, Greg, that was just you heard why.
Well, I'm just saying
Because
that,
of the US
but don't
Open.
blame Nike. Don't put 7
Well,
on.
I'm not blaming Nike. I'm just explaining that this is the second wardrobe thing that we've discussed.
If you're Nike and you're trying to do an endorsement deal with tennis, you don't want this.
No.
Yeah, of course, you would think you would understand the sport that you're providing the wardrobe for and how it operates and try to make it accordingly. Yeah. But here it is. You hear her getting upset. Here she goes.
The U.S. Open to have so much success.
Because
I mean, it's
sorry.
not my fault. It's Nike's fault. Like, this dress is so, it's so bad.
Anyway, it doesn't count if you go already, so it doesn't count if I believe there's an issue with the clothing.
Okay, yeah, I need to go. This is really bad.
Yeah, she.
Oh, wow. I thought she said this is really hot. That's why I put it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This is really
Wow.
bad.
Is that going to get us back in jail for playing?
I didn't go full screen with it.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps.
All right.
Okay.
Y'all were just on the.
Yeah, I didn't know
small
what you
TV.
meant by too hot.
Yeah, that's what I thought she said. It's just so hot.
Then
Holding
I start thinking that you were being creepy by saying, well, if it's blowing around a lot, they think it's too hot.
So it was getting.
Okay. I don't know what you were talking
It was
about.
getting in her swing.
Yes,
exactly.
it was affecting her play.
Maybe Nike needs to come out with instructions on when to wear what skirt. Don't wear on windy days.
Look, they've been doing this for a long
Yeah, they
time, and this one apparently is just giving a little more trouble. Maybe it's a little. It looks like it's a little longer, and maybe that's why it's blowing and getting into their swing plane a little bit.
Yeah, it feels almost like when Coca-Cola changed formulas for just a minute. If Nike knew how to do this and knew how tennis worked and what they needed, it's almost like they went with a design that is it's not all that
I tell you,
effective.
probably what happened. People were griping, "Hey, these things are getting like a bathing suit. Put a little more cloth on it." They did, and now it's blowing up, getting into the
I think it
swing.
would have been fine if it wouldn't have been windy.
Yeah.
Or if she would have been on one of the bigger stadium courts where it blocked the wind, it would have been fine. But the fact that she wasn't, you got a lot of wind that day, is just a perfect storm for this.
Now, on the other thing about uniforms and the overplaying of the hand, it's like human beings cannot handle it. Football. Let's talk about football, which many more of you are interested in. What are we going to do about these players are basically turning the uniform into wearing shorts?
I thought that was against the rules at one time.
Yeah, I mean, you're
one-
required to wear certain equipment to play for safety. And, I mean, you couldn't go out there without your shoulder pads or your helmet.
Right. No, they used
send
to
you back.
penalize you or warn you if ever
Yeah.
above your knee.
Right. Well, are they just not doing that now?
No, they're not. They took that rule away. Well, the players can't handle them giving them a break and saying, all right, you don't have to have them all the way over the knee. Well, now they're going out there in what looks like a pair of run-through shorts, like you're in shells.
Yeah.
And they're playing with the thigh pads, if they have those on at all. And now the pants are coming all the way up to their
About
quad,
mid-thigh, yeah.
mid-thigh,
Yeah.
and that looks absolutely ridiculous. And so I think we're going to have to come back and say, all right, well, we're going to go back to you can't have anything above the knee, because it's just completely gotten out of hand now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have football that's going to have football players out there playing in shorts. And
I mean, that really is short.
Well, it looks ridiculous. It
Plus,
looks
your knee's not
absolutely
protected.
ridiculous.
You're going to get hurt.
Right. And so I think they're going to have to do something, because no one ever knows when to stop. At one time, it was get it a little above the knee if you're a receiver or
They made 'em faster.
or a defensive back or whatever. And now it's all up at mid-thigh.
Do they even wear thigh pads anymore?
It's according what
NFL
level you
most-
play.
yeah, your
NFL,
position.
not many of them do.
Also, like DBs and receivers don't.
Right. Yeah. Now in college, do you have to wear thigh pads?
I don't know.
I know in high school you do.
Yeah.
All right. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll go talking on the phones with you on whatever is on your mind. Blazing Silverman is ready to take your calls. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this case, I'm not to that level that I know him as well, or do I think his faith is as strong as like a Gary Palmer, or other people that we deal with. But I will say, of the accusations that have been made against Fox News, if there was one guy that I would stand up and vouch for out of that bunch, it would be Hannity. So, and we've already proven that what she said about the charity was not true. So it could be that she just thinks if I make enough noise, somebody will write me a check to go away. I don't know. I don't know that woman either, but it just looks that way and it feels that way. And I do know Hannity much more personally than I did, say, a Bill O'Reilly or Els or any of those people. I didn't know any of them. Today, one round. It'll be listeners taking on listeners. Our categories today in the Rick and Bubba giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Category 1, Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Oh, boy.
Category 2, Life of Speedy.
What?
Category 3, Know Your Greg Burgess. Category 4, Helmsy. And Category 5, I Love Eddie Van Adler. So there they are. There's your 5 categories today. And it works just like any, game that has trivia involved or whatever, you play against each other, and the best out of 5 wins. Now, what we have is we start off with the lightning round. Now, the lightning round means that both people have a shot at the answer, and you shout your name, whatever name we hear first will go. If you get an answer right, then you take control of the board, and you keep answering to either win the game or you miss. If you miss, your opponent then will get a shot. So if you get a wrong answer, then your opponent gets a shot to steal it. If they don't steal it, I give you the answer and we move on.
Okay.
You got it?
I got it.
Does everybody understand?
I think everybody got it. Greg,
Well,
you got it?
Got it.
If you notice in the audience, most of the markets I see up there are places we've been for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Melanie out of Albertville, Alabama.
No.
Yeah.
She wins all the
Melanie
time.
has won more
Has she won
prizes.
1,000 things?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll see if she wins today.
Absolutely. Melanie's ready.
And she'll be taking on.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Hey, it's unbelievable. I've never seen anybody win as many Rick and Bubba games as Melanie.
I wish y'all
She
give me a
has
heads
a
up.
closet full of our stuff.
She does.
Columbus. Well,
'90s.
you'll take on Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Good.
All right, so both of you know how to play the game, right?
They'll be mad with me.
All right, here is first. We'll start with a lightning round.
Roger Lewis.
Lightning round. That means that this one can go to either person. Okay, you must shout your name to get this right. Our first category: Life of Speedy. Are you ready? Both of you have a chance at this, so shout your name if you know the answer. One of the most famous moments in Rick and Bubba history was when Speedy, as a grown man, crapped his pants. Yeah, Speedy was on the way to Nashville. Why was he going to Nashville? Melanie, go ahead. Melanie, go.
He was going to a Titans game.
That is correct. All right, so there's 1 point. 1 point for Melanie. All right, now stand by, Greg, because you may have a chance to steal, but right now Melanie has control of the board. Melanie, what category next? Gary the Bulldozer Man, Know Your Greg Burgess, Helmsy, or I Love Eddie Van Adler?
Let's go with Greg.
All right, so Know Your Greg Burgess. Are you ready? This is multiple choice.
Okay.
Which of these songs would Greg Burgess refuse to listen to? Well, there's only one right answer. I'm talking about under no circumstance would he listen to this song. All right, under no circumstance. He's only declared there's one song he will not listen to. Is it A, Mr. Roboto by Styx, B, I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner, C, Putting on the Ritz by Taco, or D, I'll Do Anything for Love by Meatloaf?
Putting on the Ritz.
That is correct.
Boom.
Wow.
She's so good.
Well, she really
Melanie's hard to beat.
she
Come on,
is.
Greg.
All right, you're still controlling the board, Melanie. One more answer would be mathematically impossible for Greg to win. All right, so what's still on the board is Gary the Bulldozer Man, Helmsy, or I Love Eddie Van Adler.
Oh, wow, that's hard. Let's go with Helmsy.
Helmsy. All right, are you ready?
Helmsy.
All right, this is on this program. 3 people on the program come from a place called Calhoun County, Alabama. Speedy comes from Mississippi, and then Adler came here via San Antonio. So the only one that is left is Helmsy. What Alabama county is Helmsy from?
Oh, shucks. Let's see. Etowah?
That is correct.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Greg,
Let's go and send Melanie.
Greg, I'm so sorry.
Hey, I don't mind being the homecoming opponent. That's
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Would you like to chat on the Rick and Bubba Show and have a little conversation? Well, Blazing Silverman, a Rick and Bubba University student, is ready, and lines are available. And if you move, you can get in right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Have you joined the latest Rick and Bubba craze? It is all across Rick and Bubba land, people moving to cleanpods.com/Bubba as a less expensive, more efficient way of cleaning. And don't forget, it's also less harsh chemicals Sometimes some of these cleaning products, you're like, I got this in my house. So why don't you go to cleanpods.com/Bubba? You're going to love their Smarter Clean philosophy. You simply drop a small pod of their solution, and it's concentrate, so it goes a long way, into a bottle they provide, add water, shake it up, and you're going. Here we go, and I'm gone. They've got the glass cleaner. They've got floors, bathroom, multi-use, countertops, whatever you need. They've also got a urine spray for pet stains and things like that that may be in your home that works specifically for that. You bring the water, they bring the clean. It's real simple. It's less expensive, and these products are quality. They get the cleaning done, so you're not going to compromise that. And right now, in all the bundles, we'll get you 10% off of the cleaning supplies that you need. If you'll just go to cleanpods.com/Bubba, you get 10% off all bundles. Or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And why don't you join a lot of the Rick and Bubba family that are already doing it, including us, by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba, and you experience the Smarter Clean philosophy. Put them to work for you. To the phones we go. Let's go to Lee in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lee, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing fine. You was talking about Kirk Herbstreit?
Yes.
About how he looked?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. He lit the firebomb yesterday. He had blood clots in his calf and blood clots moved to his lungs a few months ago.
Yeah, we're hearing more of this, and some of it, there's lines being drawn back to the vaccine. The thing about the vaccine and the treatments is, we can absolutely should talk about the good that they do, but if there are things that seem to be occurring that could be side effects, we need to be informed about that as well, so then people can make informed decisions.
Yeah, you've got to look at the whole picture.
I've never understood.
Aside from take politics out of it,
all that
doesn't matter because blood clots affect people who like Biden and people who like Trump.
Right.
Set all that aside. Let's look at real science. Let's look at double-blind studies. Let's find out what's going on. Here's the biggest problem, Rick, with a lot of this. The public, especially when they're panicked by the media, demand something be done right then.
Right.
And instead of being able to do the full scientific process, we have to shortcut it. And Congress will come in and they'll give the drug companies a pass and say, look, we're going to throw $1 billion at you. We need you to get this. We need it quick, and we're going to protect you from lawsuits. Well, guess what? That is I don't care who you are, that is a formula for disaster.
It is.
But we decided that was worth the risk at that time based on what we knew and what we were facing. But now that we have a little more breath, a little clearer picture, I think everyone would agree that's not the best way to do stuff when you start putting brand new medicines in your body.
No, and this is something we've always known about brand new medicines. We have to kind of see once it's been out there in the human population for a while.
The biggest test they do is when they release it.
Yeah, and see, I think like this NBA thing we have today where unvaccinated NBA players and staff have to take weekly COVID-19 tests. I thought we'd already discovered that testing people weekly and all the time really just leads to confusion more than anything. And why would the unvaccinated people, knowing what we know now about the virus and about the vaccines and about the treatments and about what's going on with the current state of this virus, why would we require people to be vaccinated or be hassled? It does, and they're trying to. You know what this is? This is trying to force you to get vaccinated. When we know for a fact, back to Trump, Biden, it doesn't matter. We know for a fact that if you are vaccinated, you can still get it and still pass it. So tell me the insanity of this. Yeah. If you're going to test everybody every week, you might as well test the vaccinated too.
Well, I know what. Yeah, that's the point. They ought to test everybody every week, and then
how about
when
don't test anybody anyway?
When they're sick, send them home.
Yeah, don't test anybody. If you start feeling bad, we'll test you, and then if you have it, you go home until you feel better and come back. Because I'm telling you, in the current state of it, where we are now, I'm noticing almost without exception, it doesn't matter what age the person is. The people that I know that have tested positive, and we've said it before, but I'll add something to it today, they're going home till they feel better and they're coming back. But the doctors are starting to prescribe things less and less. Matter of fact, I don't remember the last time I had anybody that I knew, and there's been a lot of them, that went home sick with COVID that their doctor prescribed them anything. They said use the over-the-counter stuff to treat the symptoms. I had one today that said I was prescribed nothing on the front end, and then once I got deep into it and I was getting closer to it being over, then I was given a steroid pack and an antibiotic and an inhaler to kind of finish it out. But this antiviral stuff I wasn't given. There was no talk about the vaccine. It was you're sick, take the over-the-counter stuff, treat the symptoms, and when you feel better, go back to your life, and we'll give you some stuff on the back end if you're still having some symptoms to try to get you on past it. That's the way it's being treated right now, and you can read into that whatever you want to read into it. But because, remember, the truth is not what people say. It's what they actually do. And that'll kind of give you some idea where we are. So I think this thing – the NBA, they're pretending like we're still a year and a half ago or 2 years ago.
Well, here's the thing: they can't.
That's archaic.
They can't get up there and say we're not going to do anything because they're all playing. Now remember, all these cities they play in are full of woke mayors.
Oh yeah,
and they all think the world's coming to an end. So they want to know, what are you doing when you come to my town? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So you got to say something.
Right.
We're testing. We wear masks when we're not eating. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Good.
Yeah. They're gonna wear a mask on.
Good news. We're not letting Djokovic play.
Right.
He can't fly in.
Ridiculous.
But there's a guy from Mexico who's tearing the place up.
Yeah, unbelievable. Let's go to Tom in Montgomery. Tom, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to let you know I had good news for Bubba. So I told my wife about the ketchup. She said she was going to grab you a handful every time she goes to Chick-fil-A. So you're going to be good by the end of the week.
That's good. Jeb in Alabama. Jeb, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was wanting to make a comment about the pads and football.
Yep.
You remember back in the 70s, Oakland Raiders had a wide receiver, Fred Biletnikoff.
Mm-hmm.
He was slow, but he could catch.
Yep.
He didn't wear pads, but he still wore his pants.
Yeah. That's true.
Now, he had enough stickum on his hands, he could have hung from a steel girder.
And he always had that old square head helmet.
Yeah, that was that old stringy hair hanging out from under.
Yeah. Gene in Dothan.
Typical Raider.
News Talk 1039. Gene, go ahead.
I appreciate the conversation you were having about the uniforms, and I just want to take the opportunity to let you know, in high school football in Alabama, you must have your knees covered, or we will send you off the field for one play, and we will focus on you when you come back in to make sure your uniform is correct. So in high school football, we're not allowing that. You must have your knees covered.
Are you a referee?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, and I think
it makes sense.
Yeah, I think all football is going to have to go back to this because they can't handle this freedom. What's happening now looks like a circus. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And coaches are using it. I've witnessed this in high school. Opposing coaches are using it to talk to the line judge and go, "Hey, that cornerback, look at his pads, to get him out for play."
Oh, sure, of course. Chad in Wisconsin. Hey, Chad, go ahead.
Hey, Chad.
Chad.
Hey, morning. It's actually Thad. Thad.
All right, Thad, go ahead.
Yep. I just wanted to let you guys know if you ever heard of the Okie Dokie Brothers song, Haul Away Joe. It owns me every time. I think it'd be great liner music for when you talk about old Biden.
And what's the name of the song?
Haul Away Joe.
All the Way Joe?
By the Okie Dokie Brothers.
By the Okie Dokie
Brothers.
Okay, all right, thanks, Thad. Barry in Anniston. Barry, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to talk about the big deal about Dr. Ruth said to Bill Clinton at the U.S. Open.
Yes.
A lot of nothing. All she did was whisper to him and say, "How is little Willie doing?"
All right. Okay. All righty.
Dr. Ruth.
Dr. Ruth. Little Willie won't go home. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today on our YouTube channel. Watch it live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after. We continue our walk through Genesis with chapter 33 today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, my gosh. Greg, did you know any of those answers?
I did. Knew all of them, yeah.
Okay, good. So you're pretty good.
Good boy,
All right,
Greg.
Greg, thank you for playing. All right, Melanie, now we're just going to see if you can get them all. Okay? All right.
Just for our own.
All right, okay. All right, let's just see if you can get them all just for fun, okay?
Okay.
You've won, and you don't need an Extreme Club membership because I'm assuming you have one, do you?
No, that's one thing I don't have, but it's because I listen
There-
all the
All
time.
right, good. Then you're going to get the full-blown, I'm talking about premium package, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let me just try another one. Let me see if you know this. Let's do I Love Eddie Van Adler. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. Adler's dog, his name is Kevin. What is his wife's dog's name?
Oh, wow.
It's tough.
That's
a tough one.
I don't know. I'm going to have to guess at this. I'm going to say Precious.
No. It's actually Franklin. Franklin.
That's a tough one.
All right, let's go with Gary the Bulldozer Man. See if you know this one. According to Gary, what is one of the biggest mistakes you can make in your life? The biggest mistake you can make?
Ooh.
We finally got her.
I don't know. Planning too early.
Well, you know what? He does hate that, too. That's actually something James Spann hates. It's thinking that you can't have something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because you
said that
can't.
yesterday. Can't have nothing.
No, you can't have nothing. He said, and worst thing happened to you is you're thinking you can have something. That's the worst mistake you ever make is think you can have something. You can't have nothing. So Melanie, congratulations.
Melanie, you win again.
The premium Extreme Club membership is yours. And I must say, I mean, we do know, though, she only knew 3 of the 5, but that's all she needed.
That's right.
She knew how to choose her categories.
I believe
she knew she was strong.
Every game we do, she's won at least one time.
Yeah.
Any contest.
Yeah.
Really?
And just to take Bubba's place, yeah.
That's right. I know. That's funny. And that was the thing. We were going to put a Bubba category in there, but he's not here enough for people to even know what he's doing yet. So,
Rick, the answer is tennis. To every question, tennis.
No, I'm just kidding.
Tennis.
Guys, back to Melanie. Here's what I don't understand.
Right.
Knowing the phone system, it's remarkable that she even gets in.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how she does
Divine
it.
intervention is what it is.
I don't know how.
Let me tell you one contest I have never won and never even got close to is the 12 Days of Christmas.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one.
You know why? Because that doesn't require you to be first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's it. All right, Melanie, we'll put you on hold to get your information. We probably have it.
Oh, we got it, I'm sure.
All right,
But let's
I'll
go
put
ahead
you
and do it anyway.
Rick, we've met people that know her, and they go, I know Melanie.
I think her daughter came to the show.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
did.
By the way, I was digging that.
Yeah, that was good.
Might play it again later on. Never
I like
know.
it. I like that game.
I do too. It's one of my favorite games.
Used me using the bathroom of my pants. Thanks, buddy.
Well, I mean,
Well, you
Thanks,
did.
buddy.
yeah, that did happen.
Yeah.
Making my stomach hurt.
Talked about it in front of everybody.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba's not here, so we can do a celebrity death today.
Yeah. Yep, we got one.
If Bubba says he will no longer participate in celebrity deaths because of 2 big misses with Bob Denver and Pete Van Warren. Yes. So anyway,
He missed Bob Denver by like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a big miss.
Yeah.
Is it Aaron Moran? Is that how you say her last name?
Joni.
You know her. I know Greg, but I was getting to that. Nobody. When I say Aaron Moran, not everybody goes, "Oh, Joni."
No, you're right, because she kind of
from the
faded.
Happy Days. Joni Loves Chachi as well. Really dies young, or it feels young to me now.
Yeah.
56.
Yeah, that's, you remember there was one time when she came out, I think she backed off of it. Remember she claimed everybody on the show was a demon or something? She had kind of mental, and then I believe she kind of made up, like, hey, I'm sorry I called y'all demons. Something like that.
Is that how she said it?
I think she did.
But you know what?
But there was some weird
If you call
run.
the people that you've worked with for years demons and it
was
wasn't
something
right,
like
you should apologize.
And I may have made a lot of that up, but it was something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But she's had Bizarro.
You're right.
Since then.
You're right. They're not telling us the cause of death. They're saying there was a 911 call because she was unresponsive, and when they got there, they did declare that she had deceased.
And if I'm correct, I'm reading her and her
deceased.
husband were living with his mom, and I think they were taken care of in a trailer park in Indiana. And then there's rumors that she got thrown out of the trailer park for partying too much. And then there's a lot of, I don't know. It's a very bizarre story.
Greg, you always have little things to add.
Well, I read that.
Right. She also would appear on The Love Boat. Remember that?
Yeah.
That always keep people
I used to
going.
love that. I loved that show.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Really?
The Love Boat.
You liked The Love
did?
Boat?
Yeah. I kind of like Love Boat. You don't like that? I liked it better than Fantasy Island.
Oh no, I'm the opposite.
I mean, I like Fantasy Island too.
No, I'm the opposite.
They ran, they're on the same night, I think.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. Okay, so one thing that I didn't get a chance to talk to you about. So I've been watching the 50th anniversary tour. You know, there's all kinds of, you know, we said this before, and it really is true. And it'll explain, and it can actually be good for the consumer. Now, for me, at my age, I can honestly say this, and I have a friend that really does it a lot. But you know, I know that there's certain things as you get, like I told you, I think I certainly will attend others, I'm sure, but I've kind of gotten to the point where I don't know that I can attend any more football games because of all the football games that I've gone to in my 57, almost 58 years of life. And I think, Greg, we came up with it one time. It's between 1,000 and 2,000 football games that you and I have seen.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and right, and so
that's a few.
That it's a lot of football games. I don't have anybody. You know, like again, it would have to be like probably the only football games that I'll go to probably be things like Thompson High School because why? A family member's coaching.
Yeah.
You know, but if it's just there's nobody going to school there, nobody's playing for them, nobody's coaching, I really don't have any interest in it. I mean, not that I'd like to watch a good game on TV, but I don't really have any interest in what it takes to go.
Right.
I'd rather be doing something else. And so I kind of am that same way about live concerts. I can't really think of anybody that I would say, oh, I must be at that concert. I can't think of anyone.
Oh, we used to go to a lot of concerts too, but I don't. The hassle,
just that process, I just don't have a desire for it anymore. But the industry has become a live industry because, really, of modern technology. Now, modern technology is a great thing, and I love access to music, and I love music. You know, it's one of the things that I enjoy the most in life is to listen to good music, but. It's become a live industry now. These bands, these artists, they'll give you their music to try to get you to come to their show. Mm-hmm. And that can be good because that means there's tons of concerts for you to see. Now, the pandemic had a big impact on that. But I've noticed there's, you know, just about anybody who can mentally and physically be on the road, they are.
Yeah, they love it.
But, well, that's where the money is. You can't make money selling music anymore. You sell music to try to make money at a concert when in the old days you went to the concert to try to make money off music. You went on tour to promote an album. Now you put out albums to promote a tour.
Yeah.
Or come see us. We're cranking out the best of hits. Okay. So, and there's just about anybody you'd ever want to see. I mean, they're out there. So one of the things the Doobie Brothers is doing this 50th anniversary thing, you know, which means
seen the promos.
Yeah, which means they'll do that until it's time for the 55th anniversary, whatever. Right. If they can physically and mentally still make money doing it, because they've got a great catalog to work with. And they're bringing back everybody who they can that's original, right? And you know, Tom Johnston, he's been back though, hadn't he, for a while? But I saw the lineup. It looks like the guys that we remember when they were huge.
Yeah, you know, they went from the Tom Johnston singing everything, then they evolved into Michael McDonald, and Tom Johnston left. Mm-hmm. Now, like I say, most of them are the older guys, most of them.
But I saw where Michael McDonald is playing some shows with them. Yeah, he hasn't been with them a long time.
Your ticket deal.
But I want to say this. So when I was at the beach over the weekend, I keep realizing there's beach weekend things I forgot to tell y'all. I think Michael McDonald was down there with me.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw him. I was.
What do you? Whoa!
And Sherry wouldn't let me approach. Well, you know, he and I had kind of a shaky relationship. But
yeah,
I was.
You did your impression of him.
Well, but that was a misunderstanding. I mean,
I think he was flattered.
Yeah, goes back to Riverfest.
I think he liked that. Okay. Now it is true that I nearly got in a scuffle with their supply. Now that's true. Mm-hmm. But which is hilarious. But anyway, so
Kansas didn't treat us right.
Right, and you and I had we've had a run-in with a lot of bands. The Kansas incident. But
I don't blame the band members. I blame their management for that because they were pulling a scam to get airtime anyway.
So what happened was
they were using the circus package.
Yeah, we're on the beach, and I look up, and what I think is Michael McDonald was walking with his wife, and
why didn't you just sing a song and see if he turned his head around?
Well, thank you, Mickey Dean. So as we saw him, shout out, I love a tribute to Mickey Dean.
Happens.
It does. There's no way. There's so much parallel thinking. There's nothing you can do because you know what you're thinking. That's what I would have done. But anyway, because we all are very similar in a lot of areas. So
you're either not paying attention or you're involved in the story.
Right.
You can't have it both ways.
Right. Nice little balance.
One or the other.
Nice little balance. In this one, I wish you'd go back to the laptop. Okay. But anyway,
quick, NASA.
No, but anyway, so we, I saw him coming by, and I say to Sherry, I said, I think that's Michael McDonald. Rick. She goes, Rick, that's, just because he has gray hair and
was
a gray
he shirtless?
Beard, he was.
That's even better.
I think if he had glasses on, it might make it tough. But he's kind of unique looking.
And Sherry said that's just a guy with long gray hair and a beard. That is not Michael McDonald.
Michael McDonald.
And
you heard about the Doobies reunion tour.
Well, that's all I could think about. I was like, they're playing somewhere near here. And
they must be at the wharf.
I thought to myself, hey, good news for the Florida fans. They're going to see Michael McDonald. And so he goes by, let it go. Okay, I let that go. And so we're eating breakfast the day that we're going to be leaving. So that's kind of a checkout day for a lot of people at the same hotel. And I look up, and of course, Sherry, so funny. I said, Michael McDonald's leaving. And she goes,
he must have to have a show he's got to get to.
She's like, that's not Michael McDonald. I said, by the way, he got one last look at the beach. I said, I guess we all do that. And I said, oh, wow, so here comes Michael. They're pulling Michael McDonald's car around. She said, that's not Michael McDonald. And so we're sitting there, and after what you were talking about, you knew we had to. So I'm sitting there at the breakfast table. It's almost back to Riverfest. And so he comes out, and he opens the door, and his wife gets in on the passenger side. As he is coming around the front of the car, I sitting at the table go, you don't know me, but I'm your brother. And he looked.
Well, yeah, Rick, anybody would look.
And that's now you're Sherry. I said, he looked at me. She goes, he's looking at you because you're singing.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's looking
it's
at
his
you.
song.
Everybody's looking at you. The waitress is looking at you.
I guess she somehow can.
Sherry said, what is she, a backup singer?
How loud was it?
It was. Well,
Can I ask you this?
Uncontrollable.
Do you have closure on it?
No.
Because I'm about to add to this story.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yes.
By the way, I'm sitting about here. This is the table. It's really out in front. There's only a cobblestone street between me and him. He's the other curb.
So you had to get your
I'm
voice
looking
up
at the front of the hotel. Okay. And so I was going to do a thing where he would just hear it off in the distance. I said, you don't know me, but I'm your brother. And he looks over at me. I said, look, he's looking at me. And Sherry goes, everybody's looking at me.
The whole street, Rick.
So Helmsy?
Were you close to Grayton Beach?
Yes.
30A?
Oh, very close. I was 8 miles from there.
His family owns a house there. And he used to be down there all the time.
Well, then why is he staying at a hotel?
Well, maybe it was full. And
he doesn't own the house anymore, but his family does.
Could have been full. Hey, I tell you what, we'll stop here at Rosemary.
I didn't make that. I'm not making that up. I am currently reading an article about
you
that.
don't know me.
That's kind of how my encounter with Tony Romo was. When I run into him, and I thought, I know that guy. I don't know who it is. And this is back before he was doing the broadcast.
Right.
And then I thought, as he left, I thought, that was Tony Romo.
Right.
And then I looked, and he's in the golf tournament in that town.
Rick, it could have been him.
He took off. I said, look, you're taking it to the streets. Any idea who these shows are, Hims?
No clue.
You in Adler's youth. It's weird.
Well, I'm nearly 40, Rick. I'm not that young.
That's right. You should know these shows.
It's just different times.
But I was a little kid when they were on.
I was a teenager.
Yeah.
Adler, you know The Love Boat or Fantasy Island?
You don't know Captain Stupid?
I don't know what Fantasy Island is. I don't think I'm allowed to watch it.
No, it wasn't one of those. That was a different.
Doesn't sound good. You're right. Yeah, not the one on Showtime, buddy.
This is the one that had that midget that would point and yell the plane was coming.
Yeah, the plane.
Hervé Village.
How would he go?
The plane.
Remember, everybody mocked him.
Yeah, of course they did.
Hey, Bath, the plane.
I didn't watch it. I'm amazed that you're
another
doing
thing.
that.
Another show she was on. Do you remember Murder, She Wrote?
I remember it. I didn't watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when they say she was on this, she just had like one guest appearance.
An episode.
Oh, talking down.
Now, Joni Loves Chachi, that was her deal.
Happy Days.
Oh yeah, I remember Happy Days.
Do you remember it or just because?
Yeah, I watched
Happy
Days.
but in
Syndication only. Yeah.
You don't remember? You don't remember it was on normal?
Oh no.
Did you know the intro, the theme? Could you sing?
It through syndication. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So that then she also said that. Okay.
See,
Stop.
I told you, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah, got a little late.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's don't tamper with the good memories.
No, I don't.
Yeah, she revealed a lot about her and Chachi. In some
Easy,
book, or
Greg.
he did. One of them did.
Well, Greg, honestly, these shows, yes, some of her things she said. Of course, turns out some of it was not true, unless Henry Winkler is a demon. But I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
But what I'm saying is, was there anything though more troubling than when we got behind the scenes at the Brady Bunch?
Yeah, that was tough.
I mean, this stuff on Joan Chachi looks like nothing. That looks like nothing. I mean, when Greg Brady is dating his mom on the show, I got a real problem with that.
Then the whole.
Right, here she is in one of her.
What about
finer
Sam the
moments.
Butcher?
Mm-hmm. What are you doing? That's not her. That's
Fantasy Island.
That's Fantasy Island. You found it.
There it is, Sam. This was famous.
You didn't know
Do
about
it
that?
one more time. I wasn't ready.
And that's a midget.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get a
Velochez.
better quality here. Let's see if this
I know
one's
his
any
name.
better.
Oh, sad.
Killed himself in a sad moment.
There he is coming up.
How about this? The first time the bell's too loud.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, wait
So
for the bell to
he's saying
stop.
the plane.
The plane brings. It was this island you went to, and you would like live out whatever your fantasy was. It was really kind of stupid. But anyway,
There he is. Look.
he was the assistant to the guy that ran the player. They are.
There they are.
There's old.
You
I
missed
wish
that?
he was sitting right here.
You don't remember that show at all?
No, no clue.
It was a strange-
Roberto
Never seen those.
Montalban.
characters.
Montalban.
Is that right?
Ricardo Montalban.
Ricardo Montalban. That was
He also did the Chrysler Cordoba. Yeah.
You don't remember any of
I wish
that,
I could find a better.
sadly. Jackie, Fort Payne, Alabama.
Everybody
Jackie,
took
go
himself
ahead.
out.
Listen to the storm. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'll tell you what you can't have. You can't even have a contest without the Russians hacking in and doing the Hillary treatment and sending the answers to Melanie. That's what's happening.
Yeah, the Russians are who get Melanie through on every contest.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be that. It's got to be that.
Can't even have a contest.
Can't even.
Can't have
Can't
nothing.
even wake up.
You
Plane.
can't even. That's not it. Now you turn it to Yoda. Yoda's not pointing to the plane.
Kermit.
Yoda's not. That's not.
Oh, let me do it again. Okay, I got a thing. You know what it is? It's from The Ring. What's the guy?
That
Precious.
Precious. He's not that bad.
do your press. I don't know. Do it again.
Speedy, you're not even close. Oh boy, everybody used to do that. Everybody mocked him.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't watch one of those variety shows without there being some fantasy
Let's
island.
name an intern the plane and say it like that, dude.
Why
On
would
the
you
phone,
name an intern? Why would you want that? Why? So, and Speedy, you kept this relatively quiet. I'm kicking around over the weekend, checking in with everybody, and I look on Instagram, and there's a picture of Speedy and his wife with Faith Hill and Tim McGraw.
Yeah.
And,
about that.
and,
I was laughing when I put it out because I knew y'all would have that reaction.
Well, there was only one passing comment I heard from you the whole time about you going to the concert, and I remember thinking he's going to see was it Soul to Soul or something?
Yeah,
like that?
yeah.
It was probably one of the biggest tours. It was the last time they did.
Hey,
it.
the production on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So first of all, what were you doing there? And secondly, how did you get to meet Tim McGraw and Faith Hill?
Mm-hmm.
And thirdly, I just found out that Need to Breathe that we just played opened for them.
I didn't even know it.
I didn't know that.
I didn't even know it until after we had hung out with our buddies, Faith and Tim.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Right, yeah.
And I opened the little, I guess, curtain or whatever to come out from behind there out to the general admission, and I hear Need to Breathe. I'm like, oh, well, they're just playing them through the system. This is kind of cool. And then I round the corner, and they're on stage jamming. And I'm like, wait a minute, Need to Breathe is opening right now for Faith Hill and Tim McGraw. Are you kidding me? And so we got out there, and I guess we got to see maybe 15 to 20 minutes of it, I guess. And, hey, And I leaned over to Terry and I said, "See, now I could sit here and watch this all night." They jammed, and you guys being, y'all can play instruments and musicians stuff. Y'all would have enjoyed that.
Well,
They're very good,
Well,
very good.
I have a potential conflict on schedule, but if the schedule works out, I'm supposed to go see Need to Breathe in concert. Hard to recreate what has yet to be created. A smile for his nostalgia. From the No Name Studio, it is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, over 28 years we've been at it. And we thank you for being with us. Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, not only for today, but for the past 28 and a half years.
All right, in the break, the men have produced pictures of current pictures of Michael McDonald and his wife, and I'm telling you, that's the couple I saw.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. We were talking about it. We pulled up some current pictures and
That's who I saw.
showed them to you.
Confirmed
And
it.
you said that was them.
That was them.
Huh?
There it is, Rick.
How about that?
He came from somewhere. And yeah,
Did you not go up and say, I thought you were on tour?
I didn't want to bother him. Because
Yeah, they're proud of
well,
break.
especially surely there's no way he remembers me from the Riverside incident.
He might have, Rick.
No way. That's a
When you
long
walked
time ago.
singing.
There
he is.
Rick, I'd like to ask you a question on this. You said he looked over at you as everyone was doing because you were
Well,
loud.
Sherry said everyone was. I don't know that everyone was.
Did he give you a look like, hey, yeah, what's up? Or did he give you a look like, what are you doing?
I saw, because what I said is, and I should have maybe done what a fool believes, but I went with taking it to the streets. And I said,
he was leaving.
I did. You don't know me, but I'm your brother. And I did that kind of loud. And when he looked at me, it's like I saw his lips almost start to say to me, I was wasted. And, that he was
Uncontrollable.
that he was
to just pick it up.
That he was going to pick up the line.
Okay.
Like I saw his mouth like he was about to form the words, and he thought, what am I doing? This is going to bring attention, and my wife's in the passenger seat, and we need to get down to Grayton Beach where our family's waiting on us. and so, which is just a little bit down the street here. So, and the reason why we're here at this hotel with Rick and Sherry is because the whole family's here, and there's not enough rooms, and we said, we'll just stay up at the hotel just a few miles up the road. And
that's what you got from looking at him.
And I gathered all that from their walk on the beach that morning.
Maybe if you'd have sang one of his solo hits to him, you think it'd been a better response? You think he's tired of the doobies?
Y'all gonna be there.
There you go.
Oh, that would have been a good one. And that was Sunday too. We just come out of the little chapel there.
He might have walked
I didn't
over,
see him.
Rick.
I didn't see him at the chapel. They have a little chapel. They have a little Sunday service there.
Oh, how about that?
Wouldn't it have been cool if he'd have come in there and sing
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all gonna be. That's who I saw right there.
There they are.
Rick.
Same
That's who I
hat.
saw.
Rick Burgess.
But now I'm more confident I saw
know.
him.
Yep, there they are.
That's who I saw.
It adds up. It really does.
Greg, and who'd you see?
Well, we were talking about Bubba. Talking about the time he saw Tony Romo. This is my celebrity's a little less. At the time was a big celebrity, but it's been a minute. But I saw the lead singer from Three Doors Down pumping gas in Heifer. I did. It's when I worked for the power company. I-20's right there between Atlanta. A lot of music.
No, you see a lot of people on I-20. I saw
swear it
Bob
was
Seger, and he gave me nothing.
I almost went up and asked him, and he was driving a Mercedes. And I almost
For some reason that brought it in.
I almost went up and started saying Kryptonite to him, but I didn't.
Okay.
Kryptonite.
Gosh, my brother got Dennis Rodman's signature at the San Antonio Mall when we were kids. That was a pretty big deal.
There's no way you'll mistake him for anybody.
No.
If you see Dennis Rodman, that's who it is.
And it either is or it's not.
Yeah.
I saw Peter Dinkle pumping gas one time at Dinkley. What's his name?
It's
you know
not
about Game of
Dinkle.
Thrones?
You what?
Yeah, you told us about it when you saw him pumping.
Say that again.
What's his name?
Dinklage.
The Game of Thrones guy.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage.
I don't think we should say
And he
this.
also was off of.
I don't think we should just keep saying this. Why don't y'all say Miles Finch?
I saw him pumping gas on Morgan Road.
No,
at
you thought you
Chevron
did,
one
didn't
time.
you?
You did not.
Yeah, his wife.
You took a
Met his
video
wife
and
too,
got
didn't
caught.
you? Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, I did.
You're like Gulliver. Little people are drawn to you.
I know. That's why Adler and I are workplace
I was
best
gonna
friends.
beat you too.
Adler loves him, Rick. Adler loves him.
He does. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
we're there for each other.
What about Peter Dinkle?
I really thought I had his name right. What's wrong?
Right. Greg, do you think it was wrong when I saw Michael McDonald and Sherry said, "Hey, did you remember to get my purse? I told you to grab." And I said, "I keep forgetting to get your purse anymore."
What if you answered every question?
I keep forgetting, Sherry.
That's so good. Yeah. So you would refer to, the guy you were seeing as him every time with Sherry?
Yeah, and Sherry really got tired of us. Oh, look there, Mike McDonald's leaving.
Speedy, like, you just call him that every time.
Speedy, remember you ran across Eric Bice and Helena, Bo's brother Eric.
Speedy. Oh, Michael McDonald and his wife not willing to walk as far as us. I see they've cut it off here.
Did he have a cool hat on?
No, he was no hat, just hair blazing.
Full gray.
But he was like, you know how you are at the beach? You'll just get up and walk out on the beach. You want him to comb your hair.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No need. Especially if you're Michael McDonald.
Ain't no need to fix it. A lot of wind out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The one that got her, I said, I wonder if Michael McDonald saw the dolphins. Because we saw dolphins one time.
Right.
By the way, I will say this. And everybody here is a dad, except for Blazing Silverman. Unless there's a conversation I missed, but so all the older men were all dads. So we're going to get this. Do you know when you see a dad pull something off, and you're like, and he is a super dad. That dad will live off this moment.
Oh yeah.
No matter what happens.
They're few and far
No
between.
matter how mad his kid gets in the future, he'll bring this up. But you remember that time, don't you, son? The kid looked like he was about 7 or 8. Okay, son. And the dad, he was doing one of those things on the list of things that look fun but aren't. But this dad was in shape, so for him it may have been. Okay? He like a lean guy. And it's those big old surfboard things everybody stands on and paddles.
Yeah, paddleboard.
Well, but isn't that the thing you churn with your
No,
feet?
no.
They call paddleboards too?
Yeah, when you stand on it.
You just stand and paddle. Yeah.
It's one of those
Paddle
things
boats is what I'm thinking about.
Okay. Yeah, but this is also a lot of work too.
Yeah, well, again, it's
They
on,
are.
it's on-
I've been on them. I did it at Port St. Joe this time.
So is it on the list of things that look fun but aren't?
No, it has. As long as the current is not taking you out, like and you got to come back and fight against the current, it's not bad.
So picture this. It'll be easy for you to see. Those things are really big. They're big boards, okay?
Yeah, they are.
So the 7-year-old is on his knees on the front of the board, dad's standing paddling.
Yeah,
you got it? And now the son's like in the front of the boat or board looking out over the Gulf of Mexico. Okay? Already pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the water was calm.
And clear probably. So
Yeah, it
when
was.
you're up,
Yeah.
you can actually see down, which is cool.
And
That's what it is,
I
like it.
look out, and then you hear everybody go. You hear that? You always hear that reaction on the beach when there's dolphins. It gets a big response. The dolphins come up right by them, and the dad turns around and sees it, and he begins to paddle with the school of dolphins, with his 7-8-year-old son in the front, and dolphins are coming all around.
awesome.
And the kid is out there, and the dad just is easing along with the dolphins, and the kid is getting. I'm talking about from me to Bubba. Look at dolphins. For a long period of time, and I thought,
knock him off the board.
and I thought to myself, that father and son, they'll have that forever.
Forever.
Hey, they'll never forget that right there.
You talking about
That-
their dolphin friends?
yeah, that right there is so cool. I mean, you'd be fired up if you were on the beach and pointed to dolphins and your kid saw it.
Right.
But imagine being on one of those paddleboards, standing up, and you're keeping up with the dolphins, and they're flowing around, and they're coming up, and your kid can reach out and touch them, and they're just moving around right out there.
Pretty awesome,
And,
Rick.
and they did it all the way. I mean, they did it down for a long time.
Yeah.
Michael McDonald missed it, and because he turned and went up apparently for brunch. But
he didn't have the same story then.
But can you? I mean, think about that. You know how you know that feeling when you're on a vacation and something big happens with your kids. You're like, wow, I'm glad that happened.
Yeah.
And I mean, I thought, well, he's got that. He's got
forever.
that. I mean, he's got that. Hey, you remember that time? His son could be like, well, come on, Dad. He goes, okay, so you've forgotten about the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Remember that
Don't
time?
forget about the Dolphins.
You remember? And look, as that kid gets older, he'll tell other people. I remember one time my dad was out on this
Me and my
paddleboard,
dad shared
and
it.
I was
Don't
out,
believe it.
And I looked around and some other dads around me. I said, super dad moment for this guy. and then I mean, you know how sometimes it just all comes together and works out for you.
Yeah.
Like the Red Power Ranger that time for me, it's rare.
It doesn't happen a lot, Rick.
It's rare.
You got to appreciate it when it happens.
15 minutes past. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Don't forget our website, all the information you need there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As May 13th, 14th, somewhere there.
Wow. But they're good. They're very good.
Yeah, I heard that. So you only saw a little bit of them because you're hobnobbing back there with Faith and Tim?
Yeah. Just exchanging cell phones.
So what happened? How did this happen?
Well, it started with the Grub Club. Okay, and the Grub Club, for those of you around the country, that is where, with our flagship station, they do a contest where you can register to win lunch with members of the show and the staff at WZZK, our flagship station, and we take turns. Every month, you and Bubba do it, and then the next month it's the Good Time Gang. And so when we were at lunch, the last Grub Club, I was sitting there with the program director, Craig Allen from WZZK. And we're just kind of just shooting the breeze, and he said something about Faith and Tim. And I was like...
Somebody asked him if any concerts coming up.
Right, yeah, that's exactly right.
I remember that question.
Yeah, and I said, in passing, I said, oh, my gosh, if Terry Wilburn could go see and meet Faith Hill...
I remember you saying that.
I said, wow, that'd be something else. And that was just kind of in passing. Well, a few days later, he contacts me and says, hey, I think I've got it worked out with the record label.
Hey,
and
thanks, Craig.
I'm like, excuse me? Do what? And so we're having a conversation, and I was like, okay, now I need to know. I'm about to walk into this house and tell my wife that we're going to go to the concert, and you're telling me we got radio room, and I'm putting that like a meet and greet radio room type deal. And he's like, yes, I can. You can tell her, because you don't want to tell your wife
kept that
something.
Secret. You didn't want to. You didn't want us to all start trying to pile in.
Well, no, I actually I was talking.
I've hid stuff before,
but
because
I would have done the same thing.
I knew I'd be very stealth, and I could make it happen if I kept it small.
Right.
So I'm like, okay. So I tell Terry, and we move along, and that was about a week and a half, 2 weeks before the concert. And so it's like the week of. Oh wow, it's tomorrow. Okay, it's the day of, and I haven't said in passing. So I'm going to Faith and Tim.
That's
tonight.
what I heard.
And so there was a lot of pressure because there was a lot of moving parts. We had games. We have 3 boys that are. I mean, we're trying to plan it all and get them where they need to be, and we're having date night. So we go, and I don't know what to expect. Matter of fact, I'm on the way because we've done so many of these meet and greets and stuff. I've even prepared Terry. Understand?
Probably may not work.
You might not even say hey to her. It might be 5 seconds, or we might get there and them go, hey, y'all can't come back.
It's out.
Yeah, we ain't got time.
And so I prepared Terry.
Hey, they were late. They didn't get here as quick as we thought.
Right. So my instructions were meet at the station WZZK tent. We have a setup outside the main ticket office. We're doing a big blowout remote. Come see tickets and get tickets and win
tickets. Sweet little girl sent a picture. Mom sent a picture of a girl standing in front of the Rick and Bubba logo out there.
Yeah,
that's picture of the day today.
Yeah. And we actually got to hang out a little bit because I wanted to shoot early, but getting there because it was right during rush hour on a Friday afternoon. So everybody knows what a metro traffic situation is on a Friday afternoon at 5. So I'm like, well, we know what time we're supposed to be there. Let's get there a little early and just in case. So she's like, okay, we're all about it. So we hang out at the ZZK tent, meet some listeners, take pictures. We're hanging out. We're just, here we go. And then Craig says, all right, it's time to go back. And I'm like, okay.
Need this to work well.
I know. And so we got an idea of where we're going, and we get to the waiting area. And I see that other people had won meet and greets and stuff.
A lot?
Yeah. It's starting to pile up a little bit. And I'm like, okay.
It's going to go quick.
The next thing I know, the Sony record rep, he walks out and he goes, all right, y'all come on back. And we're like, oh, just us?
Mm-hmm. Just the two of you.
I'm like, wow. No, Craig Allen is there.
I mean,
and Denise with WZZK, one of our sales reps, she's there. And so we're like, okay, just the 4 of us? All right.
Oh, you needed that.
Guys, hey, good to meet y'all. We're going on back.
Right. Everybody hates you.
And so we go, and all of a sudden we enter this room, and the lights are down. They've got some chairs sitting up, some videos of their concerts playing, kind of a mood type setting. And I'm like, wow, this is kind of neat. And then it's got like this area set up with the Soul to Soul logo and like where you can take pictures and stuff. And I'm like, okay. And then so while we're sitting there, other people are coming in from different markets. And, I'm thinking, I told Terry, I said, they all probably hate us right now, because we're with Rick and Bubba and we're so not radio.
Right.
And they're acting like they like us. But they were actually kind of nice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing I know, I see across the hall other meet and greets coming in where people had won. They've got us in different rooms.
Mm-mm.
And so all of a sudden now the manager of Soul to Soul comes in, and I said, hey, man, how you doing? Here, I'm Speedy with Rick and Bubba. Oh, yeah, hey, how you doing? They know the name.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big's our number. All right, so, well, can that sound any more 80s than that right there? I mean, how 80s does that sound right there?
What you mean is perfect?
Yeah, it's perfection, Bubba.
Yep.
It's got an 80s feel to it, doesn't it?
It feels happy.
So it feels like a booming economy. All right, so the kind of time we were talking about, we had this video, I don't know what the first day we had it. It might have been Monday. I don't remember when we had it. What in the world? So I'm looking up on TV4.
It looks like 1,000 dinosaurs.
Yeah,
racing.
there's 1,000 people in that dinosaur suit. That is an awesome dinosaur suit, by the way. So we have this Boston police. From Boston. Boston police save a dad and his son. This is a memory they'll always have. They probably do not want to have. Floating on a cooler after the boat sinks in the Boston Harbor. All right, so
can you believe?
I mean, they're floating on a cooler. So, audio okay? Okay. All right. So there's.
So the father is actually the super old guy. The son is the gentleman, that we could see with the beard here. See, that's a super old dude over there. And they're so tired.
Oh, look at Dad. So
they were hanging on a cooler.
I mean, floating on. Can we get him up there? Speedy, help him. This is your area. Let's go.
How about when you're tired trying to climb up out of the water?
Yes.
It's almost impossible.
All right, come up out of the harbor.
You have to tie me to a winch and pull me up.
Take your time. Don't get a cramp, Dad. Yeah, get him up. How long you been floating in the harbor? So
pinch your finger in the harbor.
And now the sun is still in the water here.
Take your time.
He looks like he might be a little large. Is he large?
I think he's just tired.
So tired. There's Dad's rear end. I can't believe it.
Had no idea he was a plumber on the side.
No, I didn't either.
Panicking.
You think he can get in? No way.
He's so tired.
They've been floating around on a cooler.
Did you hear?
What'd he say?
A couple of boats passed us by already.
Oh, he wants out of that water
so
bad.
Tired.
Oh, he does.
So tired.
He's so glad to be in that boat.
Watch him fall back out.
What about my cooler?
My cooler's in the harbor.
Save my life. I need the cooler.
Get the lager out of the harbor.
The harbor. But man, you can just tell how tired they are.
So tired.
Goodness.
So tired.
Look at all that water.
Yeah.
That's my fear.
That's
I don't
a big
like to be
harbor.
Stranded floating in the middle of the ocean.
No.
They did it in the harbor.
What happened to the boat? Did it sink in the harbor?
It sunk in the harbor. There they are, just.
Were they drinking a lager?
And it's hard to see them before the police got to them. It's even hard to see them, just little tiny little beads in the water.
So
there.
what about when those other boats came by? And
they probably didn't see them.
And
how if you're floating and that boat comes by and you think you're rescued,
we're
they
gonna
just
be
keep
saved.
Right on going.
We're gonna be saved.
Terrible.
Yeah,
Castaway. That movie, I can only watch that movie really like once.
Yeah,
I watched it. I'm done.
It really just tears your stomach up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just to think about it.
It's so hard to watch. So hard to watch.
And then his wife moves on. Hey, thanks a lot.
I did not like that ending at all.
Kept myself alive.
I get why she did, but I didn't like it.
How about he's back at the crossroads and he just goes a different way?
Yeah.
What did you say?
She married a dentist. I said, dentists make good money.
That's what he got out of that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, they do all right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in all fairness,
once you pay back all their schooling.
Yes, she did.
But it's still a
that's what I
cruel
meant,
twist.
Bubba. That's what I meant by understand it. I didn't mean because he was a dentist.
Right. Craig thought we meant it was a dentist.
It was a dentist. Obviously, was doing
well, the guys that fly those planes do pretty good too. So
yeah, I mean, what do you do?
Of course, he wasn't a pilot. That's fine.
He wasn't?
No, Tom wasn't. He just worked for
FedEx. Oh, that's
he's
right.
one of the organizers.
You're right. Yeah, but he was pretty high.
He was
pretty high level,
I'm
Greg.
sure he did well.
Yeah,
no
but
dentist.
You think he did better than the dentist?
He was a good provider, maybe.
He was alive. By the way, you can't get upset with people if they think you're dead.
Yeah, they had a funeral for him, Rick.
Okay.
Yes,
Did they get? Did we think adequate time though? Don't declare me dead so fast.
Little quick.
It was
So y'all,
quick.
of
Man,
course,
it was quick.
I remember more than I should about this for some reason. I don't know why I've locked in on this movie, but when he does come to her house at night, she lets him in, and he says, "Let me get this straight." Right out of the gate, he goes, because they were in Tennessee. He goes, "So we have an NFL team, and they made it to the Super Bowl." That was his question.
I forgot about that.
So, yeah, pay attention.
I've been on a while.
You know what is strange about that, though? You think, at least when I'm watching that movie, I think, there's no way they went down and they didn't know where they were and they didn't have search teams and, all that out there. And then we lost an airliner full of people.
Yeah.
We still ain't found.
Yeah.
Right. We have theories, but we don't know where it is.
Has anybody checked the HABA?
And so, it is kind of scary. You could get lost out there.
I mean, he builds a raft and puts a portable toilet door on it.
Here's where he gets
blows him out over the.
Here we go.
Got to do what you got to do.
Come on.
Wilson.
Greg, you have to try. You don't. It's a movie.
I know.
Come back to me, Wilson. Wilson, I love you.
Greg, the man of 1,000 voices,
has now played a character from Castaway.
By the way,
we
you could tell he was in his rhythm.
In Speedy's corner over there, can we get that logo with a face, one frown and one smile, and with all the right over in that corner right there, so it's over his shoulder when I look that way.
Well, the worst part's when he took that ice skate and knocked his abscess tooth out.
Oh, yeah.
That
hurt.
He needed a dentist.
He did, and that's who she ended up marrying.
Turns out one was at his house.
No, that's really the one. Remember she had set up an appointment for him to go get his tooth fixed before he left, and that was actually the real one that she married.
Wow, okay.
Pay attention, guys.
Wow, Greg.
Pay attention,
guys.
I cried. That was the same one he had an appointment with.
Yes.
I never noticed.
Make the tie.
Oh,
I didn't know.
Did I ever tell you I saw Tom Hanks pumping gas in heaven?
You did. It was before Castaway come out. I didn't recognize him with his beard. I saw him in Randolph County.
All right, he's on that list. Somebody I'd like to hang out with.
Yeah, me too.
Now we ain't gonna talk politics, but we're just gonna hang out.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to just talk about life with him.
Oh, I think he'd be funny to talk.
Me too.
I cried when he lost his volleyball friend.
Yeah.
What?
I cried when he lost his volleyball friend.
What are you, Glenn Beck?
I understand that it was a volleyball. I got upset for him.
You didn't get upset about that.
I like when he got mad at him, threw him out, and then brought him back. Remember that?
Yeah. So good, Greg.
Yeah. Tom, I think your mind might be slipping a little. You're on that island a little long.
Wow, you really like that movie.
Did you watch this last night?
Oh, I watch it all the time.
You have it on Blu-ray?
It's one of those when it's on, I just sit there and watch it.
Well, do not watch
Have
the
you
Terminal.
got Blu-ray of it?
Really?
No.
Yep.
That's so old school.
I don't think anybody does Blu-ray anymore.
Nobody threw them out.
That's so 95.
It's just on a lot.
The really good ones you like, you can still keep on Blu-ray.
Greg, have you ever done a double play and threw in Titanic right there behind
Oh,
you?
I said you better have some time.
No, but they tried to when they tried to do the thing with Tom Hanks, they had that. We're good. We're done with it. You're out there a lot. But when they turned it around and said, let's try it again, this time let's just leave him in an airplane terminal. Don't ever watch that movie. Terminal.
Have you ever seen? Is it
It's
Larry
terrible.
Crown? Have you ever seen that one?
Did you know I got up and left the theater? Remember that
Terminal.
movie? I had a weekend. Cher was gone somewhere, and I said, well, I'll go see a movie or something. And I was that weird guy in a movie by myself, and I realized I had a day to myself, and this movie was sucking the life out of it. And I thought I could just leave. I don't have to stay here and watch the end of this movie. And I got up and left and went and did something else with my time.
I've never done
Wow.
that.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so we're sitting there, and he sits in there for 15 minutes talking about the tour and how they schedule the tour and all this kind of stuff. And then I get a glimpse. There goes Cowboy Hat. Okay, there's Tim. And then there's Faith. Okay, they're going into the other room. And I can tell Terry she's getting a little nervous because, I mean, Faith Hill, she loves Faith Hill. Sure. And I told the manager, I said, this is kind of weird. I love Tim McGraw, and she loves Faith Hill. It should be the other way around, to be honest with you.
Now you're getting weird.
And I'm like, okay, it's turned into a handle for me. If you think, hey, okay, another concert. Now it's like, okay, now I'm in it. And then I see Tim kind of look at me like, hey, buddy. And then they start walking in, and I'll let you know what happens next.
All right, we'll come back. Speedy and his wife meet Faith Hill and Tim McGraw over the weekend. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, and we're talking about Speedy. He and his wife, Terry, went to see Faith Hill and Tim McGraw in concert, and because of our
radio room, and we're hanging out, and they've got there's a meeting. I actually thought about you. I went, you just play cool.
I guarantee you.
And so anyway,
I saw you and Tim wore the same pants. Go ahead.
Well,
I noticed that too.
I had jeans on. I had jeans on. He had slacks on. It just looks that way.
I know she'd put thumb in the pocket. I know.
Guys, are y'all analyzing? I don't know. I was just kind of.
Is that your country look?
Is that a bad look? Is that bad?
No, go.
We're showing on
Tim look
RBTV.
at you and go, he don't give a damn. He's got his hands in his
Speedy
pocket.
don't give a. All right, go ahead.
So anyway, I knew it was going to be tough getting through this.
Yes, of course.
So
we see a picture with you with Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, and we're going to let this go easy? Come on.
You thumb in your pocket, blue jeans on.
Well, I had put it out on Instagram over the weekend in the comments. I think there's so many comments I couldn't. I stopped counting on how everybody was very funny on their comments.
They do like cardboard cut.
They do,
and that's the first thing Rick asked me. So they're coming off of the fan meet and greet over across the hall into the radio room
where you are.
Yeah, where I am.
Because I'm in radio.
Yeah,
radio guy.
You might have heard of me. I'm a broadcaster.
And now understand, I've told Terry this whole time, don't expect much.
Right.
Okay. I mean, they're probably worn out. They've been all over the place. This is just another stop. All this kind of stuff. And
we'll just pull back the curtain. Never mind. Go ahead.
And so they walk into the room, and of course Tim comes right to me. There was this connection. I don't know
course,
what it
you and
was.
Tim. I mean, I could see y'all hanging together.
Yeah. And so we're sitting here hanging out, and he comes straight over to me and goes, hey bud, how you doing? All this kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, how are you? And I introduced myself and told him who I was with, who I was affiliated with, and then I introduced Terry. And so we're sitting there talking a little bit, and then Faith comes in, and she goes, straight to Terry. I don't know what it was about us, but
right. Well, y'all, and you know what? It was like the first couple of country music was looking at the first couple of radio.
Yeah,
it was like two highfalutin couples.
And so we're hanging out, and after,
look at your thumb in your pocket,
right? And again, I'm expecting them to go, hey, I'm Tim.
Hey, thank you. Let's get a picture and let's roll.
Okay, let's go. Whatever. Well, after about 2 or 3 minutes, and we're just still sitting there talking, and I realized everybody else in the room, they hadn't said anything to them.
Right.
And I started feeling sorry for them.
Oh my God.
Well, you have a kind of a magnetism,
and I'm like,
it's a wonder Faith didn't come over to you.
Right.
Let me ask you this: did you catch Tim glancing at that knot on your head? While he was
No, he didn't.
Because I noticed that in the picture. First time I looked at the picture, I said, "Oh no, he didn't put a Band-Aid."
He wouldn't do it when he's talking to you.
I wasn't going to go Band-Aid.
Did Tim McGraw look at that thing?
He didn't. He didn't. But now I will tell you this: that Faith and Terry started talking about the kids and all this kind of stuff, and they're just small talking, and then Tim and I were talking about different things, and we're kind of hanging out, and then they move on, and Terry and I looked at each other and said, "Wow, so that's a lot more than I thought they'd give." And so they work the line, they come back, and they want to hang out some more. And so we're just sitting there. I bet you 10 minutes went by, and
really?
they're still in the radio room. And then finally, everybody goes, "Okay, how about some pictures?"
Okay.
And so we take some pictures, and then I told them that again, with the show, we cover, many markets more than just our flagship
Trying
station.
to get them on the show now.
And no, I'm just saying, so if there's ever anything, and okay, thank you. And then Terry asked him a question about, do you sing to your kids and all this kind of stuff? And that was a very good question. Of course, Faith locks in on Terry, and they start talking again. And Tim and I looked at each other and said, hey, we got to wrap this up. There's other people in line.
Right.
And we're still standing
They
up
connected,
here.
which for the husband bringing the wife to a concert she wanted to go to and her getting to meet who she wanted to meet.
Right.
It could not have gone better.
Oh.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Got problems with critters, pests? Huh? Have you tried the competition? You're like, wow. Do these people do anything to get rid of these bugs and critters? Well, that's the reason why you need Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control, best in the business. Ain't nobody better. Okay? And with their termite protection and Centricon, that system, Bubba, you got to build a wall. I know that's not popular these days.
Wall.
We only build the wall around, the president and people we want to protect, but not our country. But I will say this: if you want termites out of the building, the property, what you got to do?
Get rid of them.
Don't ever let them in.
No, you got to block them.
You got to block them out.
Then you knock them out.
You knock them out.
Knock them out. Lock them out.
And
then you're out.
And Cook's Pest Control also will take care of your monthly pest control, and they'll do that at your business. They'll do that at your home. Even new home construction contractors, they'll do that. Go to cookspest.com. Let them come out. They'll assess the property. They'll tell you what they need to do. We use them everywhere, and we love them. And you can go to Cook's Pest right now. No obligation, but you're going to love them after they give you the evaluation. And you can sing along with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. So how did that singing affect your stomach? How'd that feel?
That's fine.
No problem?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, so, well, you never know. You just try new things, see what hurts, what doesn't.
A lot of firsts today.
Bubba, we just don't seem to want to learn, and I don't know why. Again, would you say that New York is a liberal state, or would you say they're
I would say highly liberal, Rick. Okay. Highly liberal.
So we're not about to hear from DeSantis or any of that, right?
Nope.
We're going to hear from the New York governor. I don't know how you say her last name. Kathy.
Now she took over for the other guy that stepped down, a weirdo. What's his name?
Yeah, right. What was his name?
Cuomo,
yeah. I don't know how to say her last name, and because of the first two letters, I'm afraid to try it, or I could be a national story.
Cuomo was a hero for the way he handled the pandemic.
Oh, he
when
was.
He wrote his book about it, why the pandemic was still happening.
Well, let's review some of that now.
You talk about a book that got put out too quick.
Whoa.
Wow.
Her name's Hochul, and that book, wasn't it Lessons in Leadership, something like that?
Oh, yeah. Crazy.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. You know what that was? Can I get some cash real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. By the way, I knew at one time the publishing company wanted their deal back. Did they ever get it back?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, because after we found out he was a little handsy, the book wasn't near as popular. And the fact that everything he said about the pandemic, he was mostly wrong. All right, so here's the governor that's sitting there after Cuomo has been removed, and she is saying that school closures was a mistake. Here we go.
What a mistake that was. Women couldn't go to their jobs. They lost their jobs, or they thought they're back at their jobs, and one child in a classroom tests positive. The whole class goes home for a week and a half. I mean, it was chaos, nothing short of chaos, and it just seems to have not ended.
All right, so we're back to saying women are women now because she's at an Empowering Women conference.
Talking about chaos. Did you see them eyebrows? My goodness.
Greg, look.
Scary. Get you a look at them. First of all, they're not even. She drew them on, and she must have been in a hurry.
Well, if this lady is in your neighborhood trying to buy Dalmatians, let us know.
Exactly. Bobby, you can leave.
Hit the road. Finish those chips.
Get out of here.
All right, so you have her saying now two things, Bubba. Listen to two things. Number one, we're at a thing called Empowering Women. That's
right.
Foul number one on the left.
We can't have that.
You're acknowledging empowering women in the workforce. Now you're calling. Now, hey, you better get back to the non-binary world, you binary person, acknowledging genders. All right, so then she is now saying at a women's deal, acknowledging gender, that school closings and the way we acted about this virus was ridiculous, and to continue to do it is even more ridiculous. So think about that.
But she seems
Rick,
real surprised by it.
Again, let me tell you what'll happen, though. If we have an uptick in this, the pressure starts in, the noose starts getting tighter, we'll go back and do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't understand
because the people are mad. They want me to do something.
I know.
There's just nobody in elected office is going to stand up and tell them you're going to have to ride this out. Get over it.
Right.
There's nobody that has the cojones to do that. Or the non-cojones if you're at the women's conference.
Good.
Right, thank you.
Duly noted.
You're on fire right
Good
now.
segment.
You are completely on fire.
I don't know what you're eating out of that bag in your office.
Let's get him back in the office and get him another bag.
Get him another sandwich bag. And I'm talking about right now, he's come back to himself. No wonder it's the wrong fuel. We're now putting the right fuel in. Right. But you're right, Bubba. I mean,
engines are back online, Mr.
jet
Scott.
fuel. Whatever, if you hear that somebody said, I tested positive for COVID, all they're telling you is, I've got the flu, I've got bronchitis, I'm sick. Okay, go home, and then when you feel better and the symptoms are gone, come back. That's all we need to do now. Everything else is causing more damage than the actual somebody sick. I mean, we're done with that. We've learned it. We're almost 3 years now. Come on. It's not like we don't know anymore.
We have a lot more data than we had before. But will it be valid when the pressure starts?
No, well,
do something.
Yeah, you got
do something.
Well, here's what you got to say. You got to step up and lead and say, all right, now everybody, we didn't know much about the virus when we did some of these now outdated things. And all y'all have done is complain about the bad side effects of the things we did that we know now were not necessary and we should not have done. And you're telling me you want me to do all that garbage again? You better make up your mind which one you want. That's the leadership.
Think about this, really. If you, Rick, walked out this door and you fell off the curb and you broke your ankle.
Wow.
Okay.
That could happen. Could happen today.
It can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And you said, hey, guys, Bubba, Greg, y'all got to carry me to have it looked at. Would you say carry me to the ER, or would you say carry me to the mayor's office?
I would say ER.
Well, if you have a virus, would you prefer that you go to your doctor and treat it with your doctor, or would you prefer that the politicians tell you what to do?
I would rather go to the doctor.
Well, that's kind of the point.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, I would. Yeah. Going to politicians and say, fix this is a big mistake.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, especially when they have no expertise in that area.
Right.
And they're going to pick somebody and listen to them. God help you that they're telling them the right thing.
Well, I would also then tell the doctors, even though your analogy stands, the reason why I'm coming to you is because I don't think politicians have the answers. So y'all do us a favor. Y'all stop acting like politicians and just be doctors. Okay, let's have pure science. Let's not have agendas and politics and all this.
Well, the problem is because of the way the healthcare system, and I've studied this more recently, the way that they're structured. And you don't have your good old local doc anymore. Your doc is employed by a medical group, and your group is run by a managed healthcare group that owns the hospital. And so on and so on, and they own them in several cities, several states, maybe all over the country. Well, a few people in a tower somewhere is going to decide how everybody's treated and bark that out in a memo, and everybody has to go with it.
Sounds like what happened to radio.
It's central control of everything is not always good. Let me put it that way.
Well,
I'll phrase it that way.
Well, especially if the people who are in charge and sit in the tower have never been on the ground doing the job that they're now in charge of.
Yeah, if maybe they're academics, maybe they're, whatever, maybe they just hadn't had a lot of experience in it.
Maybe they've just been there, man.
Sometimes I think the best thing you can do is let really talented, qualified people do what they do. Now, you may look around your group and say, you know what, these guys are having a lot of success. Let's see what they're doing. Hey, everybody, this bunch over here, they're using this. This group over here is having success. They're doing it this way. We need to talk. We need to communicate. That's where we have, a synergy, not us deciding and barking down how you're going to do it because it makes the president happy or it makes his party happy, or they may give us a grant or get off our taxes or give us an abatement somewhere. See, when you get to that level, they have other concerns other than just your health.
Mm-hmm.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a real problem.
Yeah. And what we're doing now is we have a virus that turned political, and once that happened, it cost so much. And I'm not talking about money.
Yeah, and look,
I mean, it did cost a lot of money, but
listen to me, everybody.
It cost us in so many places.
It was political on both sides.
Yeah, it was.
It was political on both sides.
Absolutely.
And we couldn't work the science because the politicians were pulling everybody so hard so they could run out there and make a statement and tell everybody what they thought they wanted them to hear.
They didn't allow people to critical think.
No.
And we've lost that.
And it's okay if we have different approaches to it and people take different paths, because at least that way half the people are going to make it.
Yeah.
If we're all taking the same thing, doing the same deal, we're all going to get the same result. What if it's bad?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Do something, please.
Yeah.
Do something.
We can't
do something.
We got to leave this mob thing where if I have a worldview in one area, then I'm assigned my worldview on all the others.
Yeah, I don't think that's good.
No,
Yeah.
not good. No. All right, we'll come back, and we got 9 lines ready to go. One of them already engaged. Blazing Silverman's ready to go. Let's chat with you and look at anything we may have missed. But if you want to comment on the things you've heard today and you haven't had a chance to do that, you can now. We got lines available. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did cell phone numbers and stepped aside.
You did.
And so, look, hold on, I'm gonna text him. Look, Greg, right here.
Yeah.
Do you see this, Greg?
Oh wow.
Here it is.
You see that?
Well, how about that?
So anyway, we're having a conversation
Call him right now.
You want me to?
Yeah. Did the last thing
Don't
you
push
said
it.
to him is he said? Did you ever say to him, "Look, here's kind of how I approach life. I got to live like I'm dying."
Right. Yeah, I did. I did. So we're talking, and then I said, "Hey, buddy, we got to move on."
Did you have to wrap it up?
Yeah, I said it's good. It's great talking to you. Let me see if he answers real quick. I don't know if he'll even answer.
Howdy.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, is this my man Spade?
Adler, I thought you'd throw your voice better now.
That is just my man Spade.
In his mind, that's how
So I leave Radio Room, and I'm thinking,
is this my man Spade?
So I leave Radio Room, and I'm thinking, hey, it's a home run. Home run.
And then did you tell him when he
run.
called you up to sing Red Ragtop?
Yeah. He did. He gave me a shout out from the stage. I thought that was kind of cool.
Did.
I'm just kidding.
And did you crash the stage like you did at the Kiss concert?
No, but I looked and saw how I did it.
Right.
I said, "See, this is how you do it right there." And so we come out.
Unbelievable moment ever.
We come out of the curtains, floating to our and I'm like, okay, how do we get to our seats? And I'm not really sure where the seats are. And Craig Allen had said, now look, these seats came from the record label as well, so you don't know where they are. He goes, but they're pretty good seats, I think. And so we get out, and then I hear Need to Breathe. And I'm like, my gosh,
What
Need
a
to
great
Breathe
night.
out here.
What a great
And
night.
I'm like, I didn't even know. Been hanging out with our buddies and had no idea. Need to Breathe.
Didn't have to
up
work
here.
the next day?
No.
Did y'all do like Wayne and Garth on Wayne's World when they had them laminates for backstage? They just walk around showing everybody.
Yeah. Everybody looked down and was, oh, you can come through if you'd like.
Yeah, you come on through.
Yeah, and so we get
Tim's
down,
looking for you.
and we finally
Damn!
sit down, and I'm talking about they're perfect. It's like we're midway up, lower level, so you're eye level with the stage.
I like that seat on the side.
Yeah.
And Tim pointed at you, said, "Good seat."
And they're at about 10 o'clock, if right in front, to the left there, and so we're hanging out, and they come out, and I'm like, oh, they changed. And so then they perform, and they're I mean, it was a great show. I mean, a great show. But the comments on Instagram of me and Terry with the two of them are precious.
Oh, they're good.
I'm talking
They're
about
good. Very entertaining.
Who gave Speedy these tickets? I know he didn't pay for them.
Oh, it's good.
It's Tim holding your cigarettes. All that's good.
That's good.
And the comments I got at home from my wife when she realized that we could have got tickets to the show.
So we want to go there.
Yeah,
Right.
Those were real good comments.
And
I didn't know she wanted to go.
The record
You
label.
didn't know that your wife might want to go see Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
I guess I should have thought about it.
Yeah, by the way, you got us all in trouble. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
Well,
buddy.
and how about
You
this?
don't, have
The
to
record,
you don't have to post everything.
the record label actually came out and said they'd like for you to come back after the show if you want to, and we couldn't because we had to go get the kids. Because we could have gone back there again after the show and hung out with them.
That's not true.
Yeah, I got in bad trouble.
Really? Did Lisa really get upset
She was
about
ready this morning.
Oh, he texted me. What's this?
We had a lot going on this weekend, so I was in pretty good shape. But you got into it, huh?
Yeah, I got in bad trouble.
Really? Saying,
Well, I guess we never do anything like that. I just didn't think about it. And I was there when Speedy, he just casually mentioned it.
Wait a minute, you had a shot at this?
I bet if I would have said, hey, yeah, me too, I bet it would have worked out.
Greg?
I guess I'm in the clear because I didn't even know you went until this morning, and Amanda didn't say anything about it all weekend.
I didn't know.
I saw the picture whenever it was put up pretty soon after and tried to delete it off Sherry's phone.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't. Right. I didn't think of it. How about this? I thought it would just be a concert, and I'd had to be a hassle. I didn't know all that was involved.
See, I knew Tim and I were getting along when I shook his hand, like shake my hand, and I go to pull. And then he hung on, like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, I need you. Well, think about how many.
What about when you hugged him before you left?
Because think about how many good ones he has to deal with.
I know.
Yeah. You were like an oasis.
So you didn't spook him. I figured you'd jump out there and scare him.
I did ask him if you remember there was somebody working on their house years ago and they had the show on. They were redoing their hardwood floors.
You went with that?
I asked them if they knew of the show. They said they listened.
Okay.
Faith did. Tim is now.
Yeah, we'll take your. Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. Greg, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, I heard the show Friday, and we had that update of Richard Simmons.
Yes.
He's kind of hiding from the public, and then my great nephew and I watched the old Star Trek Wrath of Khan.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, did Richard Simmons somehow mind meld with Speedy? And maybe that is a little part of Richard that's growing on his head now.
That's good.
But why didn't you put a cowboy hat on like Tim?
Well, if he'd have told me I didn't.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, 30 seconds to pop. Who wants in there? Let's go. Let's go. It's hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. Say the least, the cat was cold, he said. Don't call us, child, we'll call you. And Montgomery. At the end of 30, the buzzer sounds. Corey will be done. We'll move on unless he gets a timeout from Hems or Bubba, but they only have one apiece, so they go quickly. Corey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Come on with it.
Yes, sir. I want to talk about the COVID. I tested positive for COVID and went to my doctor's office, and they gave me a piece of paper saying that they were going to give me an infusion. So I went to get the infusion. They told me it was going to be covered by COVID money. 8 months later, they send me a $700 bill. I call them wondering why they're charging me $700. They said, oh, well, by the time they got my bill processed, the COVID money had ran out.
COVID money, just like all that money runs out.
Tell them your excitement about paying that bill ran out too.
Yeah, and it don't look like it's coming back.
Yeah, and you identified it as already paid.
Yeah, I just had something like that happen with
that'd be about my luck.
The apartment that Big Love lived in Starkville. They sent him back a full refund for his deposit because he kept the apartment. In good shape. Yeah, and then they turned around and charged us they said they have to repaint every time somebody moves out. And then they sent us a bill for that. I'm like, well, just take that out of the money. You send me a check, then send me a bill?
But why should I? If I didn't cause any wall scuffings, why have I got to pay?
I don't know.
Pay for your paint.
Did y'all do the inspection?
Rick, do you ever get a deposit back? I don't think I've ever got one back.
Well,
and we took good care of the apartments, but it's so many hoops to jump through. You never can.
Well, I thought I got it back. Then they sent me a bill. At one time they say good job on the apartment. Then they said, well, we got to repaint.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
I just don't see if you're repainting just for the sake of repainting. I don't see how that's on me.
They sent me $800 and something back, or they sent it back to Big Love, and then they sent us a bill for $300 something. Why don't you just send us $500 back?
Yeah, makes no sense.
I mean, isn't that whatever? Michael in Andalusia, 1077. Michael, go ahead.
Hello. Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
We're good, Michael. Bring it in.
I just got a question for you. It's going to be a little off in left field here, but
come on.
I've been finding the YouTube here lately, and Greg has been eating something for about 3 days now in a little styrofoam cup. What's he eating over there?
It's fruit. Oh, that's fruit?
Yep. The more he eats, the more he poops.
Yep. That's the only bad thing.
Don't. Well, that's the bad thing about it, Michael. Sorry. Yeah, you get your little fruit cup every day.
I said right there.
Greg's got a little fruit cup, trying to do better. Fruit.
You disappointed the guy.
Yeah,
he wanted
that
like
to be
sunflower seeds or peanuts.
He did.
Or something of that nature.
You know what else he wanted?
Said fruit and broke his heart.
As quick as Don gets back, it'll be peanuts.
Yeah, Greg, the man's he's coming back from COVID. Okay. Will you please let him have a couple of weeks?
Well, he's feeling better.
COVID has got him.
Yeah.
Well, I asked Rick earlier. I said, "What's a gallbladder survivor got to do to get some peanuts around here?"
You got to test that thing out.
Well, you know what the guy really wanted based on his accent and where he's from. He wanted to be a spit cup.
I didn't want to go there.
Yeah, he wanted Greg to be dipping and spitting in there.
Dipping Greg.
Yep.
Yeah. Shockingly, I never was a dipper or chewer.
That is shocking.
I dabbled in it, but
Debbie and Aniston. Debbie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just found M&M's to be better.
They're a lot better.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, how are you today?
We're good,
great.
Debbie. I hope you're okay.
Doing good, bless. So I'm going to ruin your bathroom experience. But have you ever thought maybe it's one of those transvestite with those female cups that they use?
What? You're saying the paper towel guy?
Yeah, the paper towel guy. You know, they have those female funnel cups with those female.
You know, not
Debbie, what are you doing?
Not really up on that technology.
Debbie, we're not familiar with it.
I know what she's talking about.
Don't Google it. Do you, Greg?
Do you?
Yeah.
You got
They make a contraption for that.
Really?
A lot like camping, So
remember, Greg wasn't a woman.
So women ain't got to squat out in the woods.
Greg wasn't a womenless beauty pageant. You wear one time.
He knows
about
about
time. How about that? Then everybody thinks you're an expert.
Yeah, one thing. Yeah.
That's hurting Bubba, by the way. He's laughed too much.
Anonymous.
Deep breath.
In Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey guys, real quick, I got two conspiracy theories from the Washington swamp. I want to get your thoughts on.
Okay.
What if the swamp is planning to keep Trump from running by indicting him on some charges, and then they've got this liberal judge lined up that won't throw it out, and he can't run for office. I mean, how literally ballistic are the conservatives going to go in that situation? Number two.
Well, no, what you said is not a conspiracy theory. If you listen to our podcast with Dick Morris, now you had to listen quick because it didn't last long because he wrapped me up. But
15 minutes was solid, though.
No, Dick Morris said that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to get some kind of charge on Trump that would make it impossible for him to run again. And what they're going after is something that goes all the way back to the Civil War. And they're trying to use this January 6th deal to try to get that on him. And if they can successfully, which he says he didn't think they can, again, this goes all the way back to the Civil War. If they can get him, it's Article something in the Constitution. They're hoping that they can get evidence to enact that, which would mean he cannot be a candidate ever again.
He could tie that up in appellate courts and serve a whole term before they ever heard it. But, it doesn't make sense on one hand. I understand they'd like to just grind Trump as much as they could. But I really think they fear DeSantis long term more than they do Trump, because he's a guy that can go in there and run two terms, appoint a lot of Supreme Court justices in that time. He's young, energetic. Trump could win this time, but I think long term they're much more worried about that.
Well, yeah, and I heard, I didn't hear it. Sherry heard it and then told me it was either Clay Travis or Buck Sexton. I don't know which one's which. But one of them said, that the Republicans need to consider, if they can get on the same page, what you just said, Bubba. Trump comes back, runs again with DeSantis as vice president, and then DeSantis is the president going forward, meaning the Republicans can control the executive.
Rick.
Yeah, the executive branch for 12 years under that plan. I mean, it could be 12 years of.
It's possible. You never say never in politics. Yeah. I don't think DeSantis would run as a VP because he wouldn't want to be tied to anything that might blow up on Trump, even though their policies are very similar, their beliefs very similar. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
That's our plan, guys.
Let's go to Richard.
Shoot.
Richard in Atlanta. Richard, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I was just calling about going back to the COVID thing. The mayor of D.C. Was basically saying that all the children that aren't vaccinated wouldn't be able to allow to go to school, and there's no virtual. She's not offering a virtual option either.
Well,
so
you know what?
If you're not vaccinated,
if those children were to suffer some sort of side effects from that, because that's asinine. I wish they'd put her in jail. But because this is putting children in an unnecessary dangerous situation by mandating and trying to set up a system where you either take this vaccine or you can't go to school and you can't learn. And what'll happen though, because of the way all these pharmaceutical companies cut this deal, you can't sue them if it goes south. But I tell you one thing, I sure would hold that mayor accountable. That's asinine. That's crazy. We've learned nothing from the last nearly 3 years. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.